All right, what's up, guys? How's it going? We are now live, I believe, on the second broadcast. That was like a 10-second transition. How you like me now? Woo! All right, we are back here, so we're gonna give some people some time to hop onto this broadcast. I want to know in the comments here who has been watching since this morning at 8 a.m. It is now 4 p.m. Pacific time. We are now 50% finished with this live broadcast here from Helium 10 Studios at my house because, coronavirus means we can't go to the office. And Kita has been there. What's up? What's up? Awesome. Awesome. All right. So let's get cooking here. We've only got about 40 people who have migrated over. We still got to wait for about 800 people. Let me see. I don't even know what's about to happen here. I'm going to bring on Zoe here, and then Zoe's probably going to help me out here. Hold on. This is our vice president of product. Zoe, what's happening? How's it going?
It's going good. How are you doing, Bradley?
I'm doing surprisingly not too bad, right? I've got my second, third, fourth wind by now, so we're plugging along.
Yeah.
How the managers meeting that I realized I missed when I saw my phone blow up?
We missed you, but a lot of us were watching you in parallel, so it felt like you were there.
Okay, cool. Now, Zoe, you are somebody who we haven't had on the podcast yet, but we are going to get you on real soon because you have some cool stories about where you've worked and things you've worked on that will just blow anybody's mind. So I don't want to spoil it completely here.
Awesome.
But do you know anything about? Are we doing a contest here too? Do you know anything about that?
I don't know about the contest. I do know about the WTF video that we're supposed to show.
And I just checked here and it says, I don't understand what this means. Maybe you can help me out because I didn't watch the video, so I'm not sure. But it says the first person to guess the WTF product wins. So does that mean like once they start watching the video, they need to guess what it is before we actually say what it is?
Yeah, so we're going to have someone trying to figure out what it is. But in the comments, you guys write what you think the product is.
Cool. This first one that we are going to see this only one, is this you or is this Cassandra? Who is in this one?
This is Ria.
This is Ria. Okay. All right. So Ria was one of our co-hosts earlier. She never showed herself on the camera, but Ria, and when did you guys do this? Was it yesterday or day before?
A few days back.
All right. Okay. So let me see if, I'm going to go ahead and put this on. Are we ready? Or is there any more like build up here? First of all, yeah. Can you explain what is, for people who haven't seen our WTF Amazon, can you explain what that's about?
Sure, happy to. So WTF is a video set of us exploring really interesting products on Amazon. So there's some really weird stuff out there. We ordered it. We had people close their eyes and touch it and see if they could guess what it is. You could open your eyes. You still usually can't guess what it is. It's really wonky. When we shot Cassandra's, there was some really gross stuff as well. So it's really interesting in general. Definitely a fun game for everyone.
Cool. So again, guys, once we start this video, I want you to, whether you're watching this on YouTube or whether you're watching it on Facebook, try and guess, like in the first minute or less probably, what that product is. And the first person in YouTube, first person in Facebook to get it, Cassandra will slide into your DMs and hook you guys up with a swag bag. Now that we are on a brand new broadcast, this is a completely separate video. Then this morning, you guys have some homework too. The very first thing is make sure to give us a thumbs up or a like, whether you're on Facebook or you're on YouTube. Make sure to share this, especially those of you on Facebook. Share it to your wall. Remember, if you share it to your wall and you tag Helium 10 and you do hashtag Helium 10, Cassandra, for random ones doing that, is picking you guys out to win a swag bag. And of course, Instagram, take a picture, take a selfie of yourself with the computer, unless you're driving. Please don't do that. If it's a Tesla, it's okay. But otherwise, please don't do this while you're driving. But take a picture of yourself watching this and tag Helium 10, hashtag Helium 10, and then tag Crazy Sock TV so that we can repost it. So without further ado, let's get into this episode of WTF Amazon. Let me try and bring it up here. It's the Rio one, right? You said?
Yep.
All right, here we go.
Okay, I will take this for now. Okay, so Purell yourself. Just your hands. Cover your eyes with your hands, but don't touch your face, per the CDC guidelines. All right.
I see rings.
Oh, God. All right, I am putting this product down. Gloved hand. Go ahead and close your eyes, but feel it. So keep your eyes closed. How does it feel?
There's 2 of them.
Are you looking for more?
If there's 2, maybe there's 3.
What do you think they do?
Is it a toy? Oh, is it for cats? Is it like the, the hair picker?
That's the technical name for it, I'm sure. Okay, open your eyes, take a look.
Oh, it's pasta.
What type of pasta?
The bow tie, my favorite. Is it for the spoon? So like when you mix it, it's not hot or something?
Now, Zoe thought that too.
Why would you need 2 spoons?
Good point.
Maybe it's like a pack, buy one, get one.
Do you make spaghetti often?
No, I don't.
What's your bow tie is your favorite pasta?
It is, yes.
Okay, so if you were making pasta at home, walk me through your pasta process.
I go to the pantry
Okay.
and I get my box of pasta. Then I have hot water boiling with some salt.
Think about that. You have hot water boiling. It's boiling. It's ready. What do you do next?
You just want to keep stirring it so that it doesn't stick together.
Okay, and then you're ready to go and you have to...
Is that what that's for? Oh, it's for the pot? Is it for the pot? Oh, but then there's the
Mitts?
Yeah, why would you? Okay.
That's a great question.
All right.
So would you use these over an oven mitt?
No, because I can put my oven mitt in the washing machine to wash it, and these, I don't know.
You wash your oven mitts?
I do. Yeah.
I should start doing that.
In the age of coronavirus. True.
There's not enough protection in these.
Would you buy this?
Never. No.
Never?
No.
Scale of 1 to helium-10, what would you rate this?
I mean, I guess it's cute for someone that likes cute stuff, like this kind of aesthetic in their kitchen. Probably a 2.
2. Okay.
I'm harsh.
All right, there we go. I wasn't even watching the comments because I was watching the video. I never saw that video before because it was just made. But I wonder if anybody got it right. Let us know if anybody got it right. But yeah, I was not feeling that product too. So I apologize if any of our viewers that was your private label product. But no offense. But yeah, I wasn't feeling that product. What's the weirdest thing, Zoe, that you, if you can think about that you have ever bought on Amazon or just ever seen on Amazon too?
I've ever seen on Amazon. Well, I share with you some of those videos, and there's been some really weird Amazon products that attempt to work out your body and stretch your neck, and you attach it to a door. I find that very
I know
odd.
that one.
Yeah,
That was ridiculous.
That one's odd.
That should be illegal on Amazon. Somebody could kill themselves with that. Literally, that's not good.
Very dangerous. But there's a lot of weird stuff. I love the burrito blankets. I think those are really fun. I've been waiting to buy one. But what a clever product.
Right? Burrito blankets. We need maybe some Euro wrap blankets.
Yeah.
We gotta try some other things here. Cool. So now that you've been with Helium 10 for a while we were at the office, what's your favorite thing about working at our office under normal circumstances?
Yeah, under normal circumstances where I don't have to social distance, it's definitely all the people, just being able to say hi and have fun conversations with people like yourself.
Cool. Did you ever use our corporate masseuse with the massages that we get every month?
Yes, I have. The problem was I went in and I got my massage and I came out and I didn't want to do any more work. I was just very relaxed. It was hard to transition back to a work day.
Yes, absolutely. That's exactly my. I was like, I wish it was at the end of the day, but then I wouldn't be able to drive home. I just want to take it like a nap, which leads me to my next thing. The next thing we need at Helium 10 is sleep pods. All right. So what do you think? Let's work on that. Huh?
We could do that. That's interesting. Yeah, I've probably taken naps maybe at Zynga, but designated area for that would be cool.
Speaking of that, we'll talk about this on the podcast, but there might have been a game that 2 or 3 people might have heard of.
Maybe
that you actually were one of the leads on developing. What game was that?
The game is called Words with Friends.
That's pretty impressive on your resume. So yeah, so we have the person behind, one of the main ones behind Words with Friends here, and now she's working here at Helium 10. So what I told John and Bonnie when I had them on the podcast a couple weeks ago, it's like, we need a game inside of our mobile app. So I'm going to tell you two, Zoe, we need that to happen. All right. like it's Helium 10 Cerebro words with friends. Like they're all keywords, you know, like, ooh, like this is just like coming to my mind right now. So
That's
there you
creative.
go.
I like that.
There's
Yeah.
your task. All right. Well, thank you. It was great for everybody to meet you here, Zoe, and we'll see you on the podcast soon.
Yep. Good luck.
Awesome. Awesome. All right, guys. So again, why are we even doing this broadcast? All right. So we're celebrating our final day of the big assistance program that we did, earlier this month. It was kind of a two-pronged assistance program. We set aside $1 million fund, partially for our existing users and also for our newer users who, maybe they're struggling nowadays and they're looking for something else to do to make some money, because their day job is gone. So we set aside $1 million fund. And so first of all, for all of our Helium 10 existing paying users who were hit hardest by the coronavirus, or their sales were really low, we wanted to give them 80% off. They didn't ask for it, but we wanted, like, hey, 80% off, because we feel you guys. We don't want you guys struggling right now paying for Helium 10 if your Amazon account is like super struggling. So we did that. And the second phase was for anybody new who's coming, but they're just like, you know what? $97 is too much. I do want to learn about Amazon with the Freedom Ticket program. Yeah, I want to do the Freedom Ticket program. All right, this is the program, but I'm sorry. Anyways, Helium 10 Freedom Ticket program that is with Helium 10. We what we did was we provided 80% off the first month, and that's what you see. How do I do this here? There we go. That's what you see right down here. If you want to go start learning how to sell on Amazon, or you're like one of our free users and you want to get your first month at a heavy discount that we hadn't done ever before, it is helium10.com/megathon. All right, helium10.com/megathon. Or if you're already a free user, you just want to enter in a coupon code, you can do that at the bottom. That is the 80H10 mega. All right, 80H10 mega. So these codes and this landing page are guaranteed to be good through the end of today. All right, so we're going to be starting in a couple minutes with our next. It's not time yet. We're going to be. I'm going to go over our schedule that is upcoming right now. So we have got. Let's see. We've got Dan Metters from the Wholesale Formula. All right, we've been talking a lot about private label. We've been talking about merch by Amazon. We've been talking about KDP. We talked a little bit about arbitrage. There's all these different forms of selling on Amazon. One thing that we haven't really talked about much today is the wholesale method of selling on Amazon. And that's something that's kind of changed over the years of what people consider wholesale. So hopefully we'll be talking about that soon. What else will we be talking about today? Well, we're going to talk about two more things that, again, unless you heard the Serious Sellers podcast, by Helium 10 recently, that we did on this, a lot of you might not know about it. And that's using press releases in your product launches or just for your brands. How many of you guys, I'd be shocked if more than 10 out of the 300 people who are watching right now have run press releases on your listings or on your launches. Let me know in the comments who has not used press releases. Say not me in the comments below. Let me just see how many. I would say probably 200 of you guys will say not me. But we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about something that I know nothing about. All right. I know there's a lot of things I know nothing about, but this is one of them, which is called Amazon Posts. All right. Some of you guys know what Amazon Post is. I don't. I want to learn all about that from our guest, Norman Farrar. All right. So let's keep it going here. Who else do we have? We have, we're going to have an Instagram. I don't want to say the word guru necessarily, but Celine, she is one of the most popular Serious Sellers podcasts that we have done. She grew her business from scratch without selling 1 cent on Amazon. And now she is Vancouver's largest swimwear brand in Vancouver, Canada. And it was almost all done on Instagram only. All right. So that is another thing that we have to look forward to. Just one really quick thing. Brian, I noticed you're there. Brian, For our guest, since this is our first time as on this new one, can you just please go into the calendars and work with Mel to make sure that the invite for our guest that is on this new one, to make sure that it matches correctly the invite on just one of those calendar invites, just to make sure. I want to make sure now that we made that transition over. Well, who else do we have coming here? We have got what I call the starter from the bottom. Now we hear episode. All right. We are going to have two people on the show. One of them, he is a military veteran and was saving up. And when he retired, he thought that he was going to be having to work at, his plan was to work as a Walmart greeter. You know, nothing wrong with that, but that was just his plan. But now he's making over 6 figures on Amazon. All right. And we're also going to have someone who was on the podcast before, and he's got one of the most ridiculous backstories ever. And he was before the age of 16, he was kidnapped twice at gunpoint. Kidnapped twice at gunpoint. And he had failed businesses and here in the States, you know, a failed pizza restaurant. And now he is grossing over $1 million, over $2 million on Amazon, and he's a successful coach. So we got some great inspiration too, because I think that's important, that no matter what background that we come from, no matter what background, you know, you can become a success story on Amazon. Let me know in the comments really quick, what is your favorite guest that we've had, and what have you learned the most? Or what have you learned what was the number one thing that you are happy that you learned about the most? Let me know in the comments. Let me know. Let me see. There's this kind of delay here, I know. And then also for the rest of you guys who just logged on, let me know where you are calling in from. Let me know where you are calling in from. All right. By the way, I see tons of not me's about the press releases, so that's what I kind of figured there. All right. Let me see here. We got some questions. Cassandra gave the link of the 80% off for the month 1. Okay. Amin says, do you have any guests talking about policies? Everybody can talk about different policies. What kind of policies you looking for, Amin? J Cube really liked the merch by Amazon part. Cool. Okay. Brad also liked the merch by Amazon. By the way, good name, sir. Excellent. Scott says, really liked Kian's advice on building relationship with suppliers. Awesome. Awesome. iPudge for Fudge says, Cara was my favorite guest. I think she was a lot of people's favorite because she's pretty much just naturally funny. Kevin King is coming on, Dominic. Yep. Kevin King will be on tonight. We've got another one who liked the merch by Amazon from Fast Tech Solutions. Awesome. Madam Butterfly said, I like Carlos and happy to hear of Yana's service. So all of these things, if this is all like you guys have no idea what we're talking about here because you came on just now or you came on kind of late, you can go back later on to our YouTube or our Facebook channel and hop on there. All right. You can hop on that video and you'll be able to catch all these ones that people are talking about in the replay. All right. We got Wyoming in the house. Awesome. Awesome. Orlando is in the house. What's up, Orlando? We got New Zealand, Australia. Has anybody on the team, Brian or Cassandra, counted how many countries are represented when people like call it out? That would be great. I've counted at least 40 countries that we've had on here. All right. Let's see. We got Dublin in the house. What is up? More Sydney. Ella loved the merch by Amazon. A lot of people love the merch by Amazon. I want to hear your guys' stories on how you guys are rocking merch by Amazon. Cool, cool. All right, let's see here. Sylvia says, I like the guy who talk about licensing. That is something that almost nobody does. All right, so guys, make sure that you checked out the licensing episode as well on Serious. If you like that, on Serious Sellers Podcast. Basically go to episode 50, I believe it was. Paul Miller, Serious Sellers Podcast, episode 50. What else we got? Sharon says was great. Alan says, yo, what's up? Marketing Catherine's loved Eric the trainer. Yeah, you guys missed an actual workout session that we had. Cool. Oh my goodness, look at all these comments. These comments are blowing up right now. Oh, we got a new country here that we haven't had this morning. Morocco. Awesome, awesome. Hashtag says, oh, I'm sorry, I just totally butchered your name. My bad. Really like Kian's idea to replace made in China with made in PRC. That was a great tip. I had never heard of that before. At least if I did, I forgot about it. Okay. We got Brisbane. You like how I said it right? Brisbane, right? Not Brisbane. It's Brisbane. David from Rhode Island. Oh, what's up, Dave? How's it going? Barcelona in the house. What's up, Ramon? Vinny, like the mompreneurs, we've had 4 of them on today, so that's awesome. Cool, cool. And we got Sydney, Australia in the house. Toronto. What is your question? Like, a lot of you guys have questions that maybe haven't been answered. So this is your time to ask me anything about Amazon or anything about Helium 10. We'll take it. We still got some time before the next guest comes on, so let me know. What is your question for me that I can help you with before our next guest? Well, just here's a question about the offer that we have. Can we use the 80% off code to join and then a 10% off code for future months? That honestly, I don't know. I don't get into all of those details. One of our guests said they're not in the right room. All right. So, Brian, did you confirm that the calendar was right? They've been backstage for a while. Okay, somebody, I'm trying to do like multiple things here. Let me see. Let me make sure this is the one. All right, hopefully it's working now. But we've had somebody waiting for a little bit, so hopefully we can bring them on. Sorry about that, guys. We've got Mandy says Sharon was really good and inspiring. I'm also with a 2.5-year-old at home. I was about to say 2.5. Nobody says their kids are 2.5 years. Sorry, 2.5 years old. All right. Oh, here's a great question. All right, a great question. Alex says, when I use X-ray, a lot of times I get NA on the search volume and or sales column. All right, that's 2 completely separate things. If you get NA on the search volume, basically that means that there's not enough search volume, that we don't even detect that there's much search volume. Doesn't mean 0, but it's like probably less than 100, right? Monthly searches. And then on the sales column, basically you'll get an NA if there's like a lot of stuff that's fluctuating, like Amazon changed the category or Amazon hides the BSR, like no more BSR for that item. How many people have had that lately? Then instead of trying to give you a number that is guessing kind of completely, we're not going to give you an estimate on that. We're just going to say NA until things steady out. So that was a great question, Alex. All right, we got here Dan from the Wholesale Formula. I'm going to bring him to the stream. Dan, what's going on?
Hey, how's it going, guys? Sorry about the confusion. I think I had the wrong link.
Yeah, my bad. I'm not sure if that was me or what's going on here. But I'm glad we tracked you down here. Now, Dan, people who heard the podcast that I did with Dan a few months ago. Again, helium10.com/podcast. Just search for the Wholesale Formula there. Cool backstory. He was a speaker at my very first ever Amazon conference that I didn't speak at, but that I actually attended. Just like I didn't know anything in those days. And I remember Dan's presentation still well to this day, and his story about how they started with arbitrage and just flipping things from stores and something that you would like, Dan, because I think your background of where you used to work. I just put how on eBay in the last 60 days, I've sold $20,000 worth of Yu-Gi-Oh! And Pokemon cards. All over the place. Like my friends, like this is a Blue Eyes White Dragon DDS PSA graded 10. So I think Dan would know that this is a pretty nice piece. I'm selling this for my friend. It just sold on eBay yesterday for $3,000. So you flipping stuff on eBay, guys, is a really lucrative business, and especially collectibles like the Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh cards. So get into that. But anyways, Dan, I was telling people a little bit before, what do we consider wholesale now as far as Amazon? Because in the past, when somebody says wholesale, it only meant, hey, I find a distributor or I find a supplier, I'm just going to buy this product, like usually a brand name. Like I'm going to buy bubbly sparkling water at a wholesale price and just sell it on a listing with a million other people, for a little bit of a markup, make some money. Now it's kind of evolved, right?
Sure. No, I mean, that's for us. This has been a kind of an evolutionary process. Like, and I think the traditional, more traditional model of wholesale still exists. It just wasn't very effective for us. So in that traditional model, like Bradley said, you find a wholesaler, distributor, somebody like that, who carries a wide range of products from several brands, and you're able to kind of pick and choose and place orders that way. Now, the problem with that is realistically, the distributor's goal is that they want to sell more product. That's really the goal. So the way to become a better customer is to spend more money. It doesn't matter what you're able to do for the brands and things like that, because again, they're not loyalty to any particular brand, but more often to just in general trying to increase the sales across all the brands that they represent. So that didn't work for us. It was really hard for us to compete because we didn't have a lot of money. And so we had to evolve into our model, which we call reverse sourcing wholesale. And that's finding specific brands to work with. Now, typically the brands that we work with most often are smaller brands. Like you're thinking your more mom and pop style brands that may have, 2 or 3 great products in a niche, but not be your traditional big box store brands. And, what we do is we directly connect with those brands and offer kind of a higher level service, right? Like instead of just being like that transactional relationship, we work directly with those brands to provide a lot of value, things like listing enhancements, running ads, or other cool stuff to help them grow and be more invested into us as a retailer, which kind of creates like a reciprocal like a reciprocal need for one another, right? It's not just transactional at that point. It's more just symbiotic relationship.
Okay, excellent. Now, there's people out there who say, the wholesale was hot, when you went and saw Dan at that conference, 4 years ago, but now it's really hard to do that. Now, we were going to have somebody on here. I don't think he was able to come on today, but one of your students, Stefan Yell, he used to be a NHL player, and he, upon retiring from being a professional hockey player, he's like, hey, I want to do something else. I'm not just going to sit here and play golf all day. I want to still, run a business. And he actually took your course and did wholesale in the last year, which is 2019. I believe did 3 million, if I'm not mistaken, on wholesale. So is that like, oh, nobody does that kind of money? Or do you still see people successful being able to get to that 7-figure mark with the wholesale model?
I think wholesale is a better opportunity than it's ever been. And there's a couple different reasons. And I don't mean to say that it's like easy like that. I want to preface with it's, I don't think any model or owning any business is easy. Like, it doesn't matter if you're private label, wholesale, whatever you really are. There's complexities to each one of the models, but the opportunity for wholesale is bigger than it ever has been. And the reason is that brands need people that can represent them. They need qualified sellers who can add specific value. Like think about the Amazon marketplace in general. Like if you look at the marketplace, what you see continually rising to the top are more private label brands, right? Like specifically the private label brands that are very well driven by great marketers in their spaces. And, the brands that have built value and have followings, they're just getting overtaken by these brands. So realistically, they have to have a way to combat it. And that's where our service comes in for them, right? Like we're able to kind of combine that almost private label touch with without the brand building. Because that's really where our model differs from private label is, up until that point, we source our brands and are able to go to market faster, whereas a private label has to build that brand. But after that, where you're maintaining it, it's like, we really do work with the brands that we work with to provide a kind of a really awesome customized experience and have them invest back into us.
Now, I'm just going to be devil's advocate here. All right. You go in there and maybe somebody's got Helium 10. So they've got their listing optimization, they've got their keyword research and they're able to really show an advantage to a potential or a supplier, like say, hey, let me take over your listings and I can do this because I can find the keywords and I can do this and that. And yeah, you get them up and running and now you've doubled their sales. What's to stop them from just saying, all right, thank you. We'll just do this on our own now. So like, how do you protect yourself in that kind of situation?
Sure. No, I mean, that's actually a great question. And I do want to preface with, we are in the process, like our company is moving over to Helium 10. Like we've been really happy with a lot of the features in terms of one of the things that I really love about the software, and I don't want to get too far off tangent here, but is how well it graphically shows, like the evaluation scores and stuff like that. Like it really does give a lot of value to vendors and showing them something they can understand and compare across, other types of listings. So I think that's really cool, and it's added a lot of value from us in terms of the way we email people. But as far as like, why do they continue to be loyal to you? It's, an example is, what we do with our brands is we optimize them to the best of our ability and continue to provide that specific value. It's like, as well as I do that once you optimize a listing, it's not done forever. The same thing is true for, we're like, realistically, what do we do is we adapt to changes on Amazon for them and continue to grow their presence. And it's like, if you're not delivering that level of service, I think that might be a threat for us. Like we've lost 2 brands like that. And honestly, I can say that we've, in all fairness, we had underserved those brands. So I feel like if you're doing it right, like if you're providing the right level of service, being transparent with your communications, and you treat it like a true partnership, that's where they want to invest back into you. And I think that's really the difference in us and the more traditional wholesale model is we have that investment back because what we teach and what we do is really foundational communication with partnerships. Whereas in your more transactional models, it really is just dollars and cents, right? Like if I just, if I don't understand the job you do, then I'm just looking for a cheaper option. But what we really do and teach is communicating that value really well to the brands that we're working with to keep them engaged and keep them as a partner in the process.
Yeah. We're going to go to a kind of flip it a little bit. Here's a question here. So we're talking about, what we want to do if we're looking for a wholesale opportunity. But what about Amazon? What advice do you have for Amazon sellers out there who are making it a little bit bigger and now people come to them to want to quote unquote wholesale product? Maybe not necessarily Amazon, but they're just wanting to like maybe resell it in other places. Do you suggest that they say, oh, no, don't do that because they might just flip it and undercut you on your listing on Amazon? Or are you missing a big opportunity if you don't accept it? Or you can see Madam Butterfly's question right here.
No, I mean, I think with any change in your supply chain, there's challenges, right? And one of the things that I would say in preface with, and this is not really the question you asked, and I'll get there, is that make sure you have the right agreements in place. Like because in theory, you are the brand owner. In this regard, you're the brand owner and somebody's going to try to represent your brand. Make sure you have the right agreements in place. Like albeit map agreements, just any agreements that we use. One of the things that we do with a lot of the brands that we work with, like really closely, is we kind of developed a suite of documents for them, and it's to verify where their sellers are selling the product, who their sellers really are. Like you need documentation. If people are going to tell you that they're going to sell your product in the store, like really, I want to know how it's being sold. I want to know how it's being displayed and things like that. And asking for those types of things is a very reasonable thing. Similarly, if you are selling online, I would talk to a lawyer, an attorney, about creating an agreement that gave you as much power in your intellectual property right enforcement as possible. Because having that going into selling into multiple channels or distributing is a really big thing. We work with an attorney on this for our own business, and I would suggest him. He's like one of the most knowledgeable guys I've ever seen. Is Brian Frankel. If you want to check Brian out about this, he could probably help you get the right agreements in place. And I know he's reverse drafted them in the other direction for us. So it's like he has a lot of experience with this type of thing. Now, directly like related to your question, I've been approached, by multiple people. What's an acceptable margin? What kind of markup am I looking for? And I think that realistically, you understanding the Amazon marketplace gives you that you're able to kind of be more custom. Like a traditional wholesale model is that you have your MSRP or manufacturer suggested retail price, and a lot of vendors try to target Keystone, which is 50% of that is their wholesale price. Now that may not be applicable, and it doesn't have to be applicable to you and your brand. Like, there's a lot of flexible models in that. You can create your own pricing structure. Like, realistically, if you're looking for, you got to think about what you're looking for. And this, I realize I'm kind of going wide on this one, but
you're good.
Whenever you got to realize what you're looking for in regards to what you want your vendors to be doing, right? Like, do you want your vendors to be running ads? If so, you have to give them the margin to do it. Like, what that margin is by looking at your product. So think about how you want your brand to be represented and tailor their margin to that. I think, what do I think is a fair net margin? If your margins are going to be consistent, you're not going to be moving around, sell it. If they're not going to be competing and they're able to just sell your product, run ads, and continue maintaining your presence, like, realistically, a 15% margin seems perfectly fine, right? Like, I'm doing work, but I'm not having to compete, and it's on a stable product where I can have a good relationship with the brand owner. Like, I love that type of relationship. I think that's perfectly reasonable, but I feel like you have to tailor that to your own product and the margins that exist. It's a great question. I love it, actually.
Excellent. Thank you for helping. Keep those questions coming in, guys. This is maybe, I'm not sure if she's talking about the more, the old style of wholesale or the new, but either way, however you think, you might know what she's asking more than me. How do you find products already selling and buy from the current seller? So like maybe she means existing products. So like, how do you find wholesale opportunity?
For us, it's, we're not looking specifically for catalogs. Like, I'm not trying to find people selling inventory and matching that to a listing on Amazon. Like, in the reverse, I find products that sell well on Amazon, then I go track them back to who owns that brand, right? Like, in theory, I would never work with a company this big, because it's just not, it's not the type of relationship where I feel like I could add enough value. And likewise, I can't make a big difference in somebody like this is bottom line. But the point is, you'll understand the brand. Like, if I were going to work with Nike as an example, I found a product that worked for me, on Amazon. I would contact Nike's buying team and work directly with them for to set up a traditional wholesale account. Now, like, this is different than the private label model where you go try to find the factory or manufacturer who builds that product. Where, if I short that supply chain and do that, like, it's actually, I'm bootlegging and counterfeiting product at that point. So really, go through your proper supply chains. And that's the point of all the brands that we work with. Like, you hear a lot of dirty, negative, or bad stories with, people getting hit with IP complaints and all that kind of nonsense. We never have to deal with that, literally ever, because we're an approved seller for every single brand we carry. So, like, they know who we are, they work with us, and they're, it functions like a partnership mentality where we try to help them grow.
Okay, that's good to know. Now, I'm just going to go out there on a limb. This is completely speculation, but in my mind, considering the climate today, I would almost think that wholesale might blow up, because all the companies, for example, that weren't selling on Amazon already because they were just being stingy and like too old school. Like, I'm not going to sell on that darn Amazon. Don't need that stuff. But, their local government shut them down. They couldn't go to work and they couldn't they couldn't sell to stores and this and that. I would think that all those people are now like, wait a minute, I need to get on this Amazon thing, but they don't know how to do it. So like, hey, I need to find somebody. Like, am I on the right track here? Is that, do you feel that coming at all?
Oh, for us, it is the literal busiest time we've ever had.
Also, it's already started. Like
it's already crazy. Like, and it's not only our sales have picked up, but our ability to, here's a lot of the time, we're not trying to just become another seller for a brand. Like, we really do focus on trying to get and create that partnership. And, in the past where brands realized they could be more reliant on stores, right? Like, Amazon was just a piece of their business and something that they were less likely to pay attention to. Now it's really easy to initiate that conversation. Now, whether you close or not is on you and your ability to kind of like, talk to them. but people will listen right now because they understand how important Amazon actually is. So getting in those conversations is right now it's been easier for us than it has been in the past. And, it's been very effective for us because, if you have skills or you have the want to, like, that's another thing is, there's possibly people listen to this. It's like, man, I don't have any skills on Amazon. You don't have to, as long as you're willing to put the work in and do stuff like, then there's a spot for you. Like, I think that it's going to continue to be more important for brands to move away from those transactional sales. And when you can talk to them about what a value-based seller does, or what somebody like, as a business, I can easily tell them what's a different experience in dealing with me than people they've dealt with in the past, for example, right? Like, I can tell them that difference. Whenever you can do that, like, you really are kind of that unicorn in the marketplace where you can get people to want to work with you for really easy. COVID, the COVID situation has added to that, because it realized, and it's unfortunate because a lot of these retail businesses simply aren't going to recover. Like, they're not. Mm-hmm. And, brands are forced to, whenever you start looking at significant parts of your outlets and supply chain shifting, you really have to start moving and paying attention to what you can concentrate on and what is least likely to be affected. And it just happens to be online. So, it's an unfortunate situation, but for us, it's fortunate positioning.
Yeah. Wow. All right. So now I'm not sure if Jonathan is being smart here because of your company name, but he says, is there a formula for finding good wholesale opportunities? So, like, obviously you're called the wholesale formula. So, like, does that mean that it's an actual formula that you're able to identify, like, it's got to meet a certain price point or a certain profit margin, or how do you determine if it's good or not for you?
For us, it's, the formula is in determining what a good lead is, right? Like, it's determining who am I best positioned to talk to? Because, like I said, I'm not the best option for all brands. Like, I'm not trying to be Nike's only approved retailer because, frankly, I couldn't handle that volume, and I don't have those resources. But a lot of the more underserved brands or middle of the road brands, like, they have tons and tons of room for growth. So, like, how do I identify those products, right? And a lot of how we operate and teach is we're very liquidity and cash flow based. Like, I don't believe in buying and investing a lot of money into inventory and then hoping that it sells, or, relying on myself to make it sell. Like, while I'm very confident in our abilities to increase the performance of a product, I hate being forced to have to do that. So, like, that's what we really do focus on in ours. For us, it's, number one, that Amazon doesn't carry the product. Like, that's like one of the, I can give you 3 like really simplistic criteria that you can look for to identify potentially good leads, right? And for us, it is that Amazon's not a seller, and that the reason for that is not that I can't compete with Amazon. Like, we've had accounts where we got such great pricing that we were able to beat Amazon. But the problem is it's very hard for me to follow through on delivering any value, right? Like, Amazon retail team locks listing to changes, and it's just really hard for me to deliver on any of the things that I want to do to help them. So it's as far as cultivating that relationship, outside of being a friendly guy, there's very little I can do. So that's number one, and why we avoid those types of products. Number 2, we look for products that sell, what I would call numerous times per month, but it's realistically, you kind of define your level. Like, I really think a reasonable level to say is I look for products that sell, say, 40 times per month or 60 times per month, at least 60 times per month. And that's not like what you would sell. That's just as the product as a whole. Like, I always, regardless of where you set that line, I think, realistically, 30 to 40 is kind of the minimum. Like, I want to see very consistent sales on a product, because that's that's realistically our baseline, right? Is, once I make improvements, I'm only improving from there, but my product is guaranteed to sell, basically, if I'm in line with the current market, if it's a consistently average, say, 30 sales per month. Now, where I've, used to, one of the, our primary target, like, we've adjusted that down over time, and I can kind of like tell you why. Like, originally I had that line set at 100. And what I realized is I was missing a lot of our prime targets, like, companies that were getting good sales for a product, but they not, they were vastly underperforming. Like there was a lot of room for growth. So, over time, I've kind of toned that down to try to scoop up more of those, because I feel like that's a lot of your best opportunity, right? Is being able to start with a good product with a bad performance, and accelerate that performance, and then use it as a case study. For us in our business, like one of the primary things that we really focus on is creating case studies, because it's literal proof of experience, right? And that's what a lot of these vendors want. And you don't have to have a ton of vendors to do that. Like if you have one vendor, you do one awesome thing for them, say run ads, and you can show that you increase their sales. Like that's a case study. And what you're able to do is you're able to show that to other vendors and share that experience. And then the third criteria for us right now is that it's not private labeled. And we have some kind of like, things we use to identify private label products in terms of how the listings, basically, if it has a really nice listing, more often than not, it's private label. Like, and there's some key factors, conversion factors that you can see in the listing that kind of identify that. But the reason we don't avoid, it's not that we're avoiding private label products. It's a question of opportunity cost. Like, there's over 100 million brands in the world that like where you could be selling those products on Amazon. Like with private label people, a lot of the time they created those products to be the retailer themselves. Like that was their goal, was to control their own supply chain and be the retailer. So like, in terms of what we're trying to accomplish, it's not really in alignment. So we just avoid those to save a lot of time. But if you see a great opportunity, like we've worked with several private label brands and had amazing relationships, and still do. Like we actually work with several private label brands now, just because we felt like we could add a lot of value specifically to them. And that was more of a case by case basis for us. But that's just three kind of like criteria to get you moving in the right direction.
All right. One last question before we take a quick picture here for us. But I imagine that there's two different ways you could do it. Like if you approach a company, under this format, you could be like, hey, if you guys don't have your own Amazon account, we can just list everything under my, account. Or do you help them set up their own Amazon account and you just manage it for them? Do you have a preference as far as what is preferential?
I mean, no, we do both actually. Like we have, for us, like we have our traditional retail side, which is, buying a product from a manufacturer and that's selling it. And then other ones, like we've created, specific relationships with brands where, maybe they wanted to completely control the channel, but didn't know how to do it, where we've managed their accounts and brand on Amazon. So it's like, in those instances, we're able to take a commission of sales rather than, a traditional profit. And for us, it's like, that relationship is I guess preferential, but it's not largely preferential. Like in the regard that you don't have a cash outlay, but there's other challenges that kind of like, it's a little more difficult to do than your traditional buying and selling. So like with traditional buying and selling, if you're working with the right vendors, it's pretty easy, right? Like there's not a lot of variance in your prices. Like a lot of the products we carry, for example, don't have, they don't have your traditional, like, going crazy on the graph. Like they've just been consistent prices. And it's because we've trained our vendors how to care about their products and how to identify potential threats to that.
Cool. All right. One last thing before we take a quick picture. Maybe Brian will take our picture throwing up the Helium 10s. But how can people reach out? I still see some questions that we didn't have time to get to. So how can people reach out to you to find out more about the wholesale opportunity on Amazon?
Yeah, absolutely, man. Just check us out at thewholesaleformula.com. Like we have a blog there. We have like a variety of resources and stuff. We also have a free Facebook community. It's called the FBA Wholesale Community. And just jump in there. There's a bunch of cool people in there that just do nothing but live, eat, and breathe Amazon. So it's a cool little community.
Awesome. All right, let's throw up our Helium 10 so everybody can take our picture, post it. All right, cool. So guys, don't forget to tag Dan. You have an Instagram for the Wholesale Formula?
I actually don't. I have just a Facebook page. Like we're like the good country boys, man. Like we're
no worries there. Tag me, Crazy Sock TV. That's why I'm wearing my Crazy Sock today, so you can remember that. Crazy Sock TV. Tag me and Helium 10 as well. Dan, thank you so much. And if people want more information on that, make sure to check out the podcast that we did with Dan on the Serious Sellers podcast. Thank you so much, Dan, for joining us. All right, let's keep it rolling, guys. Don't guess how many, any guesses, or there doesn't need to be a guess. You guys can see the number yourself, about how many people we've had so far today, how many views we've had. You guys can check it right now. Our first videos, the YouTube and the Facebook, we've got, I believe, over 15,000 now, 14 or 15,000 views so far today. And we're just halfway through, or a little bit more than halfway now. We've got about only 250 on here. So a lot of the people from Europe have all gone to sleep by now. And now we're going to start getting, hopefully, Asia in the house soon, in the next few hours, as it's getting to be morning there. But again, help us out. Make sure to give us a like. Right now, give us a thumbs up if you're watching on Facebook. Give us a like if you are watching on YouTube. If you're on mobile, you might have to like scroll up to see where the like is. But hook us up. We got 30 likes right now. There we go, 31. I see 31. Awesome. Do I hear 31, 32, 33, 33, 34, 35? Oh, there we go, 35, 36. There we go. All right, cool. I'm like an auction person. All right. So we have just gone over the wholesale opportunity. Shipping and logistics was the last one we did before that. Right now, we're going to get into two different things that a lot of you guys don't know about, which are press releases and something called Amazon Post. And to do that, Norm, you got your computer, you got your camera ready? There we go. We are going to bring on somebody who has about as much hair in his beard, more than I have on my head. Let's bring it. And it's a beautiful beard. It is Norm. What is up? That beard is getting even longer during COVID here.
Absolutely. Yes.
I love it. All right.
I got more time to groom it.
Awesome. Awesome. Where are you? Are you in Canada right now, or where are you at, Norm?
Yeah. I'm about 2 hours north of Toronto.
Okay. All right, cool. So thank you for coming on here. And as with everybody here, the reason why, or my thought process on bringing different ones here is like, what do they have that is really valuable? Or is there something unique that they do? Or do they have some cool strategies that I think the viewers would really like? And one thing we've talked about on our podcast, another Serious Sellers podcast alumnus right here, is first of all about press releases, which we'll talk about first. And then we'll talk a little bit about something I know nothing about, which is called Amazon Post. So first, let's get into the press releases. I think people know what press releases are, but they might be scratching their head thinking, well, why would you do a press release? How does that even relate to us as Amazon sellers? So can you talk about that a little bit?
Right. So, when you start talking about press releases, people just look at you, deers in the headlight. It's a topic that it's not sexy, but it gets results. So a press release is just a newsworthy event. And most Amazon sellers, when they think of a press release, they think of, oh, I can only write about my product launch. Oh, I can only write about a website. You can write about so many interesting topics about your product, cross-promoting products, but it's just creating something that's not salesy. It's just got to be worded properly. It's got to be in kind of a news format. You can't talk about yourself. It's just like watching a news broadcaster. You can, if you are if you start talking in quotes, when you write in quotes, you can say I, me, but you have to make sure that it's newsworthy. The first time you see it's salesy, 10% off, or you're trying to promote your products, you probably won't get picked up. And what I mean by picked up is you can write a press release, or a company writes a press release for you, and then it has to be distributed. And what I mean is you can go out to media outlets. So a good press release company will get out to Google News, they'll get out to hundreds of media outlets. So you're talking about like CNN, Fox, newspapers like Miami Herald, Boston Globe, search engines, journalists, they'll probably be using Harrow or something like that, bloggers, influencers. So it's just a piece of content that's going to populate, and they're going to give you authority links, really high quality links. And for us, we put them back to our website or back to Amazon. So we take one link, nothing fancy, no super URLs, just a raw link, put it in there, drive it back to your Amazon listing. And what happens is Google picks up all these keywords from your title and ranks you. And Amazon loves you because you've got all these authority links going back to your, and I don't know why, but because they're high level authority links, Amazon seems to love it. And when you mix that, you can do it, especially during a product launch. you can do multiple press releases. Like, don't worry about doing 2 or 3 a week for a couple of weeks while you're doing your launch. You can write about all sorts of different things. And you'll end up, if you're doing any other form of marketing, like with the post, with the PPC, with rebates, you'll notice that your product's going to launch faster and stick longer.
Excellent, excellent. All right, so that's basically, in a nutshell, what how press releases relate. Now, can you explain Amazon Post and when that started and what it is and how it can help sellers?
Sure. So I should back up just a bit. I talked very briefly about launch, but the other thing about press releases is brand. So just imagine, and I think when I was on your podcast, I did I did a keyword search, and it was just keyword phrase, and we dominated 2 pages of Google, except for 1 slot. And it was all about the brand, and it was all about the product. So by putting out press releases every month, all of a sudden you become the authority and you're building trust. So when you go and when we're looking at strategy, you've got really 3 things. You've got PPC, you're looking at Amazon press releases and rebates typically, and Amazon posts. Nobody is using Amazon posts to drive traffic. And it's Amazon's social media network. They ended up changing it. It used to be Amazon Sparks. They stopped Amazon Sparks, and they came up with a new format. And what they wanted to do is start building communities for brands. And they allow you to go out, very similar to Facebook. You can create lifestyle photos. You can create features. You can take images from your EBC or A+. You can take your images from your product listing, from your slide deck. You can create just a display. And what happens is the more you put out and the more engaging content that you put out, Amazon will promote it. And they'll promote it based on conversion. So just like Facebook or just like other social media networks, you want to post as much as you can, 3 to 5 times a day. And they show you reports. And based on the reports, you can see what's engaging. And then you can go back and repeat those. Now, what's really cool about Amazon Post, there's very, very little click-through rate. They make it extremely tough to go, like when you're on your mobile app, and that's where it is. It's not on desk yet, but when you're on your mobile app and you scroll down, you'll notice that you'll see the Amazon post just above the questions, and it'll show your post. And then it'll say, find more related posts to your brand. You click on it, it'll show another post in a carousel. So you can scroll about 10 across, 15 across, and they're all your brand. Then it will say, show more. So if you want to click, you hit show more, it'll pop up your product listing, like just a summary. And then to actually buy it, that's where the click is. That's where they're measuring. So if you're getting a 1 or 2% click-through rate, yeah, I'm guaranteeing you're going to be having extremely high conversion rates, because anybody that's going to take the time to click on a post 3 times or 4 times wants your product. And so it's just a great way to drive traffic. Now, the other real bonus with Amazon posts is you can add 100% absolutely for free advertise on your competitor's listing. Go right under your competitor. So the more you show, like let's say you're in a niche that has very little people using Amazon posts, the chances of you showing up, you can't pick. Amazon does it. They show your posts under your competitors. They take your categories and they pick categories for you, which is kind of cool because you can see the categories they're targeting. And if you've never targeted them for marketing in the past, you can start looking at, this is what Amazon's actually seeing. Let's start targeting keywords in these categories too. So it helps you with your keyword research. But anyways, the more you post, the more they pick up, the more you'll be able to be seen on your competitors. Now, they're shown a little bit differently. They're under the competitors' reviews. So when you go over to a competitor, you'll see at the very bottom, you'll see tons now of Amazon posts. And you can be there very easily. We've got some of our clients. We can see them. There's nobody.
Oh, you're breaking up there.
Oh,
there you go. Now you're back. There you go.
Okay. If you're posting all the time and you want to take advantage of, be showing up under your competition, just have really incredible, engaging content. Like Wilfried, our friend Wilfried, he's always talking about
on this morning.
Yeah. He's talking about engaging content. Well, if it's just a really bad photograph, a lot of the times people aren't going to, click through. If it's a polished, sometimes candid photographs are nice, like just your typical Instagram style. But if it's a polished photograph, or if you're showing ingredients, you can even put recipes. You can have a picture and click more, and you can actually start posting recipes if you're in the cooking, niche. So there's so many things you can do with Amazon posts. Plus, you can go in to your account, and you can actually see the report. So you can see exactly what it is. You can go in and edit the listing if you like. So, and it never goes away. It's always part of your Amazon account.
All right. Now we're gonna start going through some of our viewers' questions right now, and they're gonna go back and forth between the press releases and Amazon posts. I'm actually gonna bring Brian onto the camera here. So Brian just choked on his water bottle, I could see here. All right. So Brian, if you could help with some of these questions, I gotta take a quick break. I'll be back here like in what my dad would say is 2 shakes of a lamb's tail. So in other words, a couple minutes. But if you can throw up some of these questions on AMZ Post and also the press releases for Norm.
Okay, cool.
How's it going, Brian?
It's going good. How are you doing?
Good, thanks.
All right. Did you already answer this one? Could you give an example of a press release?
Oh, sure. So a press release, let's say I like using pets. I'm in the pet niche. So what you want to do, and the reason I'm explaining this is everything is in the title. Amazon or Google will rank the title. It doesn't matter too much about what you have as the body of your press release. It's all in the title. So it's the different combinations in the title that make up what Google will rank you for. So let's say that you're doing bully sticks, and let's say it's organic, natural, grass-fed bully sticks provide healthy dog snacks for elderly, or healthy pet snacks for elderly dogs. And then what will end up happening is Google will take all of those keywords and give you hundreds of different combinations. So it's not 5 reasons why you should buy bully sticks. It's just changing it around a little, so you can target your product. It could be, you could also say something like grass-fed organic or grass-fed odorless bully sticks now launching on Amazon. Or it could be grass-fed bully sticks help elderly dogs with digestion. I mean, there's so many things that you can do. One of the things you can do when you're putting together just a title is go and look at what type of blogs are out there. Go to Purina, or go and see what the typical pet influencers writing about, and then just change it. Don't talk about the 7 reasons why. And you'll end up, with just a ton of information. And a matter of fact, Bradley, I don't know if this is available, or links are available. I can give anybody who's listening here just some creative juices. We have something called 108 Brilliant Ideas how to write a press release. And we can also provide the guidelines. It's just like free. We'll throw over a link, and whoever wants it can download it.
Pop it in the comments, link
Sure.
if you can.
Sure.
Thank you, Brian. By the way, I was fast. Yes, I did wash my hands, guys. All right, cool. All right, so that was a great question by Simone.
Yeah.
Rhonda says, "What exactly is an authority link?"
Okay, so when we send out the press release, so we're going over, and basically we have arrangements with different news organizations. It'll go over, let's say it's the Miami Herald, and they want to put it on their online website. So they'll put the press release up, and that link It's on their server, but the link that you have in there going back to your Amazon store, it's going to show that it's coming from Washington Post, Miami Herald, CNN. And those links are just given a higher authority than Small Town USA or Bob's Store. So Google likes them a lot more. They give them a bit more, I call it power or juice, than other links like, again, Small Town USA. You know, I hope that explains it right. And how do you put it on Amazon? So in the body of your press release, a lot of people use super URLs, and there's no need for this. You're absolutely not doing this for traffic. What you're doing it for is those 400 authority links. So you don't need super URLs. You just go to your listing and you take the raw product page listing, and you write the first paragraph, whatever it is, and then you say learn more, put the link there, and then just continue writing the article. And when they click on it, what will end up happening is that links back to your Amazon page. When the press release gets distributed, that links back to all your Amazon pages. So it gives you authority, it gives you trust, and this is wild. We put out one press release, and this is every day of the week that this happens. It's not like, oh, we're just showcasing this one, but we did one for Bully Sticks, and we threw it up there, and we had 280 within 24 hours, 280 different combinations of the title were ranked on Google. 179 were on page 1, and 131 were number 1. So we were number 1 in Google, and it was for Bully Sticks launched Amazon. There was horrible ones. Like, there was 5 long tail Q. They were really horrible, some of them, but some of them were great. And some press release, some of the press release keyword phrases stick around for years. I was talking with Kevin King about it, and I showed him one that was from 2016 that was still number 2 when you did the search, when you did the keyword phrase search.
2002, you said?
No, 2016.
Oh, I was about to say, what in the world?
Yeah.
My audio is going out here. All right, say again, Norm.
Okay, so with press releases, not only do you get the advantage of Amazon, but you get the advantage with your Amazon listings and ranking, but you also get the advantage of branding. So when you publish a press release and you do it continually, some of the keywords and the keyword phrases that you're using in the title stick around for years. So for example, there was one I did in 2016, and if I typed in the keyword phrase, it was 2016, 2018, 2019, Chewy, Amazon.ca, our images, our videos. It just dominated Google because we were putting out so much content.
Interesting. That's awesome. So, guys, I hope this is just blowing your minds here, because this is something that is readily available, and that I would venture to say 99.5, if not 99.9% of current Amazon sellers are not utilizing. And then you could see the kind of effects. Now, going back to the other thing you were talking about here, we got a great question by Ankita. Is Amazon Post only for brand registered sellers?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Excellent. And from where can we access that in Seller Central if they are brand registered?
Okay, so and I don't know if they've changed it. I haven't looked in the last month, at least 6 weeks. But where they had it kind of hidden is you just go into your user permissions, you click on all the permissions, and you'll see it tucked away. It'll say Amazon Post. By default, it says no. You just have to enable, and then there you go. To enlist, all you do is go to posts.amazon.com, and you just sign in with your Seller Central account, and you're all set to go.
Okay.
They'll ask you to upload your logo. They'll ask you to upload your brand, and then all these posts are branded, so you'll be able to actually see your logo and your brand.
You doing anything with the Google free listings at all?
No, I haven't.
Okay. That's something that just came out a couple days ago. I just saw that in the news, so that would be something I'm definitely
I'm going
going
to check that out.
to watch. Now I just lost my I lost my questions here. There we go. Here we go. Do I have to, this is from Monica, do I have to bid to have my post show up on competitors' listing? Is it like PPC?
No, you don't. It's absolutely free. I don't know how long that'll last. Post is a beta program. It might change, not sure, but you can't tell Amazon where you want to place the post yet. I think that's where when we're going to start to see pay to play, I think that'll end up happening. But right now it's absolutely free, but they tell you where to go. And like I said, the really cool part about this is it tells you categories that you could index for that you didn't know about.
Okay, good to know. What is considered an engaging post? Can you give an example?
Sure. So one of the posts that I was looking at was a knife, and a knife's a knife's a knife. And one of the selling features to this knife, it was childproof. So it showed, moms working with in this case, it was their daughter, chopping up products. In one post, it showed another, just a little girl chopping up. I don't know if that's too safe, but it's a safety knife, right? It's not like she's going to cut herself. You could be creating a really incredible recipe. So you have these beautiful pictures of dishes, or prepping for the dishes, or just it could be another engaging picture. Let's stick with knife. It might be a chef. So a chef that's endorsing your product. Yeah, if you've got somebody that's of that caliber in your niche, and you can get somebody that like either a chef, or you can show an award, people are going to click on it to find out more information about that chef and why is he interested in your product.
Interesting. All right. Now we got a question from Brad here. It says, as a private label seller, should I just create all this content myself, or is this something that you should outsource for somebody who's more talented in it?
There's a lot of ways that you can do this for free. So just think, you can run a contest on Instagram or Facebook and just ask people, you could be providing like like a contest where they buy the product, they take a picture with your product, you put it on your insert, and they could have a chance to win $100 Amazon gift certificate by giving you lifestyle, I call them lifestyle images, but for social sharing. So they show you with the product. It might be somebody opening up, let's keep with the knife, or it could be somebody just showing it, or a chef using it to cut meat or something like that. Those are free. You can go out onto platforms like Thomason or into IntelliFluence and hire people to do it. There's lots of different people that will go out and take images with your product. And you can even ask them. You could just say, like, after a follow-up email goes out, hey, would you mind taking a picture? It's not a big deal. And they don't have to post it. They don't have to put it as a review. It's an image that they can send, put it up to your Instagram. And then what happens is with Amazon Posts, you can use like any of the apps that are out there that share Instagram. So you can take any of the Instagram people that have put it onto their into their profiles, or even your own, and share it on Amazon.
Cool. All right. One last question before we take a quick picture here. This is from Amir. Is Post available in Amazon Canada?
Oh. I'm not you know what? I'm not sure. I think the last time it was I checked, it was only available in the US.
Okay. All right. There's some other questions we didn't have time to get to. I swear the same thing happens every time. Like I don't see much question in the last 3 minutes. Some people send 33 questions, so then we can't get to all of them. I think they do that on purpose to make my life even more difficult. But anyways, Norm, you're not going to leave them hanging. How can people reach out to you to get more information, either on managing Amazon Posts or helping them out maybe with their press releases?
Sure. They can get a hold of me at norm@prreach.com. There's 2 R's in there, prreach.com.
PR Reach. Okay, I was about to say prreach.com. All right. Norm, let's throw up the Helium 10. Take a quick picture here. All right, guys, don't forget to tag us. Take a picture, tag Crazy Sock TV, tag Norm if you can find him on Instagram. And Norm, thank you so much for coming on. And don't forget to check out his Serious Sellers podcast that he did with us as well. So here, Norm.
It's a pleasure. Thank you.
All right, guys, we are now finished with hour 9 of the 16-hour marathon that we're calling Megathon. Thank you guys so much for joining us. We got another great we have another great session right up next. But again, just to remind you guys, right down here, if you're new, almost everything that we have talked about today, guys, you know, merch by Amazon, wholesale, product launches, you know, about your keywords, you know, how are you ranking in your keywords after a press release? I mean, all of this stuff, guys, you need tools, you know, and that's why what we're providing you guys. So Helium 10, that's our special. This special is good through tonight, guaranteed. Just go to helium10.com/megathon. It's 80% off for it, and it's completely money back guarantee. So if you're just sitting at home right now and you go through our entire 40-hour freedom ticket course in like 3 weeks, and you're like, you know what, Amazon is not for me, I'm going to just sell on Instagram because the next guest that we have, Celine, is amazing, and I learned more from her than Helium 10. Well, no worries. We'll even give you your $20 back. All right. So guys, sign up for this right now. I know there's most of you who are watching us right now are already Helium 10 users, but basically if there's anybody else that's out there that's not a Helium 10 user right now, right, and you have any interest in Amazon at all, I mean, I'm assuming you do. Otherwise, why are you sitting here? It's definitely not for my choice in fashion that you're here. You're probably interested a little bit in Amazon, guys. It's a no-brainer. Make sure to take advantage of this deal so that you can start your education and your sourcing for your next product idea, whether you're already selling on Amazon or whether it's your very first product. All right. We have another Serious Sellers podcast alum who is coming on, and I don't know, the last time I talked to her, she never sold on Amazon. Maybe she's sold on Amazon since then, but she has never even sold on Amazon, and she's going to tell us all about Instagram. Here we go. Let's bring on Celine. Celine, how is it going?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing great. I thought I'd be dead by now, but I'm feeling pumped. All right. I'm on energy high right now. So Celine, you're also calling us from Canada, right?
Yes. Vancouver.
How are things going for you? What is it like are you in Vancouver? Is it?
Yeah, Vancouver.
So what's Vancouver like for coronavirus? Like, are you guys like locked down? Do they shoot you if you go outside the place, or they're kind of cool, or what's going on over there?
I guess everyone's like encouraged to stay home, but there's no like curfew or anything like that. And I mean, all the restaurants, dining in is closed. You can only do takeout. All the malls are closed, and only the essential businesses are opened. But that's about it. I think people are getting used to it. It's been like a few weeks now.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool. Now, your story, it's been a while. We're actually probably going to need to have you on soon because we try and bring people back after a year on the podcast. It's been a while. You had one of our most popular podcasts of like the probably 2 or 3 month period when you came on, because it was so different. It had nothing to do with Amazon. It was about growing your business on Instagram, and you have a very, very successful business. I believe the most successful swimwear business in Vancouver. And it all started basically with Instagram. So can you just, for the people who forgot about that episode or maybe never heard it, can you give your quick backstory on how does somebody build a business on Instagram, and mainly in your case?
Yeah. So when I started it, it was 2016, and I think 2-3 months before we launched our brand, I already registered for an Instagram account and started posting relevant images and captions that would be related to my brand. In this case, it was swimwear. So we would post like famous people in swimwear, and then in the caption, we would write obviously something about, hey, like we're opening up our store soon, launching soon. And I was building the account for about 3 months before we launched, and we were already at, I think, 5,000 followers when we launched. So that was really helpful when we launched, especially because we launched December 1st, which was winter, and in Vancouver, the summer months are super short. So I think that really helped. And for me, I chose Instagram because my demographic is 18 to 24 women, and Instagram is the platform where they're on most of their time, right? So yeah.
Okay, so like just for those first 4,000 or 5,000 followers, was it basically all or mainly or half organic, or like how does I mean, I obviously I know very little about Instagram. I'm here pushing my Instagram, Crazy Sock TV, guys, Crazy Sock TV. And like I've had Instagram for years, and I have like maybe 2,000 followers or something. You got 5,000 followers in 3 months. So what's the difference between someone like me who does nothing to grow their following, and how did you rise so rapidly?
I think at the time our account served more as like a feature account. So we were posting viral travel photos with, bikinis in it. And we were using hashtag strategies, which at the time in 2016 worked really, really well. Way better than it's working now because Instagram changed the algorithm so many times. But back then, like maybe I think 6 out of 10 of our posts would be on Explore page, and it would reach like more than 90% of the people that weren't following us. And that's how we gained the following that way.
So basically you're saying that I need to post pictures of myself in a bikini, and
Yes.
that's going to, okay. See, I haven't tried that yet. So now I know, okay. All of a sudden I just looked, about 75 people unfollowed me right now after I said that. So, okay, maybe that's not the right look. So you're at, I know I just looked at it right now. Your one account, I believe, is at like about 15 or 20,000 followers. So then you grow up that organic at first. Now you launch a company. How do you keep scaling then to get to where you are now?
Yeah. So right now our main account is at 132K.
Oh, I was looking at the wrong one. 100. How much?
132.
Holy cow. Wait. I was looking at the wrong one. Which one is that one? How do I find that one?
VITAE and then apparel.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. 130. Yeah, I was off by only 115,000. I'm not good at math.
That's our backup
134,000
account.
followers.
Yeah, the other one's our backup account just in case anything happens. Yeah.
Okay. So same question, but just different numbers. How did you get from 5,000 to the next step, even with Instagram algorithm changes?
I think the thing that worked for me the most was doing giveaways. Last time I was on our podcast, I mentioned that we did a giveaway that went viral, and I grew about like 17,000 followers over like 2 days. That giveaway was basically like a free plus shipping offer. We were giving away free bikinis. They only had to pay for shipping, and then all they had to do was follow us and repost the post on their story. And it just like went crazy, and we grew about 17K followers. And then I think last week we did another giveaway. Oh, sorry.
No worries. We'll drive by right there.
Yeah. Last week we did another giveaway, and we were giving away gym equipment. So like some dumbbells, barbells and stuff like that. And we also grew another 13K within a week. So giveaway really, really helps, especially if you're giving away items that are really relevant to your brand and that resonates with your customer.
Walk us through a giveaway. Let's say that I'm just looking around. Okay, I've been wearing different hats all day. All right, so
yeah.
Maybe I have a hat company that I design hats for hat freaks like myself. All right, so that's what my Instagram account is based on. I want to grow my following. Walk me through what exactly a giveaway, because I think I had told you this before. Like when Amazon people hear the word giveaway, they're thinking about like certain things and 2-step URLs and this is I'm giving away my product if they search, but that has nothing to do with what you're talking about in the Instagram giveaway. So walk me through, hat owner, how do I make a giveaway? What is it and what's the process?
Yeah, so there's a few different scenarios on Instagram. You can choose to do a giveaway on your post, which would be on your feed, or you can do a giveaway on your story. So we usually do giveaways on our feed, and what the rules would look like would be like, for example, like follow, well, for my brand, it's follow at Vitae Apparel, And the second rule would be tag a friend to share these prizes with. And the third one would be share this post on your story. I think especially now, there's a lot more people watching Instagram stories than the post, because Instagram randomizes the post that what they want to show you. So stories is a little bit better. And so now we usually make the step to repost on your story mandatory. And then we could also only give away hats, but I would also throw in maybe like you're also selling streetwear to go with the hat. And I would also throw in like an entire outfit just to have more prizes to incentivize people to enter. And I would give more outfits away, like more hats away, so they could share with their friends. So their friends would want to enter into your giveaway as well. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. And then if
Easy
we
enough,
were
it
to
sounds.
do an Instagram story giveaway, I would just ask them to repost on their story and tag us and follow us, like just easy 2 simple steps instead of posting it on our feed.
Okay. All right. So giveaways, and then like, what was the most, was the one you mentioned the most successful one you had? Didn't you say one got you like 14,000 or something just in one giveaway? 14,000.
So that one we were giving away unlimited free products, but they only had to pay for shipping. And people kind of just like went crazy. They're like, oh, as long as I do these steps, like I get a free product. So we spent, I think, about like 2-3 weeks just to like go through all the participants to make sure like they get their free product. But this one that we did last week was just 2 big prizes. The first prize is like a bundle of home gym products that you can win that's worth like over $3,000 plus a VT Apparel gift card. And the second prize is just a gift card. And we had about 60, I think right now we're at 62,000 comments under that giveaway post. And that one went crazy too.
My goodness, that's crazy. All right. Now, how much of your following came, if any, from like influencer marketing?
I would say 40% of it came from influencer marketing, just from us running influencer campaigns. For example, if we have a new launch coming up, we would send influencer products first, and then they would post on their story, share their code, or sometimes we would run giveaways with them. And in that way, we gain followers directly from them. Because when they run a giveaway on their profile, they would say like, hey, win $1,000 gift card from VT Apparel, and you have to follow me and VT Apparel, and then, other rules as well. And that really helped us grow. We did that a little bit less this year, but last year we did a lot of that, and the growth was really significant.
Okay. So how can somebody, what's a good vetting process or search process on who would make a good fit for being an influencer that one should pick for their brand or for their giveaway or for whatever promotion they're working on?
So for us, we sell fitness apparel and swimwear, and what we usually do is go on our competitors' Instagram profile and see who they work with. Now it is a little bit difficult because some influencers are signed exclusively with, like, let's say our competitor, but most of them aren't, and they can work with multiple brands that are in the same niche. So we usually go through and see where they're located. For example, if we want to target US, then make sure that they're from the US. We ask them to send their insights over, make sure that most of their following is women, in our case, located in the US, and that they have a high engagement percentage. Because right now, there's a lot of influencers out there that have fake followers. For example, if they have 50,000 followers and they only get 500 likes, then the engagement is really bad, and you don't want that, especially if you're paying for it.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Let's keep going here. By the way, somebody had just said, Holly, reach out to support at helium10.com. They'll fix that for you, but there should be no problem. If you keep getting that problem, let me know, but they'll fix that. I sent that to them right now. Let's keep going here. We got some Vancouver. How do you say somebody from Vancouver? Vancouverian?
I think Vancouver.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we got some people from, I'm just gonna say people from Vancouver representing right here. All right. Here we go. Rhonda's like, well, but that was such a big giveaway though. How do you afford it? Like, what's your ROI?
So we actually partnered up with a local gym. What happened is because of COVID-19, the gym was closed down and they wanted to be, out there and present in the social media just to, be in front of their customer or potential customer and be in, like in the back of someone's head. And when everything reopens, then maybe they'll remember that, hey, this gym hosted this giveaway and I remember seeing them and I want to go to this gym and get fit now that everything's back to normal. So they actually reached out to us and they bought all the equipment, and because their gym, it's not that difficult either. So a lot of times we partner up with other companies for giveaways like these, and we don't always spend all the money. In the very beginning, I think first year running Vitae, I did spend our own money, like buying, like for example, an iPhone, when the MacBook Air, and we spent on money on that. But after that, we always found companies to work with or pitch in to this big prize together, and that way your cost is a lot lower. How do I measure my ROI? It's honestly really hard to tell. But from me monitoring our Shopify store during the week of the giveaway, even now our visitors have tripled and our sales have gone up like ×2, ×3 every day. And I can't say it's directly because of the giveaway, but we also have other funnels set up. For example, like we catch their email when they enter into our website, and then we put them into a welcome flow. We also have Facebook ads running for retargeting. So I think those all contributes to, the boost in revenue.
Now, how much of your business today is from like your website compared to, or do you actually have inside of Instagram one of those stores kind of where people can buy directly from Instagram, or is it all on your website?
It's all on our website.
Okay. But then
Yeah.
are you able to see where the traffic comes from? Do a lot of them come from Instagram still, or you have so much brand recognition now that people are just Googling you or just going directly there?
I think I looked on Google Analytics a few weeks ago, and coming from Instagram is still a huge percentage, like 80%.
Wow.
And then obviously a lot of people Googling us, and also through Facebook ads and email as well, email marketing.
Okay, cool. We got another question from Os Group. How many from like the 14,000 people leave after receiving the giveaway?
So I think our drop was about 20%. So we kept most of the following, which is really good. And out of the 14,000 people that entered, after we send them the code to redeem the free product, and then they have to pay for shipping, I think about 3,500 people went through with the order, which is a lot for us at the time. So I think it was a really good turnout.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yolanda says, what does your team look like? They're actually all look like supermodels. They have blonde hair. No, I think what she means is like, what's your team makeup like? How many people do you have working on social media? How many do you have, shipping, fulfilling orders, things like that?
Yeah. So actually right now we're running into like inventory issues because of the delays of COVID-19 and shipping. Everything is delayed. But honestly, the past 2 months, ever since COVID-19 has happened, our sales have only doubled. And this month we had our best month ever, which is really crazy. But I asked everyone to work from home now. So we have one graphic design girl. We have 2 social media girls that are working on reaching out to influencers and like gifting campaigns. So what we do is we also DM like very famous people, like for example, like Kylie Jenner. We would DM her and be like, hey, can we gift you items? And you'd be surprised how many people would respond and give you their address. And then we just ship our items out for free and package it really nice. So I have 2 girls working on that. And we also have a bunch of freelancers, VAs actually, to do Instagram engaging. So they would engage with new people. They would help us like reply to comments under our Instagram and leave comments to people that tagged us. And for fulfilling, we have 2 to 3 people part-time fulfilling orders as well.
Okay. Excellent.
Yeah.
Excellent. Let's see. Helen says, how do you manage the logistics of tracking all those entries? I have done giveaways, and with 200 entries, it was overwhelming.
Yeah, so there's actually this website, I forgot the name, but if you Google it, it would Google random Instagram comment picker, and then you connect your business Instagram profile. It would actually track all of the people that commented under your post, and it would randomly pick one for you. So in that case, like one of our rules was, you know, like tag your friend in the comment, right? So then I guess the app and software would pick from the people that commented randomly, so you're not like, you know, picking it manually. So I would highly recommend you to use that app. It's free. And for story entries, we don't really have a solid, you know, system in place, but we kind of just like see who reposts our stories and then like kind of manually keep track of it. And also most of the time, the repost on story rule is a bonus entry. So when they repost it, they get like a bonus 25 entries. So we would just record it on our own.
Okay.
Yeah.
We got another question here. How do you generate your content in the early days? Do you share existing content, create new content, or something else?
So in the early days, we actually started a brand ambassador program, and I would recommend anyone to do this because I think till now, this is what made us stand out from the rest of the brands. It's that we have like a huge community, and what these brand ambassadors do is they get a huge discount off from your products, and then they would purchase it, and they get these perks, for example, like commission, or they get to travel with you. These perks needs to be tailored specifically to your brand, and what works with our brand is to give opportunities to photo shoots, fashion shows to these brand ambassadors because they want to, you know, be a model and model for our products. And we would just ask them to send photos in every month, and they would send photos in. And if the photos are not good enough, or if you don't want to post it, we made up a guideline and sent them like the template and say like, hey, make sure you have sufficient lighting, make sure you're facing the sun, this and that. And then like eventually they get what kind of content you're looking for. Plus they really want to be reposted by, you know, a big company too, right? So they would send in content. And also you can incentivize them in sending in content, like giving them a gift card to their next purchase.
Okay. What we talked a little bit earlier about good engagement. So do you have a formula you use, or like how do you determine what is good engagement for an influencer?
Yeah, there's a third-party website called hypeauditor.com. You have to pay for the report, but on there it will tell you everything you need to know. It's not 100% accurate, but it's pretty good, I'd say. It will tell you their engagement and where the followers are from, how old they are, everything you need to know, even what category they're in. For example, like fashion and travel or fitness and wellness, like it will tell you. And we really use that for bigger influencers, especially the ones we pay for. For the free ones, we kind of just, like, for example, if they have 50,000 followers and they have 5,000 likes, what is that? 10% engagement, which is really good. Nowadays, I would say above 5% is really good engagement. Most of the accounts are sitting at like 1 to 3%. So if you find an influencer over 5%, like sign her on right away. And what we do is we go through the comments, we go through a few posts and see the comments and make sure that they're not fake. So what a lot of people do now is they join engagement pods. And for example, if I posted a new post, I would post the engagement pod and be like, hey, I just posted a new post, like please comment and like. And then the same group of girls or guys would go to the post and engage, be like, oh, I love this. And then it's just all fake engagement. So you really need to look. And we also go through their likes to see if those are fake likes. Like you can pretty much tell right away. If there's no profile, no photo, then you can tell.
All right. We got another question. During coronavirus, how has that affected your sales? I mean, I would imagine people aren't going to the beach if it's swimwear. So was it a drastic decrease, or what was?
No, it was like I said earlier, I think this month we had our best sales ever. It even like surpassed Black Friday, and I think it's because the fact that we also sell fitness apparel. People are working out at home,
Yeah.
right? And then also, well, in Canada, a lot of people just got like government checks to help like for COVID-19. So they got a lot of money, and I think they're spending it online. Like not just us, like other e-commerce businesses I talked to, their sales have went up too. Yeah.
Peter says, and you don't have to answer this if you don't want to, but would you be willing to share your gross annual sales?
I think this year we're over 500,000, which is
Wow.
double from last year. Yeah.
That's awesome. And still not selling on Amazon, right?
No.
But soon. I know you and I have been
planning.
talking about that.
I know, we're talking about it, and I was we're actually coming out with fitness equipment because of, you know, everyone being at home, and we want to sell something easy for them to use at home, like those resistant bands. And when we get those in, I'm planning to list it on Amazon, and we'll see how that goes.
Terry says, admire your hustle. How did you design your clothing, and how did you source? Like, how did you find the suppliers and manufacturers?
I used to find them on Alibaba.com, and then afterwards I found that Alibaba.com is actually a little bit pricier than 1688.com, which is the Chinese version of it. And I speak Chinese, so I have the advantage of, you know, directly communicating with manufacturers in China. So the manufacturers in 1688 don't really do international businesses, because if they do, they would be on Alibaba. So what they do is they sell to local sellers that sells on Taobao, right? So it's like a much cheaper tier than Alibaba, and I kind of just deal with them directly. And then most of them actually don't know how to ship stuff internationally, so you have to have a, you know, your own like shipping logistics person in China that would help you ship your stuff to you.
Okay. Do you do anything on TikTok for marketing at all?
Yes, we actually recently, the recent past 3 months, we're doing TikTok. One of our videos blew up to over 1 million views, but I did not see any like increase in visitor. But I think that's because recently TikTok only rolled out the feature where you can put your link in the bio, and the link is clickable. Before, there's no link, like you can't click in it. So I don't think people were like going anywhere, or they like, you know, didn't know where to go either. But
so was it a paid ad, or are you just doing a
it was just like
or something like that? Or?
We were just, yeah, it was our models dancing, and we just like filmed it at a photo shoot, and then we posted it, and it got like over 1 million views.
Wow.
And then it was crazy. That was the only video that blew up. Everything after that, we've been like constantly posting, and I do see huge growth. Like we've only been doing it for about a month. I think we're at like 2,000 followers now. And the only thing I would say about TikTok is to like be consistent at it and keep creating content. Don't give up, because you never know which video will blow up. And then post at least once a day. Yeah.
Okay. Excellent.
Also, TikTok influencers are really cheap.
Okay.
I mean, they're free.
Unless it's one of those crazy ones that
Yeah,
charge
unless it's
$150,000 per.
Even the crazy ones on TikTok are like 1/10 of the price of Instagram.
Wow. Interesting. Yeah. Interesting. That might merit further investigation. I think that would be cool.
Yeah.
You said you use VAs, right?
Yes.
Here's a question then from Cigar. Where do you source your VAs from, and how do you vet them?
I find them on onlinejobs.ph. I actually haven't tried finding any VAs on Upworks. Actually, no, I have one, but I wasn't satisfied with it. And so one of my friends is using onlinejobs.ph, and then I just posted, for example, we were looking for someone to do customer service. And then in the job posting, we usually ask a question. In that case, the people that really read through your job posting will answer the question you ask, because a lot of times the VAs on those websites are just like sending out their resumes to like every job posting they can find. So that really helps you like siphon out the people that are really, really wanting to work with you. And then I would usually hop on a call with them, give them like an interview question. Like, for example, I'll give them some examples of our customer emails and get them to reply it, and then see, you know, which one I like best, and then I'll pick that person.
Okay, 2 more questions here today. First one here is from Lauren. How do you track story shares?
The story shares pop up in your DM, and I know if a giveaway goes viral, there's a lot, and the best you can do is just kind of like keep track of who posted. And also, even if the giveaway story, the story went away because it disappears in 24 hours, you can still see that they posted on the date, right? So I would, you know, like record it somewhere to see that. And also, if you posted it on your Instagram feed, if you go to Insights, I believe you can see how many people shared your stories.
Okay, excellent. And the last question that we have time for is, you know, you just said your sales maybe about $500,000. Of that, like how many products are driving those sales, and are all of them profitable?
Yes, all of them are profitable. I think honestly, the only thing that's stopping me from selling on Amazon yet is because of the pricing issue. Like, our pricing right now on our Shopify store is really, really profitable. And I looked at some competitors on Amazon, and I wasn't sure if I could like be competitive enough for the pricing. That's why I wanted to do like a completely different product instead. But I think we have about 20 SKUs, 20 products, and then each product
You had no Canadian accent until you just said about. And now I heard it there. But go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
But yeah, I think we have about 20 products, and each product has 5 sizes, and then each product also has like 2 or 3 colors. So
Cool.
about 100 colors. Yeah, a lot.
That's so cool. Now, if people want to, people have been asking about your different Instagram accounts, and also, like, you know, if you have any courses or if you give any coaching for people with Instagram. So first of all, how can people find you on social media, both your company and your any other Instagram account you want to give out? And what if people want to learn, you know, if they want to get help from you at all for Instagram?
Yeah. So my email is Dior, Dior, and then at VITAEapparel.com. I also run a marketing agency that helps. Well, most of my clients are actually Amazon brands, and they want to expand into Instagram, and they come find me, and I help them, you know, strategize their influencer campaigns, giveaways, growing, and all that. But other than that, you can always send me an email and ask me any questions you want.
Awesome. Now, first of all, let's take a quick picture. So let's throw up the Helium 10 right now and just pose. I hope someone got that. And now, all right, Celine, we got to get off this call really quick here, but I need help. I thought I could get my Instagram followers up, since I've been doing this 10 hours by the time that you came on, so I could show off to you. And we've had 15,000 views today, and my Instagram followers have increased by 15. So I need help. So how about you and I do something offline later, and I'll show everybody what you did. Like, I have 25,000 YouTube followers, so I would think that I can get followers, but I guess I'm really boring on Instagram. So could you help me out, and then I'll make sure.
Yes, 100%.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. All right. Thank you, Celine. And
okay,
stay
thank you so
safe
much
over there,
yes,
and we'll see you later.
Too. Yes. Bye.
All right. That was great, guys. I mean, we had more questions on that one in a while. So finally, you guys are getting more active here. Sometimes you guys are kind of shy with these questions. So thank you for all of those questions. It shows that we can learn things. We're all Amazon sellers or aspiring Amazon sellers. But that was one person who has never even sold one thing on Amazon, but I think you guys can see the advantage in what she's doing. I mean, if you're already selling on Amazon, why not build out your Instagram following? One of the guests that we're about to bring on now has built out a big Facebook following. We're definitely going to ask him about that. But these are ways that you can expand your Amazon business, or even grow your initial Amazon business. I mean, what would you be able to do if you had 20,000 followers who are actually interested in like the niche that you're selling products for? Or like she has 134,000. All right. Who wouldn't be able to use $500,000 worth of gross revenue that's not even on Amazon? So guys, there's opportunity out there with your marketing. I hope you guys learned something in the last one. Now, I got word from our team that there was an issue with this code. So thank you, Holly, or whoever that was who brought that out. This one is working. Again, this is good through the end of the day. Every single person on here who is not a Helium 10 member yet, there's no reason you shouldn't do this. You're obviously interested in Amazon. So sign up now. It's only 20. This is a special. We've never done it before this month of 80% off. So check it out. 80% off 1 month of Helium 10. Just go to helium10.com/megathon. It's a completely satisfaction guaranteed. If in your first 30 days you don't like it, you just ask for your $20 back and we'll hook you up. Even if you took the whole Freedom Ticket course, in there, we'll still return your money. So there's no reason any of the, we only have 355 live people right now. If any of you guys are not Helium 10 members, sign up right now and let's get her done. All right. Now, our next guest, this is my starter from the bottom. Now we hear episode. All right. So a lot of times people have rough childhoods, right? Or, maybe depending on where they grow up, what country they're in, what part of America they're in, they might think, hey, I'm not going to be able to be much, or I can never be an entrepreneur. All right. Or there are people who, how many people who we have who, are coming up on maybe retirement from the military, right? And they've been doing one thing for 15, 20 years, like maybe you're a tank repairman or repairwoman or something like that. And you're like, well, how does this translate to the real world? Well, we've got 2 great stories today, and I hope you guys use it. I'm not sure how many people exactly have the same background as them. The one who got kidnapped twice. I don't think anybody's probably had that, but still, what I want you guys to take from this next one is that no matter how you grew up, no matter where you come from, no matter what your occupation is now or what it's been, even if you've been doing it 15, 20 years, anybody can find success on Amazon with the right determination. These next 2 guys are definite examples of that. So let me bring them up right now. We got here Sharon and Bashar. How's it going, guys?
What's going on?
Hey, Bradley, how you doing, boss?
I'm doing just delightful. We're coming up on hour 10. All right, we're almost through this. And I saved you guys for the second half because I wanted to get a revitalization of energy, because when I had each of you on at different times on the podcast, I was like, man, this is inspiring stuff. So let's start with Sharon. How long were you in the military?
22 glorious years.
People say I look young. Oh, world, Sharon.
I appreciate it.
Did you enlist when you were 10 or what's going on here?
Quite actually, like 5 days after I turned 18.
My goodness. All right. I need to eat what you're eating. You sell skin products on Amazon, or how do you get that? How do you sell?
I wish I could get ungated, right?
There we go. All right. So coming up, you were saving money, and I remember you had told me in the podcast you were planning to buy a house when you got out of the military, and you realized that you still needed, even with whatever you get in retirement, it wouldn't have been enough to support you and your family. So what did you originally think, or what you're pretty sure that what job you were going to get to support yourself?
Man, so retiring from the military, you get a pension for your service, and that's great, but I don't believe it will support a lot of families in different areas of the United States. So I figured I would compensate that with something light, stress-free, and quite honestly, I was satisfied with a Walmart greeter or a GameStop manager. Something very easy.
Okay, I would have picked the GameStop manager myself. That's just me. But then you learned about the Amazon opportunity from a coworker, I believe, and then you took a few courses to learn, and then you basically started. Has it been over a year yet, or not yet?
Yeah, May 7th will make 2 years.
2 years, and now you're a successful coach as well on Amazon. How many students you help mentor in your program?
I coach around 172 students right now.
Excellent. And so now I know you've been reinvesting most of what you make in Amazon back into your Amazon business, but your goal is eventually to be able to be making enough where you're going to get. Were you able to still get that house, or you couldn't get that house anymore because you used the money for Amazon?
Well, I'm still alive, so I still got the house because the wife didn't kill me. I did take half of the house money that we were saving to start my business, and we're still able to get a brand new construction home, paid that back, and here we are. You know,
Awesome. That's awesome. All right. Thank you for that, Sharon. Now we got Bashar here. We also had him recently on the podcast. And, you know, for those people who are spoiled brats, you all know who you are, and say, oh yeah, I had it tough when I was growing up. You know, my girlfriend dumped me on prom, or I had to walk a mile to school. What was your childhood like? You had a couple different instances, Bashar, that might trump those other people's issues there.
Yeah, so I think last time that we discussed that over the podcast a couple months ago, 2003, many people know the war on Iraq happened, and that's where I come from. That's where I originally am from. I was 13 years old. Prior to that, my father was pretty wealthy. So right after the 2003 war, the big ruler went down. Now there was like 1 million rulers. Everyone was like, you know, I could do this. There's no government, you know, and the thing that was going on is kidnapping wealthy children's, wealthy families' children, and for ransoms. So I got kidnapped twice at gunpoint, and that was kind of the last straw before my dad was like, "All right, we got to bounce out of here."
That's crazy. Kidnapped twice at gunpoint before you were 16, or
I was 13 and 14, 13 and 15.
My goodness, that's just crazy. And then we don't have time to go into it, but you had a great story too. Like that wasn't your only hardships. I mean, you had a big failure. I remember you had bought a bar and tried to turn it into a restaurant and had lost all your family's money, and everybody was relying on you, and things were like, oh my God, what is going to happen right now? And then that's kind of like when you found Amazon. And now fast forward, Sharon is doing 6 figures on Amazon, and he's coaching students in the 9 university program. And you yourself, now you're into the 7 figures, I believe, selling, and you also have your own students that you coach as well, right?
That's correct, man. Yeah, I've been selling for about 5 years, been coaching for about 2 years now. So it's been definitely a great experience. It's and actually it was funny because right as I was coming in, I was recording some ads for our YouTube and stuff like that. And I was kind of talking about the restaurant journey and stuff like that. And then I started thinking about, I don't talk a lot about the, like when I was back home in Iraq and the kidnapping, I talk a lot about the restaurant because I think a lot of more people can understand and resonate with that. But I should probably talk a little bit more about my childhood and actually what happened back then, So the restaurant was probably the biggest one. That was the most recent. Invested probably about $450,000 over 3 years. Lost it all due to a fire. Had no insurance, and then was about $150,000 in debt. And then that's when I came to Amazon. And thank you, Jeff. Jeff is the man. He brought us all here. So
that's crazy. 2 completely different backgrounds, different countries, but both, you guys are in a similar place. Obviously, Bashar's been doing it a little bit longer than you, so he's a little bit farther along, but it just shows you the path that it doesn't matter where you come from or what your background is. Anybody can have success on Amazon. So going back to you, Sharon, I'm sure there's plenty of people maybe who it doesn't have to be the military. Like maybe somebody's been a factory worker their whole entire life, and now they're like, man, this is, I'm about to retire. I'm going to get out of it because I've been inhaling coal my whole life, and I don't want to do this for 40 years. So yeah, it doesn't necessarily have to be that you guys are in the military. But what would be your advice for them as to giving the Amazon opportunity a try, even though they have zero background in something like you?
Man, I would tell them to just get knowledge. Stay with the knowledge and learn Amazon before you jump. Learn before you leap.
And what about the people who are just like how do they get your drive? Like, I mean, you were that person. It wasn't like you studied Amazon for 10 years and so you were like, I'm gonna crush this. So like the people who are reluctant because they think that, hey, I don't know if Amazon, if I've been in the military for 20 years. What am I going to know about being an entrepreneur? Or I've been working in a factory. How am I supposed to learn how to use, keyword research and stuff. So what do you say to people like that who might be reluctant because of those reasons?
Man, you're going to see people that have different starting points. You may see people that are making six figures now, but if you reverse their history back to where you're at right now, they were making zero, just like you when you first start out. You know, and I would tell people, like, don't be scared to jump into something new. I've been doing the military for 22 years. It's completely different from e-commerce world or Amazon in general. And I'm thankful to have that fear of not being able to support my family drive me a little bit. So find out what drives you to success and hold on to it throughout that process. And I guarantee that if you stay determined, you can make it through. You know, I think the biggest foundation of success on the e-commerce world is having knowledge and understanding the why you're doing things that you're doing for your business. Because if you follow a program that just says do step 1, step 2, step 3, and you don't ask why or understand why, you'll be waiting for them to say do step 4, do step 5, do step 6, right? And if step 6 doesn't work, then you're at a loss because you've never understood the first 5 steps in the beginning.
I like it. I thought I was muted there. I like it. What about you, Bashar? Like somebody who maybe right now, you know, maybe they're not watching right now, but they're going to watch this on the replay, was where you were after that fire, pretty much below rock bottom, you know?
Right.
Like how does somebody in that kind of situation bounce back to where you are now? Like, you know, you had not only no money in the account, you had negative money. What were the things that you were doing just to try and pay off some of those debts that you and your family had because of that?
Right. So at some point, so as Sharon said, you know, it's all about the why, man. It's all about like, what is really waking you up every morning? What is like, and kind of one of the very first things that I teach my students is let's go back to the why. And I talk about that a lot. Like, well, why are you even here? You know, something like you didn't decide that you wanted to check me out or check Sharon out or check, you know, Helium 10 out or whatever, because you just rolled out of bed and said, oh, I want to check, you know, do this, right? We all had our various reasons. So go back to that, right? Every time you feel, you know, discouraged, go back to the why. But for me, it was like, I always kind of knew, I don't know, like what it was, but I was like, you know what, I'm alive. So why not make the most out of it? Like I'm already here, you know, why just work for someone? You know, I don't know who says it, but they say, you know, if you're not going to work on your dreams, you're going to get hired by someone else to work on their dreams, right? So might as well work on your dreams. Like if you're going to live 60, 70, 80 years old, 50, 30, might as well make the most out of it, right? Why just like go about life just to go about life, you know, pay bills and stuff like that. So to me personally, I knew that I wanted to make a change in my life, my family's life. And like, I wanted to make a dent, you know, someone like Jeff Bezos, someone like, you know, Bill Gates, like you will always remember their names because they have made a dent in society, right? You'll never forget these names. So that's kind of what I wanted to do for me. And when I lost my restaurant, like I just had to focus on the positive. Like, although it took me a while to get out of that emotion, you know, destruction, but I had to focus on, you know, like the future. You know, I knew I was only 25. I knew I had the world ahead of me. I had just met someone who seemed like they were the one, who's not my wife, by the way. And you know, I felt like I had a lot of potential that I just, you know, like, you know, I admire Sylvester Stallone a lot, and he says, if you fail 999 times, you just need that one time to wipe out all the other failures, you know? So as long as you just keep on going, like you're not a failure if you kept on going. The only people that are called failures are those that actually quit. Just quit, stop, move on, right? That's it. Like, I don't want to do it anymore. But as long as you keep trying, like if you keep swinging, something will actually click. And maybe it's not Amazon. Like I did, when I lost my restaurant, I tried probably at least half a dozen things before Amazon clicked, you know? And then with Amazon, like I started doing arbitrage. I was working as a dishwasher at Hilton Hotels, driving for Uber, and then doing arbitrage. Okay, and then I was just buying products, flipping products. I had my Toshiba laptop in the middle between my seat. Whenever between calls, like when Uber, there was no calls, I would whip out my laptop, connect it to hotspot, and then start doing product research. Yep. And I would go to Home Goods. And then literally the first course I bought was my wife's car. She was my girlfriend at the time. The first $5,000, and I think I mentioned that to you in the podcast, first $5,000 was my mother, who now is my mother-in-law. She was no one to me 5 years ago. I borrowed $5,000 from her to go into business because I had pretty much maxed out my parents and there was just no more money, you know, so.
That's great. So keeping it with you really quick, Bashar, one thing that was notable about your story, both with, you know, after you had hit rock bottom, you know, you started saving money, doing all those things and hustling. That's one thing. But you were able to save money, you know, like you're making money, but then it's a lot of people can hustle. There's hustlers out there, but they don't have money that they can just turn around and invest because whatever they make, they spend. Even before that, the only way you lost hundreds of thousands of dollars and was able to buy a business was you and your family were saving money. What is just some advice you can give for somebody who's having trouble saving money? Because, you know, if you want to buy a business like you did, you want to buy a restaurant, if you want to start a private label business, maybe that's a little bit less investment, but most things do require some kind of.
Oh, absolutely.
So how do you become a person who's able to save money to reach that goal? Like maybe we have somebody listening here who's like, yeah, I do want to do this, but I got, you know, $50 to my name. You know, I got a job, but I kind of live paycheck to paycheck. How do you save money?
Look, let me show you this. So I keep this right here. This is the Toshiba laptop that I started with. Look how thick it is. It's heavy, okay? I keep it here to remind myself. Now, I started with this, okay? I had to start with whatever I had around me. And that's the problem with a lot of people. What they do is they want the perfect opportunity. You have to look around you. Whatever you've got, start. I started YouTube with this. If you go back right now to my YouTube channel, I started with this, the whatever audio and video this gave, and that's it. Like very, very bad quality, you know, video and audio, right? But I had to start somewhere, you know, because I always felt like I wanted to give back. So I started with this. As far as saving money, what the problem is, a lot of people are into material things. They get a little bit of money, like they don't know how to keep money. You know, like I tell my wife all the time, like, dude, like money just can't sit in your bank for a second, you know, like let it sit for a little bit, you know, let it simmer for a little bit. And that's the problem with a lot of people is once they get money, they're already thinking of how to get it out. Now that's okay if you're reinvesting back in your business, but they're buying Gucci belts, they're buying, you know, watches, they're buying, like, look, man, I cleared, you know, almost 6 figures last month, and I'm wearing a $230 Michael Kors watch. Okay, I don't own anything.
Where's the Rolex? Come on, Bashar.
I don't do Rolex. I can't justify a $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 purchase on a watch, right? I just can't justify that. So that's the thing. You got to look beyond, like beyond the watch, beyond the belt, beyond this. Where do I want to go? And that's where you're going to stop the spending. Like right now, if you look at my balance sheet for my personal, it's like groceries and gas and stuff like that. You look at my business, it's high. I reinvest everything into my business. My personal, like this shirt, I don't even remember when it was last time I bought this, man. It was probably like 2 years ago. I haven't bought like new clothing in a long time. I don't care for it. I like to look nice, yeah, but I don't like to go to Gucci and stuff like that. I can go there and do that right now, but I would rather put that money back into my business rather than just spending it on things like that, right?
Yeah. As we can see, Bashar's money goes into the maintenance of his mustache. It costs a lot to keep that looking pretty clean there. But there's some people asking about, you know, how they can do your coaching and things like that. We'll get to that at the end. We'll let people, we'll let you know. Let me get to some other questions. I've been so engrossed in this. I've been avoiding, or I've been missing these questions here. You know, both of you guys are actively selling on Amazon. So other than the early reviewer program, what are some ways that, obviously, you notice I took off my black hat. We're not talking black hat strategies here. It's a yellow hat. What are some legitimate ways to get reviews other than the early reviewer program? Let's go with Sharon first. Like how do you only use the early reviewer program when you launch a product, Sharon?
No, not at all. I leveraged my following on Facebook. I have a 17,000 following from my business page, and because of that, I would do regular posts to see what type of engagement they get. If it gets somewhat good engagement, then I will turn that post into an advertisement. And when that advertisement kicks off and you know direct it to the right demographics and stuff, you'll start to get comments like, "I bought one and I love it." And I will be my own virtual assistant. And when I see a comment like that, I will pounce on them. I will say, "Hey, heard you bought the product. Did you like it?" They say, "Yes, I love it." And then I will give them that link to say, "Well, could you please give us an honest review?" And this is through my business page. I think I got 30% of my 500 reviews for my first product that way. You know, that's the main way that every time I launch a product, I'm leveraging the followers that I built on Facebook.
Okay. How did you build that 17,000 Facebook followers?
A combination of organic followers and paid followers as well. When you create a business page on Facebook, you have the option to do a promotional ad, which is pretty much 90 characters of your About Me section, and typically your cover page. Now, of course, you can change all of that, but that's all you get for a promotional ad. And the goal is to get a like or a follower for less than 15 cents, a like or a follower. And I did that for like $10 a day for like 2 weeks. It came out with like $2,000 followers, something like that. And then the organic way is you just like what Bashir said, you use what's around you, right? I go to Google and find a funny meme that's relevant to my category, a viral meme that's relevant to my category, post that on there, and it spreads like wildfire. The people share it, people like it, this, that, and the other, right? And when people like or engage with that ad, those likes add up. And if you open up that engagement section, you'll see the word invite next to everybody who likes the page. And there was times at night where I had like 500 likes per day. And at nighttime before bed, invite, because it's the people who find that topic funny that's relevant to your category. And before you, I think about 4 or 5 weeks, I built up a 2,000 follower for my first product with hopes that 10% would buy at launch, and 500 people bought in my first month.
Wow.
Yeah, that's crazy.
So for launch, having a Facebook audience is great. What about you, Bashar? Like, what are you leveraging for when you launch?
So our main thing is the product, man. So as you know, I think it was like March 2018 when Amazon cracked down on a lot of reviews, and then they just chopped everything. And then since then, Amazon's algorithm doesn't exactly look at reviews for ranking, but it's more for credibility. Like I always say, reviews are like me and my wife. Every time we want to go to a new restaurant, we look at Yelp, right? That's the first thing we go to. So reviews are more for credibility. Now, the first like 2-3 reviews, we try to get them as quickly as possible. Usually it's like friends or family or someone, and that's only for like the first 2 or 3. And then we enroll in ERP. Now, moving forward, we really focus on the product itself and creating not a niche product, but creating a differentiation where we're not even competing against others that have hundreds and thousands of reviews. Like the customer doesn't even look at that anymore, because it's like you're the only one in the marketplace that has this style of product, whether if it's combining 2 niches together, creating something that's very valuable to the customer at a great price, so they don't even have something to compare it with. And that's what I try to tell my students is, look, as long as the customer doesn't have the option of comparing apples to apples, the price is a myth, the reviews are a myth. You can charge whatever you want. You could have 5 reviews and your competitor has 500 reviews, but there's no comparison because you're offering something completely different. It's really the same, but offering a new variation or something that doesn't exist. Like right now, in my own accounts, we're launching in super competitive marketplaces. We're talking about I'm going against people that have thousands of reviews and still able to rank at the top of page 1 simply because I'm using that strategy, And of course, as many of you guys know, when you first launch a product, there's the honeymoon period. We abuse that. I mean, literally the second that product becomes active, I will get as many sales as I can. And literally sometimes within 2-3 days, I'm showing up somewhere around page 1, right? Mm-hmm. And then from there is just the organic and the PPC that pushes us. We also use, full price buys for velocity to get us up and ranking as well. But I really I don't want to say you want to spend infinity time on locating the product, but it's about how to differentiate the product. I have found that work best for everything, and then just a couple of reviews and you should be able to rank and get sales as well.
Okay, cool. So we still have a few more questions here, but we've kind of run out of time. We got everybody waiting in the waiting room here. How can people reach out to you guys? Like, how do they find, first of all, your coaching program, or how do they find you in social media? How can they reach out to you guys? Sharon first.
Well, I resonate on Helium 10 Facebook pages, and as far as my coaching go, you can look up the word 9university.com. 9university.com, and they have YouTube channels and they have their own programs, and that's where I do a lot of my coaching from.
Okay, and Bashar?
So if you look me up, the same name that's in the that I have in the display here, Bashar JK2. I'm on Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, Twitter, everywhere. My main, like kind of my storefront is my Facebook. So if they just look up Bashar JK2, send me a PM or something, or even just put in Google, you'll probably see my website and you can gain access to my, my courses and my YouTubes and all that.
Awesome. Well, Sharon and Bashar, your stories are very inspiring. I saw probably about 15 people say that, and that was I was like, yes, because that was why you guys inspired me. So I was hoping that people had that same effect, and make sure to check out the Facebook comments and YouTube comments after this. Go ahead and hop on. Maybe some people had some questions, but you did inspire a lot of people here. So that's what I was hoping for. So thank you guys very much. And definitely keep in contact. If you guys want to know more about their story right away, don't forget to go to helium10.com/podcast. Look up each of their names. They were both guests on the Serious Sellers podcast. Thanks a lot, Sharon and Bashar.
Thanks, Gary. Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, guys, we are in it to win it. We are now in in hour 10 of our 16-hour megathon. Once again, if there's anybody who's just a free Helium 10 member, or not even a Helium 10 member, or don't even know about how to sell on Amazon, click on this link right here. You'd think that after 10 hours, I would know which arm to put, but no. Right here, 80% off your first month of Helium 10. Just go to helium10.com/megathon. If you are watching this on the replay, like in a few days or something, like I don't think that the original coupon code at the very bottom is going to work, because that one's only good through the end of today. So make sure to go to that website, and they might have something else for you guys. It might not be 80%. I'm sorry, but trust me, guys, even if it's not 80%, it'll be a good offer, or you can just reach out to support@helium10.com to get help. All right, real quick, I just want to go over the upcoming. We have a PPC roundtable right now, our second one. We had one about 5 hours ago that Vince came on, and Vince is back, and he's got a superstar lineup of individuals who are experts at PPC who's going to help you guys out. We've got a YouTube Amazon influencer roundtable. We're going to learn all about building up a YouTube audience, as well as becoming 6- and 7-figure sellers on Amazon, and how to juggle both of them. We're going to have a chatbot marketing feature coming up in about an hour or so. We're going to have another quick break on one of those fun videos that we do about what product we have. We're going to have a contest built around that. And then we're going to get into the Queen Isabella's launch strategy with search, find, buy. So that's not even it. We got tons more than that. I just can't keep the ones who are waiting. But guys, if you're on here, don't hop off. You're going to miss out on some of this information. So let me go ahead and bring our awesome Vince back here. Vince, how's it going? We got Destiny. We've got Sherry here. How's it going? And who else do we got? We got Roboito. Robert, how's it going? All right. So
good. How you going?
What movie was that from, first of all? The Roboito. Waterboy.
I don't know.
Waterboy.
Waterboy. I like
Waterboy.
that.
Yeah, there's like a stepfather or something like that, right? That's
So
a
random.
Adam Sandler fan. There we go. All right, so you guys all have reputations that precede you. Knowing PPC, and it's really an honor to have you guys on here. I'm gonna hop off in a little bit because I haven't eaten anything in about 8 hours, but I just want to go over the one thing I wanted to ask just really quick, each of you, since this is kind of a, not round table, but kind of a rectangle table here. PPC during coronavirus, what is your advice for what people should and shouldn't do? Vince, we already heard from this morning, so I'm just going to go first to Destiny.
Yeah, for sure. Biggest advice is do what's best for your brand, not what all the gurus are out there posting. We have some brands in certain categories that have been hit with inventory restrictions. That's going to be a whole different round of changes than a brand that's not seeing shipping delays. So the biggest thing I can say is look at smaller, more recent data sets, pull your business report every week, make sure you're checking conversion. If you see any crazy changes in conversion, make the appropriate changes to your PPC. And watch sponsor brands closely. You can have one product have a major delay. It's going to really affect your whole headline search ad. So best thing.
Awesome. Robert.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing that we've really seen is there's been fluctuations with the PPE programs, people getting money, people feeling like they're going to be laid off, they're not going to be laid off. We've seen PPC ebbing and flowing between non-essentials to essentials. So we represent clients from essentials to non-essentials, everything from gardening equipment, all the way up to women's apparel and fashion accessories. So there's so much variability based on the client and the category. I think the biggest thing that we've really seen is we are a buffer for our clients, and we are kind of the voice of reason. Don't just shut everything off because things are fluctuating. You need to make proper adjustments. You need to really focus in on those auto campaigns that weren't working all of a sudden, and that all of a sudden shot up with their ACOS. And you really need to focus on what works. You really need to go back to the basics, understand there's negatives that you have to apply into all of your campaigns. The things you got away with probably a few months back, yeah, it's going to kill you. The biggest thing that we've really seen with some of our clients that sell in essentials right now is the traffic is out of control. So you really have to be hyper-focused on the long tail, not the short tail. If you're going after 1 and 2 word search terms in your broad campaigns, you're going to get crushed. The traffic and the CPCs and the non-conversions in those are just killer. So you really have to focus on the really hyper-focused long tail. And if you do that, the conversion rates and the click-through rates are amazing right now. So that's really what we're seeing.
Awesome. Thank you for that, Robert. And we got the urban cowgirl herself, Miss Yvette. How's it going? What's your advice for what you see based on what you see with your clients and everybody else?
Well, I mean, I think the main thing for me, because I've been doing this like nearly 18 years, I kind of feel like it's just the long game, because I was here in the last recession. Now, it wasn't coronavirus by any stretch, right? So this is like a really big deal even for me, just like to kind of weather it. But, you know, being in the last recession and like kind of taking those markets even through the hard times and coming out better on the other side. So I have this view of playing the long game and kind of staying there. But at the same time, I think you want to really double down on profitability. I think you need to understand your profitability metrics, you know, track TCOS. You know, we track TROAS, which is kind of how much you're selling overall for every dollar spent on ads. Instead of cutting back on spend, be looking to kind of maximize your spend. So we're doing a lot with, you know, like on your detail page, you can get into brand analytics or one of those tools, and you can look at like a basket analysis and look at, you know, what's going in the basket from your own product catalog and then what they're comparing it to. And then you can kind of build out all of your sponsored product carousel, product targeting. You can do your you know, there's new sponsored brand placements on the detail pages. There's new product display and sponsored display below the buy box. So you can really work on like making every dollar count, like focusing on upselling other products, making the cart higher versus reducing spend so that you can keep investing in the keywords that are going to play the long game.
Awesome. I love it. I'm just like overflowing with information right here.
Right?
I was hungry, but you guys just fed me so much information. Like now I'm full. So I don't know. Maybe I don't need to eat. But I'm gonna hop off here. Vince, if you can just go ahead and lead the round table here. I might jump on a little bit later, and I'll start throwing up questions from the audience. Can everybody see, like, if I were to put actually, this is a nice sentiment right here. So do you guys see the question that I'm throwing up here on the bottom?
Yeah.
Okay, so you can't see it. All right. I just want to make sure that you could see it. So I'll come up here a little bit later, maybe off camera, and I'll start throwing up some questions a little bit. But Vince, take it away, sir.
Yeah, I just figured out how to do it as well. So it's great to see all of you guys. Thank you so much for joining on. Some of you very last minute. So I just want to let everyone know that I used to work with Robert before I started working for Helium 10. For those of you who are just coming on who don't know me, I am the product manager for ads, which is our PPC tool that we're building out here at Helium 10. Spent 2.5 years consulting, last 2 years before coming on board specifically on Amazon PPC. And Robert was my last agency client. And Cherie, you don't know this, but before I started working here, after I had seen you at SellerCon in July last year, I actually almost applied for a role that you had on Upwork. And I only knew it was you because of the language. It was all about Wild West and cowgirls and things like that. So, so it's cool to have you guys both on here. What kind of things have you guys seen that have surprised you? I know you said gardening, and you had all the way through to women's apparel. What other Destiny or Shuri? What kind of products have you seen that have shot up that surprised you, or things that you thought would work that haven't over the past few weeks?
I'll let you go first, Destiny.
We actually have a really top of the category medical brand. So we saw over 500% year-over-year growth with that. We hit close to 20 million when we really started hitting that peak. So that was probably one of the biggest just cases of growth. Like we all knew that people were purchasing it, but seeing it scale from, 3 million last year to hitting those numbers was really cool. Products in the sexual category has probably been one of the best to watch. So you can run sponsored brands and you can actually run video and search as well. So we thankfully got those up beforehand, and that has been like, if you want to have fun, like log into that search term report and look at what people are searching. So that we've seen crazy growth in that account as well.
Awesome.
That's awesome. That's so funny when you bring up the sexual stuff, because we had our financial analyst, like the day this whole thing hit, I'm just like, oh, I want to see all the data, pull all the brand analytics data, put it upside down, I want to see everything, right? This is such a trip because it was like, it's gotten really bad, but at the same time, when it first started, it was like all this like toilet paper and hand sanitizer. It was just like the whole thing just like, just flipped. And I'd never seen anything like it in all my years of search, right? And I was like, oh my gosh, pull that up. And we've had jokes about that too. Like people just go across all these categories, like they're like, I'll get a bag of rice, and then I'm going to get some sanitizer, and then I'm going to get a sex toy. And I must have made like 100 jokes in the ad meetings with my team. Like, oh my gosh, it's like
I can imagine.
Database, but it goes from like food to like hazmat suits to toys. I'm killed it. I don't have any clients in that category, but it's definitely in demand. So that's
what
awesome.
People deem necessary.
Yeah. All of our accounts, I have to say, the only account that's really taken a hit in our roster is fitness. But they're more of like a real like muscle kind of, like GNC competitor. So I think that their guys go to the gym, right? So I think it's more of like a hardcore muscle building group. So for some reason, I can't seem to get that product back over the curve. But I found like that people at home, we of course have, some of the larger brands like Number 2 and Home and Kitchen. And I find that we just are staying there. I find that people are doubling down on their home purchases. So if you're in home, I think it's because people are nesting, and then we're all, quarantined, and, you're looking around your house. And for those of us that do this, we're used to that. Like, to me, it's like just my life. But there's a lot of new people that are kind of cooped up, and I think we're seeing a lot in home. Again, we're pretty much seeing good growth across everything. Everything looks really solid. That's why I just don't think you want to retreat on your spend as much as, but I am really focused because of what might come up economically around the bend. I'm very focused on profitability, and I've been really kind of leaning hard and going strong on profitability for more than a year, because as the platform matures, which is mature now, it's easier to lose money than make it. And you really, like, just like Robert was saying, you got to track it. Like, you got to look at like your auto waste. You got to look at like Destiny's saying, like your sponsored brands waste. You got to really track waste, because like you don't want to make all your money in one spot and then lose it somewhere else. And that's super messy in advertising. You want to make the money and keep the money. It's about creating profit. That's what competitive strategy is profitability strategy. So I go really hard on like focusing on your profit metrics. Don't try to like over bet on more sales at the cost of profits. Just try to really push for velocity. But all markets are going pretty good. I think just a few that are affected by the lockdown.
Yeah, so let's answer some questions here from some of our viewers here. Right now, there's a lot of people that are new to Amazon. What are your suggestions for how to start PPC campaigns effectively, like right now in this climate?
Do you want me to jump in?
Yeah, go for it.
In. I mean, really right now, we've actually found this as a really good testing time, because a lot of the old data, the big problem is when you run a lot of your normal optimizations off of data, it's really not relevant to the times now. And things are changing literally by the day and so much faster, to where you used to do 3 and 5 day sales attributions to give some ads time. Right now we're seeing it, I mean, literally by the hour in some cases. So we've actually been doing a lot more testing than not. And we've been actually even more aggressive in a lot of our categories in terms of, you really need to do some manual searches. It's not just the typical, using your ad softwares and keyword softwares and things like that to see what is out of stock on these search terms. Because for some of these essential items, there's gold mines out there with people searching for these products that are sitting there and they're completely sold out, but these people just want the product. And we're seeing that actually even across non-essential categories a lot of times. and people are becoming more comfortable on Amazon, shopping on Amazon, because it's really the only place to shop. So, I mean, we really see this as a whole. The biggest thing that we're really trying to do is actually A and B test the flexibility of the platform. So our company offers drop shipping to our clients to provide flexibility for merchant fulfilled as well as FBA. And we, as things changed and they started showing 4-week ship times, we were able to on the fly ship to merchant fulfilled and test the conversion rates. And we were actually seeing higher conversion rates with merchant fulfilled because it was showing quicker ship times. It's very unusual on Amazon to be able to see that, but because people are in such high demand to get the products that they're looking for on Amazon, we were able to do that on the fly for a lot of our clients, increase our ad spend, and actually increase our profitability because we were able to add shipping costs on those low cost essential items.
Nice. Destiny?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing to kind of tie into a lot of the other questions that are being asked as well. If you're really new to PPC, start with much smaller groups of targeting and don't try to target 900 keywords. I mean, do the math. If you're having to bid $1 across 100 keywords, we recommend, 6 to 8 clicks before you can even make an optimization. That's going to be a lot of spend up front. So people who are starting brand new, smaller targeting, and then look at your suggested bid. If you're trying to bid $3 on a keyword, like kind of do the math on your profitability. What's your conversion rate going to need to be? Maybe start with long tail, but it's also relative. I mean, you get really good suggested data on bids, things like that. Kind of look at it, do the math on your conversion rate before you start PPC. And then you can optimize way more effectively. Other big thing is don't make decisions too soon. Like we've kind of all mentioned, a lot of emotional decisions can be made right now. You'll see a 200% ACOS one day on a 20% average campaign. So definitely just look at the data and make smaller changes and see how it affects it. Don't make anything crazy changes based off a 24-hour period.
Nice. All right. Shri, did you have any quick tips for starting in PPC right now?
Yeah, just exactly what Destiny was saying, like just starting with a small group of keywords and really focusing on like keywords as an investment. So where can you invest in ad history? Because you want to use them as a tool to send the algorithm strong signals. So pick the keywords that are really modified and can describe your product well. Make sure that you are using the keywords that convert at the highest rate and investing all the resources you have in those few keywords so you can build good history on them and organic rank. Just really, I think the main thing is don't overlook your detail page in many levels. Like right now, like our whole next month, we do quarterly strategy. Our whole next month for our in-house, and we have an ad agency, is focused on SEO and enhanced brand content. Because when you're trying to double down on profitability, you need organic rank to absorb some of your, your PPC costs. So you can use the PPC data, like your search term report, to inform your SEO strategy in your back end. But don't overlook SEO because you don't want to pay for every single click to your detail page. You want to make sure that it's a good balance. So utilize your ads to push up your organic rank, your ad history, your algorithm history, your relationship with the search engine, and treat it as an investment. So pick the right keywords and stay there. Don't try to bounce around. I wouldn't suggest starting with auto. I think auto gives you this false sense of ease, like it's just an easy place to start. But it's not. It's not an easy place to start because you have zero control over where the targeting is at. You're getting a lot of remnant traffic. You're getting a lot of placements that aren't good. Yeah, it's just bad. Yeah. So like if you're starting out, pick your keywords carefully using a tool like Helium 10, and then just really get in there and sort of wrap yourself around them and focus on SEO, learn about SEO, focus on your detail page, enhanced brand content, focus on video, not only running it in the ads, but get it into your store, get it into your pages, like any kind of persuasion method you can use. Don't think that the ads will solve the problem. They just bring more visitors to your page. You want to make sure you get every single dollar you can out of those visits and every bit of juice from the algorithm out of those visits.
Something to kind of build off that real quick with the auto and the manual campaign. A recommendation I kind of make is, of course, start with manual. But if you go to start a manual campaign, like look at your suggested keywords. If it's a really, really clean list, then there's a good chance that Amazon is indexing your SEO and you're probably ready to start an auto campaign. If you go to start a manual campaign and they're suggesting like off the wall products and keywords that aren't relevant, then don't start an auto campaign because you're obviously not telling Amazon what you should be showing up for.
That is a great tip for checking to see if you're ready for auto. Thanks for that, Destiny.
Yeah. Also on that, I would also say with auto campaigns right now, we've also tested on some new, because we're doing a lot of product launches right now too. Auto campaigns are being served. The bid prices across a lot of categories right now are all over the place. And when you pull those search term reports, it's a lot of stuff that is completely irrelevant, even if you have a fully optimized list. So for our team, we manage it. So we're actually kind of holding off on autos, or we're doing very low bid autos.
Low bid autos.
We're
That's
not using it for keyword research. We're using it more for very highly targeted manual campaigns right now. And we're highly focused on placements right now. Because the biggest thing right now is everything has changed. Placement bids has become even a bigger factor because the conversion rates on the different placements, it plays such a huge factor when it comes to tacos, like you were talking about, Cherie. I think that's the biggest thing. And a big part of it too is, you know, as an individual seller, as a seller working with an agency, the most important thing is tacos. It's understanding your actual profitability, because with these giant swings, the attribution windows, it's not perfect. Like, you know, Destiny, you were saying one day it'll literally be 200%, but that same ad on that same keyword 2 days later is actually 50% or 30%. We're seeing some giant swings in some accounts, especially ones that are in merchant fulfilled and FBA. So it's important not to make too drastic decisions too quickly as you're doing that, and take really small subsets of the keywords to really focus on where they're being placed.
Yeah, one thing I've been pushing here, directing the PPC tool is letting people know that it's really advertising is a cost of doing business, right? You just have to factor that in. So if you look at what your PPC costs are and then what your total sales end up being, that really gives you a better gauge. Obviously, when you're first starting out, you don't have any of those numbers yet. So you want to make sure that you're watching everything like a hawk. I wanted to jump to the next question because it's about optimization. So, you know, typically we look at in regular times, is there a recommended period of days that you wait to do optimizations to a campaign? And is that changed? Has that shifted based on what's happening right now?
I can start on that.
Who wants to go?
Go for it.
I mean, I think it's about doing your work up front, which is why you're on this session, because you're gonna use Helium 10. If you do your work up front and you're, you know, really limiting your keyword group set and you're really focused on the right keywords, you know, I do think, you know, it's really going to be up to you, you know, where that view is at and where you want to push. But I think it's more about investing in those keywords as long as you can. So I think if you pick the right keywords up front, you know, you shouldn't have as much movement as you think, you know, like within a keyword set, like your core keywords. It gets harder as you get bigger. So if you're just, you know, starting out here, you're in a great spot to just kind of lock it down and get started. I mean, as you build a big campaign with thousands of targets and different placements, then it's just, you know, you're optimizing quick and, you know, and different timeframes. But I think your initial keyword set, you know, it's like Warren Buffett, like you just want to go the long view, like lifetime, like, you know, like just get in there and stay there because it's just your keyword, right? I mean, unless the language changes, they're not going to change how they search for your product. So get what you can off of those keywords. So I do think, like, you know, going through those keywords and then looking at the data set, you know, normally I look at versus timeframes. Let's clarify that because that is helpful, because I want to remember I'm speaking to a newer audience. I think like it's less about the time frame and more about how many clicks. It's more, just remember that in optimization, it's not about 7 days or 14 days. It's about like the volume of traffic on that keyword, like how many clicks, you know, have come across a 24-hour period. I do all of my optimization based on click threshold, right? I do it based on the number of clicks, you know, the number of conversions before I look at conversion rate. Like you're really looking at the actions that have been taking place. You're not so much looking at like what happens in 14 days. You can make a decision on a keyword after 10 clicks if you want to, or 20 clicks or 30 clicks, right? On Amazon, you get such a high conversion rate. You can do it at 10, you know, 10 clicks. You can look at a keyword and decide if you're going to kill it or not. And then if it's going good, you can run it 20, 30 clicks. But I would say to move away from timeframes, because you could bleed a lot of cash on a high volume keyword going like a 7-day time frame when you really only need a certain amount of click data to make a decision. You don't need days, you know, you just need the data of like you drove a certain amount of people on that keyword, which is why auto is a wild card. You know, keywords are great because you know that so many people came from this keyword and this placement to this ad to this page, and then you can make decisions on how that keyword performed and do it based on clicks. Don't give it a bunch of time because then that's just, you're just burning cash. And again, focus on profit. Don't burn any
volume definitely plays a major factor.
Yeah, you know, every keyword's different, right? So it's just the clicks. There's no time frame.
Anyone else?
And on top of that, I would also say don't be afraid to kind of throttle up faster. When you're launching these new campaigns and you're testing and doing these manual campaigns, you really want your ad rank to be recognized by Amazon. There are so many ads going over these top targeted terms. If you kind of just dilly dally and you put in the low bids, what you'll find if you look at your placement reports is you're basically just on product pages and you're getting really low converting clicks and you're just wasting money. So if you're not really committed, and that's a perfect point, Sheree, because really you want to make sure that those terms, maybe it's 5, maybe it's 10, but you are pot committed to them and you're committed to letting those run. And the reason for that too, Amazon rewards you with click-through rates, your performance with click-through rates, having relevancy. And then on top of it, it's really important. You'll actually see your bids and your average bid rate go down over time. So make sure you're committed to it. Don't just say, oh, well, if it doesn't work out after 10 clicks, I don't know if this is good anymore. Just turn it all off, because that's just kind of a wasted endeavor, and it could have actually worked out in the long run.
Yep. Yeah. Especially with CPCs being lower right now, this is a great time, to be testing. I know it's going back up to normal, but I think this is a great time for people to be getting in there and doing their initial testing and looking at volume, obviously. We've only got like 4 minutes, but I did want to just bring up this one question by Madam Butterfly, which we kind of, I know, I love that name. So if you're out of stock and you've been there for some time, did you guys suggest switching off your PPC or just lowering the budget to almost nothing, but keep it running?
Your campaign will turn off. So it kind of depends on your campaign structure. If you're running
your sponsored
one
product
campaign with 90 different ASINs and it's your top ASIN and you're seeing a crazy change in conversion rate, I would probably pause. But in general, I don't recommend running multiple ASINs within a campaign. It makes your reporting much more complex. It makes your indexation much more complex. So your campaign will turn off the moment you go out of stock.
Yep. And come back on when it's back.
Caveat though, be really careful what happens with FBA. Sometimes they magically find a few units, and then if the bids remain there, you'll see a spike with all this traffic. Amazon's ad algorithm does not catch up to its inventory. So you'll find that there's like hour periods where you're literally just getting clicks and they're going to a page that they can't buy. So pay attention. For sure.
And one more tiny note on that, like when the campaigns go down, don't get the misconception that you can like put a different ASIN or a different shipping or different anything within a campaign that's got history. So if you have this awesome campaign to just this one product that's just rocking, and then you think, oh, this variation's out, so I'm going to take that campaign and throw these terrible selling variations in there, or this one that's shipping, merchant fulfilled in there. Don't do that. Like, pause the campaign that's golden until you're back in stock and put a new campaign together for the stuff that you're going to test. Don't try to put like, ASINs or products that sell less in your Rockstar campaign and think, because you will impact the history and the scoring negatively. And then it's going to impact your good stuff when you're back ready to go again.
Right. The one caveat for the paused campaign on its own and then starting on its own, that is just limited to sponsored products. So if you guys are running sponsored brand ads, it does not do that. What it'll do is, because sponsored brand ads just look at all your products, if it's to a store or different page, it's looking at all those products. So your sponsored brands might still run. Those you should pay attention to. But if you're running sponsored products, single ASIN, you shouldn't really have to worry about it because it's going to shut off on its own and turn on its own. So let's see. Oh, we've got 1 minute left. Did Bradley finish eating?
Cameo.
We got some more time. We got some more time here. That's why I sent a message. I wasn't sure if you guys saw. We're going to go till about 6:50 on this. So
Nice.
If people are too shy to give their questions, Vince, I know you can give us some good questions here. So
no, absolutely. I'm just trying to figure out where this Madam Butterfly was so that I could hide it again. There it is. All right.
This is the questions that we're getting right now. This is not the kind of PPC. When I said, please give me your questions, guys, this is not exactly.
People are giving him recommendations. Yeah.
Give the people what they want, Bradley.
Did you do Lauren's yet?
Yes, we did. We kind of covered that. Yeah, we did. One thing I just wanted to ask is, what are you suggesting you're doing for your clients right now that have, that are essential, that are selling really, really well, right? Are there certain strategies that you're employing to get them ahead in this current climate?
Yes.
Yeah. That would be our job.
Yeah. Anything specific that you think would be interesting to share?
one of the biggest things, especially for people who have never had AMS/advertising console, is you now have product display ads. And Amazon is kind of a unique marketplace in that it still shows anything out of inventory or with crazy shipping delays on page 1. So if you're an essential and you have inventory and you have a great lead time, target the crap out of all of the products that are out. Target with your product display ads that are underneath the buy box. If you have AMS and Ad Console, you have copy. You have Seller Central and you have the beta rollout for product targeting, use them. It's one of the strongest converting ad types from what we've seen. It does incredible because it's a great placement. And if you have a competitive advantage, you have subscribe and save, run a coupon, throw your ad under there and crush it and win market share, especially if you're subscribe and save and have a lot of brand loyalty. It's a great opportunity.
I would agree. We're all about that. I think that's super awesome. And I think like another piece on that though, on that ad unit is really just not only using those placements at this point for conquesting. It's awesome to conquest because it's like my favorite thing to do. But at the same time, it's equally great right now to use the new brand analytics feature to see what's going on with the basket analysis and kind of look at what is going in from your own catalog into their cart, and then what they're actually comparing in your catalog, and then putting those products for upsell, cross-sell potential. I think that's like for every dollar you spend in ads on a best-selling product, you can upsell the second product. And it's just free dollars into your cart because we know people love to use their cart on Amazon to put everything in it, right? So like really don't overlook using those placements on the detail page right now for upsells and cross sells. And I think that's one of the things that we're doing right now, because again, we're just trying to make every dollar count. And also it protects your real estate on your pages from other people conquesting. But at the same time, you're putting dollars in your pocket and you're kind of blocking, their moves to come onto your pages.
I think that's the best thing. Just one to just kind of go on that point. It's not about conquesting right now, and that's kind of a big thing that we preach. You have to protect your brand right now because there's plenty of big brands in some of these big categories where these big brands are just dumping money, and it's kind of frivolously. So if you're not careful, you're going to end up losing positions even on your own search terms, which at this time is just catastrophic. So you really got to be proactive with your own brand and protecting your brand.
And we do big brands here that put a ton of money into outside media, right? So they're buying, they're on podcasts, they're paying for all these placements, and these people are flooding to Amazon. And, we have to spend so much time defending those detail pages because, we can't allow them to spend money on outside media and brand building. Some people, spend everything from television all the way down. Really expensive ads. And then, they're coming to Amazon. 8 out of 10 shoppers look for a better deal there. So yeah, I would say that just exactly what Robert's saying, like really hedging and protecting your detail page. And then like Destiny's saying, that placement right below the buy box, whether you get it out of AMS or the new sponsored display beta, it rocks. It's a great little placement. And you can also do sponsored brands right now. I think, I don't know how much that's out of beta for everyone else, but we have it. Sponsored brands right there, dead center on the detail pages. And then you could build the whole carousel up, below with your pages, with your products. And super good strategy just to get that card up. You'd be shocked how much more money you can make.
And as a reminder,
the last part, really quick here, guys, this is the first group of people who actually, nobody other than Vince, of course, has been on the Serious Sellers podcast. So what we do on that podcast, how do I end it, Vince? Like, what do I ask them to give me?
The impressions game?
Not the search volume game.
Search volume game.
We do that. Yeah, we need to do that too, but we'll do that another time. But we give the what we call the which is TST 30-second tips. Well, I haven't asked anybody else to do this today, but since we got the real creme de la creme of PPC here, I want each of you to think really quick about something you can say in 30 seconds or less, like a tip that's very actionable, very valuable, relating to PPC for our users. So who wants to go first?
I'll go really quickly because I was about to say it before you.
All right, Vince, let's do it.
It's simply that a lot of the ad units that we've been talking about just right now, you can only get if you're brand registered, and so make sure you're trying to do that as best you can. That you're going to get your sponsored brand ads, you're going to be able to do the sponsored display. So get brand registered.
All right, Destiny.
Utilize your custom image beta for your headline search ads. They are doing fantastic. They take off the majority of page 1. They tell your brand story. Custom creatives is the future of sponsored right now. It's giving us more ad inventory. Invest in your creative team.
All right, you might have just taken Cherise. I don't know. Robert.
Yeah.
There's a lot.
I mean, really right now, I would say dive into sponsored brands as much as you can and start A and B testing your stores, your store pages, start testing what's converting, what's not. Actually be hyper focused. Don't do all these broad and phrase campaigns that's just sending traffic and mixed results, but really have hyper focused store pages to really understand your true conversion metrics. Because right now, sponsored brands are converting at an unbelievable rate, but you just have to have a really focused strategy.
All right. Last but not least, Cherie.
Man, I have to talk about competition. Even though this is not a conquesting thing, I have to talk about conquesting because it's my favorite thing to do. And so I could not be the cowgirl if I didn't say something about competition. So my thing would be, if you're picking those keywords that we told you, man, you got to pick those few keywords and go all in on them, right? I would say that you want to look at the ASINs that are already ranked on just those keywords and make sure you put product targeting on just those pages. So keep a tight, like kind of what I would call a consideration loop. So you want to be like, you know, you're here in search. You may not be able to outrank one of these top selling products. They get the click, but then you're on their detail page. So all you're fighting for is to be one of the 5 to 7 brands in consideration. So I would say tie your keywords to placements on just the detail page for the top 3, you know, the top 3 competitors on each keyword, and just hold those positions too. And it's a great way to scoop up a little market share.
Cool. All right. Before you guys go, one by one, just let people know how they can contact you, or, you know, to reach out if they have more questions. Let's go first with Destiny.
Yeah, LinkedIn, Facebook, YouTube, or betterams.com.
All right, Robert.
LinkedIn, Robert at etailrocket.com, or just go to etailrocket.com.
All right, Cherie.
TheUrbanCowgirl.com.
TheUrbanCowgirl.com. All right, everybody, throw up your Helium 10, your 10 fingers here, and we're gonna take a quick screenshot. I think Cassandra or somebody's gonna do it. All right, cool. All right, thank you guys so much. Gave you guys a little bit extra time because I knew that this would be fire.
Good content.
Right? Awesome. Thank you guys. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Thank you for coming at such a strange time.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you guys. Appreciate you coming on.
See you guys soon.
Hey, Bradley, is Samer on next?
Samer's on that. He's on here right now. You want to talk to him real quick?
Please.
Hey, so there we go. You can talk to
Samer
right there.
Hey.
Oh my gosh, when we get on like Facebook Lives, they're like an hour and a half. It's the best thing in the world. So I just had to say hi.
Hey,
all
Dad,
right.
do you want to stay
there
with
we go. I love the you know, Amazon is a big kind of happy family and a big network here. So now we've got the Brady bunch, because we got like 4 here. What's up? Trevin's already throwing up the 10s.
I'm throwing them up.
I love
I'm
it.
ready.
All right. We have got Samer Braxton in the house. We've got Trevin Peterson, and we've got Miss Tamara T. How's it going, guys? What's up?
What's up? How's it going, Bradley?
I'm doing all right. Is everybody on Pacific time other than Trevin? Or where are you at, Samer?
I'm in Montreal.
I'm on Pacific time.
Cool. All right. So
I'm
it's
on Mountain Standard Time, so I'm
so it's
an
like
hour
almost
ahead of
8 for you?
Yeah.
Getting close to Trevin's bedtime here. We better hurry up, I guess.
Getting close to my bedtime.
My bedtime.
What time do you go to sleep, Samer, usually?
I try by midnight.
Okay. I wish I could do that. I might be able to do that tonight if I like fall asleep right after this ends. But anyways,
I found a hack to doing that. Just eat a lot of food just before going to sleep, and it doesn't have to be very healthy food. Just eat a lot.
That's the worst idea.
That's the worst advice I've ever heard. People are like dropping off of this broadcast right now. Oh my goodness. All right. Well, let's. Every single one of you guys have been on the Serious Sellers podcast. Tamara was one of our first, so she's actually one of the few who has been on twice, since it's been over a year since she's been on. So I know a lot of the viewers right now know a lot of your story, but there's a lot of brand new people on it right now. We got about 500 live viewers here. Awesome. So can you just briefly kind of introduce yourself, like what you do on Amazon, like also what you do off of Amazon, like in social media? Samer first, go ahead.
Sure. So I've been selling on Amazon for about 3-4 years now. No, maybe 3 years. I basically started back when I was looking for a job and couldn't find a job, and it took me a while to find a job back when I moved here to Montreal, and I had nothing else to do. So I started selling some stuff. I started with some arbitrage, as most people do. And then from arbitrage, I hated it because I hate shopping and I hate spending all that time looking at all these things. So I quickly found private label, and then I did that. And now I'm still doing that. And I also do YouTube, where I've documented this whole thing from zero pretty much, and that's it.
Cool. Is YouTube the only social media that you're like that you focus on? Is that the main one, or?
For this kind of stuff, yes. On Instagram, I'm just me. I'm just having fun. I'm not doing any education or any Amazon stuff on Instagram. But you can follow me if you want.
Subscribers now on YouTube for you.
Say it again.
How many subscribers do you have on YouTube now?
I think 30,000, maybe.
30,000. Awesome. Awesome. All right. So that's Summer. Trevin, you're up.
My name is Trevin. First, I'm super excited to be on here. This has been a crazy day, and I'm sure, Bradley, you're tired, but my journey has been, I started selling on Amazon about 2.5 years ago. I heard about the opportunity and I was just stoked about it. I was working construction and I hated my job, and I just dove into it. And now 2.5 years later, I'm pushing that $2 million mark in sales. And I also started a YouTube channel kind of documenting my journey as well. I kind of saw the content that was out there. And so I was like, I think I can do a little bit better. At least I hope I'm doing better. And so that was kind of my idea there. And I mean, the rest is history. I mean, it's just been a crazy journey. I'm looking back to when I quit my full-time job to go selling on Amazon full-time. I mean, a lot of people think that Amazon is some joke. It's not legit. But it's done really, really well for me this last 2.5 years.
Awesome. Awesome. Welcome, Trevin. Tamara, last but not least.
Hi, I'm Tamara T. I started selling on Amazon summer of 2017, and it's been really crazy. When I first started, it was really, really hard for me, and I was just basically consuming a lot of free content on YouTube. My first failing product, I lost a lot of money, and I did not find my winning product until I think about 6 months in. So my second product was my winning product. And after that, everything just kind of took off. The first year that we did just all right, about 200,000 in sales revenue from my first podcast I talked to with Bradley. That was in 2018, end of 2018, I think. Oh my gosh, I'm losing track of time. But now things picked up really well. I think for me, after I think I found about like 2 good products, everything after that just became a lot more simpler. And I think that's what it really takes. I really believe that you have to fail first before you find any success on Amazon.
Awesome. Awesome. All right. Well, welcome to I was about to say this episode. I just keep thinking I'm just all about podcasts, and I got this. I think I'm doing a podcast. It's not a podcast. So welcome to the Megathon. Now all three of you, in your videos, you guys have made a lot of videos about using Helium 10. So like it's that's the cool thing about you guys. There's people who are out there who just make videos and they're only in it for the likes or they're only in it for social media, but they don't even do their own Amazon thing. I made sure that, hey, for this episode, I want people who are, yes, they're big in social media and can help us talk about growing a social media platform. We're going to talk about that today too, but they are in the game. So for you, Samuel, like why have you been like, what's your favorite thing about Helium 10? Like, I'm assuming you must like something about it. That's why you've made, a lot of cool videos on it.
I must like one thing about Helium 10.
At least one, other than the weird guy who's in all the Learn videos. But
that guy's cool. Yeah, I like Cerebro a lot. It's very cool. There's so much that you can do with it. I'm an engineer or an engineering background, so I like to look at numbers a lot. And Cerebro gives you a lot of freedom to do that. I also like the profit tool. It's just something that I look at every day, just to look at my money going up and down.
Hopefully more up and down, but do you use the new app yet? That's what I use nowadays, the app for that.
No, ever since quarantine, I've been doing less and less things. I don't want more things. I'm sorry.
Cool. What about you, Trevin? What's your favorite? You've been using Helium 10 since almost day one of your business. Like, what's your favorite? And if it's Cerebro too, well, give me your second favorite then.
I will have to say Helium 10 Cerebro is my favorite, but my favorite thing about Helium 10 is the affordability for all of the tools. I mean, you're paying such a minimal cost, and people getting into the business maybe like, oh, I can't put up that, I can't pay $100 a month to get the tools. And I'm like, I don't know what you're missing out on. Like, you don't quite understand how valuable of tools that they provide. And for $100, you literally get every single tool that you need. So Cerebro is my number one. And then my second favorite has got to be, there's too many. Let's do follow-up. That was a tool that I actually requested for because I was paying for another service, and it was nice when that just came on board and I didn't have to pay for the other services that I was using.
Cool. Excellent. Tamara, how about you? Is it also Cerebro is your favorite, or do you have another tool? Are you going to be different?
I really love Magnet keyword research because I think looking for keywords and the search volume of the keywords is crucial before you source any product. I mean, a lot of the times people think about products and differentiation on Amazon, and they think if they have a product idea, they think of ways to differentiate. But what's really important, in my opinion, is actually looking at how many people even want your product, right? Because if not enough people want it, why source it? I mean, you can source it, but for us, we always make sure there's a healthy amount of demand before we move forward with products.
Yeah, that's a good point. A lot of people don't realize that like late last year, what we added to Magnet was, yes, it is a keyword research tool, and you can get other related keywords. But if you put a comma after every word in Magnet, like let's say you found 10 keywords on your own, or you found off of Amazon or off of Helium 10 some keywords, you just put those keywords and with the comma, and it'll give you just the search volume for those keywords, so you like instantly know, even if you're on your phone, like what kind of demand that keyword has. Tim Jordan is going to be on later. Talks about sometimes just doing product research when you're on the street or you're in a store, or you're at a fair or something. You see a word, you take down the keyword. Yeah, you can just pull out Magnet, see how many times it's searched. So thank you for bringing that out, Tamara. Now let's talk about the times that we're living in. I mean, you almost can't get on a live nowadays without this being one of the the top questions, but it's very valid. The coronavirus situation has affected different people in different ways. The Helium 10 Project X account, we had double the sales last month as our previous month. So some, even though one of the products is being out of stock for 3 weeks, other people, I feel bad for people who are selling neck pillows or earplugs for airplanes or things like that, because obviously their sales are down, overall. Samara, how have you been, how has it affected you? Sales up, sales down? And how have those like different restrictions affected you, as far as, no, you can't send products in? Oh, nope. Yes, you can send it in, but you can only send 50, things like that.
Yeah, for me, it's been sales up, thankfully. I sell things that people need at home, luckily. And then I had a shipping plan open before anything happened, and it was like 3,000 units. So I got lucky with that. So I had new products come in. And I also created another one when things started getting crazy. I created just a shipping plan for 3,000 units, which I haven't even used yet, but it's also still open. So I don't know if I got lucky or I don't know what's going on, but now I have other shipping plans that I just opened out of nowhere, but they're like 50 units each, 100 units. I'm hoping that they'll increase them soon, but if not, then I'll have to figure out 3PL, FBM situation.
Okay.
Someone has a solution. I'll figure it out.
Cool. Trevin, how about you? Like sales up or down? And how do you deal with those FBA issues that other people have been having lately?
So the first week when this whole thing was kind of rolling out, my sales completely tanked, and I was kind of scared. I was like, this is not good. Like I probably took a 50% hit, but after that week, I just made some adjustments, and I actually switched to FBM. And since switching to FBM, my sales have literally almost tripled in the last month from switching to that. And yes, it does create a lot more work, and it's been a pain, but it's better than not selling. So I just made some different adjustments, and as soon as I did that, sales continued to pick up, and now I'm able to send in inventory for most of my products, and I'm kind of slowly getting away from FBM, but I just had to kind of make that transition. I had to pivot. I didn't complain. You just kind of have to deal with what comes at you, and that's what I did. And luckily now, like my sales, like it's almost like it's Black Friday. So it's been going good as of late.
That's awesome. That's awesome to hear. Tamara, how about you? Sales up or down? And did you get affected by any of those FBA issues?
So we mostly sell children's products, and our sales are up over 60%. And actually, Easter weekend, the long weekend, helped our sales tremendously. We saw a huge spike because some of our products are not really Easter related, but it's a lot. It's the type of product that parents would shop for their kids, and they make great gifts. So that has really helped. We also transitioned to FBM for products that were very low in inventory. I would say we still have a lot in stock using FBA, but the ones that are low in inventory, luckily my business partner is from Boston and he's been fulfilling the products himself. And we also use a third-party fulfillment center as well, but mostly it's just himself fulfilling orders from home. And it's one of those things, like Trevin said, you just have to adjust to. Like when we first heard about it, we're kind of like it is a lot of legwork, but at the end of the day, I mean, business is business. And I think what makes a good Amazon seller is you have to work around every single problem that Amazon throws at you, because there's so many problems. I think there's always problems, to be honest. Like when you're selling on Amazon, there's always going to be a problem. But instead of like taking a step back, we have to always find a solution and work around all these problems.
Absolutely. That was very interesting, all of you guys. Really good to hear that, you know, for most of the products, you know, it's up. You know, there's a lot of people out there who don't have it, you know, that way. But guys, don't worry. If you're one of the ones who doesn't have, you know, 60% increase in sales, you know, like was mentioned, don't feel bad. It's gonna bounce back and probably better than before, because more people are shopping online now. It's why Amazon can't keep anything on the shelves, even after hiring over 100,000 new employees. Let's switch gears now a little bit and talk a little bit about YouTube. Now, there's various reasons why ones would or benefit that people could get out of YouTube. Like if you want to, you know, I guess help people learn, you know, about YouTube. If you want to build, you know, affiliate business, if you want to become an influencer and get different streams of income. But then I think that even people who have products, you know, if you have a YouTube channel kind of like about your company, like once you get big enough, you know, having that kind of audience is, again, an off Amazon audience that you can market to. So regardless of whatever somebody's reason is of starting and growing the YouTube channel, I think the way to get there is fairly similar. So first, let's start with Samar. Like, how did you start? You know, like what were your first videos? And you talked a little bit about this on the podcast, I remember, but there's a lot of people who haven't heard that maybe. How do you go from 0 to 30,000 in 2 years or 3 years or however long it's taken you?
You just post a bunch of videos and then hope that one of them blows up. No, I'm kidding. The way I started was I started back before I started even selling on Amazon. And I was in all these Facebook groups like yours, and I was asking a lot of questions and just sharing my own updates on what I'm up to with my Amazon business, or with, you know, entering the Amazon world. So because I was asking a lot of questions, it got to a point where I had made some connections. I made friends, people knew my name, I knew some people's names. And then at some point, just because I had nothing to do and I was in these Facebook groups a lot, at some point I started getting a bunch of questions because I was like a regular in these groups. So it got to a point where it became a lot of questions and then a lot of similar questions. So I just thought, why not just put it in a video, because I'm lazy. I don't want to answer the same question so many times. So I posted in one of these groups. I'm like, hey, I'm thinking of starting my first YouTube channel, YouTube video, and sharing with you, since I have a product coming in, or my first ever product coming in. Would you be interested in following that journey and just watching that first video? And from that post, I got a bunch of comments, people just supporting and just interested. And then that was pretty much like a launch list for me. It wasn't really a strategy. It wasn't really a launch list strategy, but looking back at it, that's what a launch list is pretty much. So from there, I started one video. And then at the beginning, it was really trying to hustle for every single view. So every video that I post, I made sure that it was a very shareable video. It was something that is very helpful, that I knew people had questions about. This way, I'd go to Facebook groups, answer questions, and then if they want more, I have the video for it. So with every video that I posted, I tried as much as possible to get it out there. until, like I said, one video took off, and that's when I stopped the extra hustle, and then things were a bit more organic. So yeah, I hope that helped.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And for you, I mean, YouTube is also another income stream because you can just put ads. I mean, and this is something regardless of, this is something I didn't do. I also have 30,000 followers, and I don't know how many million, 20 million, 25 million views on YouTube back in my crazy sock TV days. And I never made 1 cent because I was dumb. Never tried to target, things, but that was me. But Sammer is obviously a little bit smarter than me. He's getting an extra revenue stream. And guess what? Revenue streams like this, whether it's affiliate revenue, whether it's social media revenue, if your real passion is Amazon, guess what? There's extra revenue streams that you can expand your your product line a little bit faster than if you're just relying on Amazon. Let's go down to Trevin too. How many? I'm sorry, I forgot. How many followers do you have on YouTube?
I have just over 14,000 subscribers.
14,000. And you've only been really doing it for like less than 2 years, I think, right?
Yeah, it's been less than 2 years. And the first year I was kind of on and off. I would get down and like, no one's watching my videos. This sucks. Like, everyone's watching this guy, or no one wants to watch mine. And so I kind of got down on myself. And there was times where I'm like, I'm not going to upload this month. And then I would go back, and then I'd get motivated, and then I'd start uploading. And as soon as I was consistent with it, that's when I started seeing results. And that would be kind of my biggest tip for someone that wants to start is it's all about consistency. Obviously quality matters. Obviously the value that you bring is important. Another huge thing that you need to make sure that you're doing on social media is just trying to be transparent and genuine and authentic. And that's what I saw when I first started, is no one was really being transparent about their sales numbers. No one was being really open about those things. And so that's what I decided to do was I'm just going to whip out my seller account and scroll through and show you guys my sales and say, hey, this is where I'm at. I'm up for the month or I'm down for the month. And I got a huge response about that. And people really could connect with that. Another thing, kind of like what you were talking about as another stream of income, that was a kind of another thing of why I wanted to start. And it was kind of funny. The first year that I started, I didn't make a single dime off of YouTube, and I was just spending hours and hours and hours.
Why?
And a lot of times, I didn't have the 1,000 subscribers. I didn't.
Oh, you mean ads?
Well, in ads, affiliates, like I wasn't making any money from YouTube. Obviously, my Amazon business was making me money. And that's what people kind of need to understand as well, is it's not something that's going to happen overnight. Neither is selling on Amazon. Like, it's not just something that you can just whip up in a day and boom, you're making a bunch of money. YouTube is kind of that long-term marathon game where it's going to take some time to get to where you want. And I'm nowhere where I want to be, but I'm satisfied and life has been good. So can't complain.
Awesome. Somebody's got the police coming after them over there.
It's me.
Okay. Tamara living in the rough part of Vancouver, I guess. Huh? All right, Tamara, what about you? Like, you also have been only doing like YouTube for a couple of years. What's your subscriber count now?
I started YouTube July 2018, and I have over 15,000 subscribers. My Facebook group has over 10,000 members, and my Instagram has just over 8,000 followers.
Now, if I remember, you had told me on the podcast that you actually didn't really do anything special to grow it was almost like all just organic. It just kind of happened, right?
Yeah. So actually, I never had the intention of starting a YouTube channel at all. It's just, I was very involved, kind of like how Samer kind of started. I was very involved with other Facebook groups. And then I started growing like a small little fan base. And back then people were always exchanging reviews. I'm sure Samer remembers those days, like, hey, review for a review. And then I started making a lot of friends. And then people kept kind of pushing me and said, hey, like you answer questions really well. Why not start a YouTube channel? And I was like, oh, really? Like, it's not me to blast myself. Like, it's not in my blood. Like, when I first started Amazon FBA, I've been a very private person. But after a lot of requests, I kind of just gave it a try. And surprisingly, people were watching my videos. I got 100 subscribers really easily. 1,000 subscribers came pretty easily as well. And like Trevin said, it's all about consistency. I post twice a week. I think ever since I started, I post twice a week. And I think there may be like less than a handful of times where I missed a specific day, but it's all about consistency, and it's really about keywords as well. So if you ever find like your competitors, like if Samer posted a video about like PPC optimization and he got a ton of views, maybe I should kind of, you know, do something similar, right? So that's what I've kind of been observing. I'm not one to be like, I'm obsessed about my subscriber count or comment or views. I mean, of course, I want people to watch my videos.
Like me, how I was a couple hours ago, I was so disappointed that me giving out my Instagram didn't result in 500 followers. So you're calling me out. No, I'm just playing. You probably didn't even hear that. But
yeah, like I try not to get caught up with that, because at the end of the day, I don't think the number matters. It's really about what I believe in and how many people I can reach. And that's really all that matters to me. I actually don't make any money from YouTube. $0. I don't have my channel monetized. I think I should, but sometimes when I see other people's ads, it kind of turns me off, and I don't want them to be advertising on my channel, to be honest. So that's, and it's not like a lot of money anyway, right? But I make great affiliate money with Helium 10, Feedback Wiz, and I also have my own FBA course, Amazon course. So I make a bit of money from there as well, but I make $0 from YouTube.
Yeah, YouTube would probably be the lowest of them all.
Yeah.
It's the highest of all other niches.
Yeah.
Interesting. All right, last question of the day. This is something that Sean had for different ones, but like if you lost everything, or you sold your business today, or you lost everything, either way, you're starting from zero. What would you do differently right now to build another? If you're definitely going to go back into Amazon, starting from scratch again as of April 30, 2020, what would you do differently, if anything, or what would your strategy be, Samer?
Start Amazon or YouTube, you said?
Amazon.
Oh, Amazon. I would probably do more of the branding stuff that I started doing later in my Amazon career. So I would focus more on branding. I would probably get into the social media world a bit earlier. Probably build an Instagram, get a following, and then while doing everything else, I would much rather have a following before launching the first product.
Cool. So then social media first, get building that audience. What about you, Trevin? If you had to start over from scratch today, your Amazon business, what would you do differently, or what would be your strategy?
So when I started, I didn't really seek for guidance. I just literally started throwing products up, and I was hoping that they'd stick. So I was literally like running around with my head chopped off like a chicken, like not knowing what I was doing, but I was like, oh, this is fun. Like, let's just throw it up. And I probably would have sought out for a little bit more guidance.
Didn't you fail like 5 times? Like something crazy in a podcast, like your first 5 products were all failures or something like that?
Basically, I was just like, when I heard about the opportunity, I was so pumped, and I didn't even take the time to learn. I just was like, oh, I'm just going to start sourcing products and throw them up, and hopefully they stick. But yeah, I mean, it took me 5-7 products failing before I was like, oh, this is what I need to do, and this is this, and this is that. So if I would have even just invested in a course and not trying to pitch my course or anything, but if I was even to invest in one that was, let's say, $500, I know for a fact I would have saved so much money. Now that's me, and that's kind of what I would have done. And then I would have probably also got brand registered a little bit sooner. And now with the IP Accelerator program, you can do it and get all the benefits in 2 weeks, where when I got brand registered, it took me 8-9 months to get my trademark. And I wish I would have done that just a little bit sooner. So that's something that I would have done if I was just starting out.
Okay. How about you, Tamara? If you had to start from scratch again, or had a do-over, what would you do differently about your Amazon path?
So similar to what Trevin said, I wish I had the proper guidance, because I learned the hard way as well. I actually lost $15,000 with Shopify first, and then I lost $5,000 with my first Amazon product. So I lost about 20 grand before I made my first dollar.
That sounds like a viral YouTube idea.
Sorry. Yeah, no, I have videos about that too. So I mean, I took a huge loss, but I just knew that if I just kept on going, I knew one day I would get something right. And I did. And it took, like I said, like I think 6 to 8 months. And if you get the proper guidance, the right course, the right mentor, and the right people that you surround yourself with, like other Amazon sellers, you can get to where you want to be that much quicker. Because people who join my course, like, we all help each other, right? And I think community is a huge part of it. Like, if you are someone that thinks you can do this all alone, you are completely wrong. That's something that I thought, because I was like kind of like on my high horse when I started. I was like, oh, I could do it alone. But you can't, like, you really can't. Like, I'm sure Samer and Trevin, you have VAs and you have help from others, right? So I think with any business, you need help, you need support from the right people. And most importantly, have people, just a really good community. That's what I would do differently. And the second thing I would do differently if I had to start over was to outsource as much as I can. I kind of have problems with that. Like, even today, I try to do things myself and I don't know why, but it's just that, I don't know. It's just something that's me, like how I am. But if I were to start over, I would outsource as much as I can, because you should be paying experts to do what you're not good at, like product photography. I did that on my iPhone and I did it myself. So it's kind of like, you know, like silly things like that. I wish I would outsource, because your time is money and you want someone who knows how to do it and perfect it for you. And it's worth everything.
Awesome. All right. Well, that's about it for the time. So what I'd like to do, I know that I didn't have time to get to all the questions here, but if people want to reach out to you guys to see about your coaching, to see this YouTube channels that we've been talking about, your Facebook groups, can you give all your different little links and different things that you want to give out? Let's start with Samer first.
Samer Brax on YouTube. And the best Facebook group out there is called the Brax Amazon FBA group.
Called the Helium 10 Users Facebook group.
No. It's the second best. Yeah, it's the second best. And then Samer Brax on Instagram if you just want to get to know me as a human. And that's it.
Cool. Trevin?
Trevin Peterson on YouTube, right there. That's how, oh, it's right there. You can spell it. Then if you want to follow me on TikTok, I've been on my TikTok game lately. I've grown that quite a bit, and that's grown a lot faster than YouTube. Already at 30,000 followers there. And then Instagram, and then there you go. Maybe we can do a TikTok video. And then amchampions.com as well if you want to check me out there.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much for coming at this strange hour on here. Trevin, get to bed. And we'll talk to you guys later. Guys, every one of them was on the, oh wait, we didn't do our picture yet. I'm sorry. Almost Cassandra's gonna get mad at me. So throw up the 10s and pose. All right. Hopefully they got the screenshot right there. But anyways, every one of them has been on the Serious Sellers podcast. Make sure to search their name at helium10.com/podcast. Thanks, guys. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Bye. How do I leave?
All right. We've got Michelle in the house. Notice how every time I get this pronunciation right now.
That's
after
right.
correcting me way back in the day. Let me just give a welcome to everybody who has come on in the last couple hours. I haven't even given shout outs. So let us know in the comments where you guys are calling in or watching from, I should say. Let me put my little thing here. Don't forget, guys, the reason why we're doing this is to celebrate our last day of this special assistance funds that we did. I'm still not pointing. Wait, there we go. Down there. All right. My goodness, I can't get this right. 80%. I'm doing like gang signs right here. 80% off your first month of Helium 10. Just go to helium10.com/megathon and make sure to check that out. Now, one of the we had kind of three different, or we're having total 3 different sessions today that really can help people with launching products. And one of the ways that people are using to launch, and we're going to talk about other ways to use this, is like using chatbots or ManyChat in particular. So Michelle has since day one of Amazon sellers using this, has been one of the pioneers, one of the OGs in the game who has been teaching chatbot strategy. So let's just first of all just really briefly go over what you've talked about a lot of times about launch, and then we'll go into some other use cases for chatbot. But Michelle, for Amazon sellers, how are they utilizing it to help with some of their launches?
Yeah, I mean, like, of course, new product launches, but guys, right now, especially with all the craziness that's going on Amazon, from having, your inventory suppressed to maybe not being able to do inbound inventory. And so you're selling out. I have some sellers who, and of course, like supply chain with China, there's going to be some ranking issues that happen with your listings. And so of course we want to do new product launches with chatbots, but probably the predominant use of chatbots is re-ranking campaigns. And that's going to be so important. And especially, and just shout out to Helium 10 right now, because we live on Helium 10 right now for my clients, because we have to really be inventory sensitive when we're picking our keywords that we're ranking for. And so it's really important to be strategic right now when it comes to your inventory, and not just be like, oh, I think that keyword sounds nice. No, you really need to get into Cerebro and Magnet and like really dig into that keyword research and figure out what your daily CPR giveaway numbers are, and be strategic with your inventory and your keyword selection.
Okay, so then walk somebody through like that, the functionality. A lot of people, yes, they know nowadays in 2020 what chatbots are, but we've got some people who have never even sold on Amazon yet, and chatbots they might not understand. So like what would you say is a what was those yellow books called? Dummies, chatbots for dummies. So like give us a quick cliff notes of the chatbot for
you guys
dummies.
aren't dummies. You're not dummies. Bradley's
I am, but
doing a megathon for 16 hours. So no, I mean, like, chatbots, really what chatbots are is that they're automated one-on-one communication. So you kind of think of email marketing is about as interactive as like a billboard on the freeway. A chatbot is this kind of conversation that you can have, and a messenger bot specifically is one that utilizes Facebook's messenger platform to communicate with. And because it's a Facebook asset, then you can run Facebook ads directly through Messenger. You can find out, you can build a subscriber base, you can launch products, you can re-rank products, you can go back and ask product research questions. There's, the sky's the limit as far as what you can do. But what I love about chatbots is that they're super seamless, they're fun to interact with, and you can get crazy results in a very short period of time.
Okay, and then briefly, and then we're going to try and open this up for questions, but I want to like present what chatbots or the different functions are, and then let's let the audience kind of decide what they want us to expand on. So we talked about launch. So give us some other use cases.
Yeah, so you can have like reviews on autopilot via product inserts that you have. You have some fun kind of like calls to action on your products. You can have some cool different like calls to action QR codes that lead to chatbots. Here's some other ones. This one's I've shown this example a lot. I have a YouTube video all about product inserts. So if you guys want to go deep on product inserts, I do like the good, the bad, and the ugly, we will say. But that's a great tool to just have a chatbot sequence in place. It's capturing reviews on autopilot. A fun one that I've been experimenting with lately is subscribe and save campaigns to your Shopify site. So instead of just using chatbots for your Amazon presence, also using chatbots to drive MRR, which, like I have a crazy case study coming out, but basically in a month being able to increase a client's MRR by $10,000, with very little effort. So there's crazy opportunity out there. And having come, I know it's hard to believe, guys, but I've been doing marketing for 20 years. I turned 40 on Saturday. It's my birthday. So I'm like coming here with all of this stuff.
Be careful if the microphone was near your nose, it's going to grow long because of that Pinocchio lie that right there. Come on with these.
That's right.
Just trying
That's
to make
right.
me feel.
But what I love about chatbots is that, especially if you guys are new to them, learning technology can be overwhelming. It can be so crazy. And just like what Sammer was saying about in the last session about what he wished he did sooner in building an audience, building a brand, building these things, building an audience via chatbots with, Facebook ads, it's cheap. It's fast. You can build an audience that you can market to over and over and over again in just a matter of weeks. And you don't have to be handsome like Sammer is, you know, or funny and handsome the way that Bradley is. Like, you really can have just like a really great product and run Facebook ads to it with connected to ManyChat. So
awesome. Now we already got some questions coming in, so this is something that I want to expand on a little bit here. So Amin says, are chatbots within terms of service? So here's what I have to say about that. I mean, for most uses, especially everything that Michelle just said, is absolutely within terms of service. Let's go to the flip side. What are some ways that you could get in trouble by using chatbots? Because that's something I think that sellers shouldn't just jump in. Hey, chatbots are great. You can make anything great bad depending on how you use it. So what are some ways that you have heard that people do it that you need to let people know, hey, don't do this?
Right. So first and foremost, let's just say one thing. Amazon loves that you are driving free advertising for them. So if you're running like a ranking campaign and you're driving traffic, they love that. So definitely not against terms of service. What is against terms of service is review manipulation. So if you are compensating people for reviews, if you are making a rebate contingent upon a review, completely against terms of service. Any type of, especially when it comes to reviews, Amazon is very sensitive and is working very, very hard to shut down sellers who are manipulating reviews.
Okay, yeah, and then even not just, I mean, I think some of that, people might say, yeah, like that's obviously, but I've heard of other people getting in trouble when you try and put people through these flows where you're like, hey, did you love the product? And then if they say, no, I didn't like it, it puts them into like this flow where it's going to send them to leave feedback, that the seller knows they can remove later. But then if they say, oh yeah, it was a great product, then they say, okay, then they send them to go leave a review. Don't do that, guys. You could get your account suspended if Amazon catches you for that. Now, here's another $1,000 question of the day that everybody always gives conflicting things, and I'm not sure if we're going to solve it today because there's nothing explicit necessarily in terms of service. But to get people in the chat bots, what about like inserts or QR codes like on a box or things like that? I mean, you ask 10 different people, they might tell you 10 different things. All we care about is what the 11th person, Michelle, says.
Well, I'm not a lawyer. Let's just get that out of the way. But I think the biggest things that Amazon doesn't want you to do, and this comes back to review manipulation, is, the product inserts that are going to get you in trouble are the ones that are asking for a review, like on the insert, or leave us a 5-star review and we'll give you a $50 Amazon gift card. Don't do that. If you're adding value with that product insert, like if you're providing training, information on how to use the product, how to install the product, how to, improve the user experience all day long, that's great. That's great. But once again, like even if you're offering like a free gift, it depends on what happens inside of the flow that then determines what's against terms of service. If you're making that free gift contingent upon a review, then yeah, all day long, that's black cat. That's going to be against terms of service, and guaranteed your competitors are going to get your product inserts. They're going to go through those flows, and then they're going to report you. I don't think Amazon is going to waste their time going around scanning QR codes, especially right now, guys. But your competitors are probably your bigger people to be concerned about.
If someone is going to go in and use QR codes, like you can't draw a QR code, like, so what kind of software is out there for creating QR codes that you can recommend?
Well, ManyChat has them built in right into the flows. So I mean, you literally can just set up your ManyChat flow, and then there's a growth tool called QR code, and there's lots of different ways to get people to enter your ManyChat flow. QR code, a link, a text opt-in, and all of those are now native to ManyChat. So don't spend your money on a different platform. Just like, if you're going to have your flows, build your calls to action and your growth tools inside of ManyChat too. Very convenient.
Okay. Excellent. Now I'm just going to completely switch gears here. You came from a non-Amazon background, into the, chatbots, and then kind of like, reverse, or now you're in the game completely, you're speaking at events and everything. has what you've seen inspired you to maybe start your own Amazon business?
Yes, yes. I have my own Seller Central account, guys.
Oh, you do now? Awesome.
Yes. In fact, I was like, I had this big fat goal to launch my own Amazon product by my 40th birthday. And I will say that I was on track for that. Like when I saw you last was in February at the Empowering Women Summit. And I had connected with some really great people at that summit and was on track to launch a product. And then all of this craziness has happened. And I've been focusing on helping my sellers instead of helping myself, quite frankly. So making sure I'm taking care of my audience, but it is my goal this calendar year. So my new calendar year starts on my birthday. That's how I measure my life. So my 40th year, I will birth my new Amazon business.
I love it. I love it. I had Carlos Alvarez on earlier.
Yeah.
And the way he talks about when he had a baby, it was like that's his private label, product. And you're kind of taking it the opposite way. You're birthing an actual product. So all this imagery here about children and Amazon somehow.
Yeah.
All right, I got a couple more questions here, and then I'm gonna bring on Sean because I need to use the bathroom before I pee my pants here. But let me now I forgot what it was already. All right. Oh yeah, about chatbots. Right. So what changed? I hear about this. The old ManyChat rules, Facebook rules, this or that. What rules changed recently in the last 4 or 5 months that maybe somebody who had set something and forgot it like 6-7 months ago, they need to maybe be aware of that they could be doing something wrong, or maybe something stopped that got turned off because they set it and forget it?
Right. Yeah. So the changes were on Messenger's side. And basically what happened is that Messenger is now making the ability to, let's say that you've built an audience, maybe you were running a launch last year or have previously built an audience, and now you have another product you want to come back, circle back and send a broadcast to those people with an offer. And basically what Messenger is saying is like, hey, if you want to send promotional content outside of a 24-hour like kind of engagement window, that's going to be pay to play, which is very common with Facebook. They're drug dealers, right? They get you hooked on some new cool tech for free. They get you hooked and then they start charging you for it, right? So it's very typical of them to behave this way, right? So that's really what's going on. And like the reality is there's different things that you need to be aware of, like Messenger tags and one-time notification topics that can kind of still help you to make sure that your content, especially like review follow-up requests built into campaign flows, just use the tag post purchase update, and you'll be fine. And one-time notification requests are basically a way to engage with your audience and make sure that you're giving them an opportunity to opt in to promotional content from you. So there's a little nugget. If you guys want more information about that, check out my YouTube channel. And I have a bunch of trainings on paid messages, broadcasts, this new one-time notification feature, how to make sure you use tags correctly, like all of the nitty-gritty stuff. If you're not using ManyChat, please don't jump in there first. Like you'll be like, what is this? But those of you who have questions, that's some good technical breakdowns.
Cool. Facebook is like a drug dealer. I don't think I've ever heard that analogy before, but hey, makes
Are they true or not? That is true. It's true.
All right, Sean, can you go ahead and with a couple other questions, and I'll be right back after these messages.
Yeah, absolutely. What's up, Michelle? Good to see you.
Good to see you
Yeah.
too.
I saw you at the Elite Workshop here at Helium 10 HQ. I think you came up for a shot maybe of tequila. I can't remember. But I remember running into you.
I think you need to replace Bradley on the podcast, guys. Like, who wants to hear Sean's cool accent on the podcast?
Oh, too kind.
I do.
I haven't heard that in a while. I've been here for so long. I don't know if people say it and it just goes over my head, but I've heard it so many times. I feel like I haven't heard it.
Guys, I'm going to tell you a little secret about when I met Sean.
No,
I spoke at a Helium 10 elite training. It was like a year ago, right?
Oh, it was, yeah.
Yeah. So you guys may not know this about me, but I was previously a dating coach, and Sean found out about this, and we had a little chat about a certain someone that he was pursuing.
That is true. I forgot about that.
So
That
I
is true.
need like that update real quick.
Which is very good. It is very good. Yeah, everything's great. Everything's great. But enough about me. I did want to ask you a couple of questions about the many chat flows and that, which haven't been asked yet. So do you use any chat bots outside of Facebook? Because I know they're primarily used for like Facebook groups. That's where I see them most. Do you use any chat bots outside, like for Instagram? Because I know there's some for other social platforms too.
I mean, so here's the thing: is that Messenger's chat marketing tools are basically going to be there are other chat platforms that are out there for like Slack and like, I don't know, some of like more, because chatbots were originally born as a support tool. So it's born in like the customer support world. So if you're in like, if you have different customer support tools, then there'll probably be chatbots built for those. But as far as like chatbots where you can like quickly build an audience, like for marketing purposes. Okay, so marketing purpose-based chatbots, then Messenger is going to be your drug of choice. Okay, just like you said. So, and you might be thinking, well, what about Instagram? What about WhatsApp? What about some of these other channels? And the reality is that Facebook's vision for for Messenger is to be the communication backbone for all of the Facebook family, all the Facebook assets that Facebook owns. So if you have a conversation with Sean in WhatsApp and a separate conversation with Sean on Instagram, right now those are two separate conversations and two separate threads. And Messenger's, Facebook's vision is that Facebook Messenger, whether you have a Facebook profile, an account or not, that Messenger will be the communication backbone for all of their assets.
Solid.
So bottom line, and this is the future, guys, like 95%, like this was a study that was released in December. So it's only improved since then, but 95% of consumers prefer to interact with brands via chat.
I know I do. I do my, my internet went down here like last week, and didn't go down, but my upload speeds were like dismal. And I'm like, hey, I do videos all the time. I need this. But like I did my support ticket with Cox through Twitter messages, DMs. Like, I don't know why, but I hate calling on the phone. I hate talking on the phone. I don't want to email because that's useless. And so I'm like, hey, let me just do this DMs. Thank you, Sean. Sean didn't crash the webinar on here. So that's great.
You send me an update. You do it.
All right. We got some questions here on the right. Let me just throw this in. Now I lost it. Oh, there it is. Someone's Alexia says, how do you market on WhatsApp? I never heard of that.
So it's not live right now. It's coming. Kind of like what I just said. And Facebook is being all very coy about when it will be available, but it is coming. And I would say that like, as far as priorities, when it comes to like, if you are launching a product internationally, then WhatsApp is going to be a bigger chat marketing market for you. But if you're launching in the United States, Messenger still has the predominant reach.
Excellent. Okay. Yeah. I mean, that's, there you go again. Facebook is the drug dealer, right? They're just buying up they're big, there's going to be a season of Narcos.
They want to be the West's WeChat. That is their, like, Zuckerberg sees what WeChat is for the East, and he wants Messenger to be the WeChat of the West.
Like it. Now, just in general, regardless if we're talking ManyChat, regardless if it's going to be some future Instagram or WhatsApp bot, what are some rules of thumb, or I should maybe say etiquette, that people need to be aware of? Because another thing that we don't like as human beings is thinking that we're talking to a robot. So how do we make it not seem like that kind of experience?
Well, I mean, I think one of the most important things is to use what's called NLP, natural language process. So one of the first things like marketers like me had to learn, where I was used to writing email copy or like website copy, is that like chat copy is a lot more natural. It's a lot more like misspellings, emojis, like using GIFs, a lot of GIFs, like those kinds of things. If you are not a natural speaker of the language of the country that you are targeting, and building chatbots for, please use Yana and her team to like translate your chatbots, because there's nothing worse. There's nothing worse, especially my dear Chinese sellers out there, than to get like a "hello, dear" message from you, and it's just nonsense. So, and that really, especially if you're running like what we call a cold traffic campaign on Facebook, where you don't have an audience, the audience doesn't know you, they don't like you, they don't trust you, and all of a sudden, like, your deal already sounds too good to be true, and then they open Messenger, which is for a lot of people is going to be a new experience, and the language is all off, or the grammar is terrible, or things like that. That's really going to go a long way for people, like, to immediately close it and be like, this is a scam. I don't want, they're going to steal my information, like those kinds of things. So I think it's just most important to come across really natural and speaking language correctly.
Awesome. Keep those questions coming, guys. We only got a few minutes left here. It's almost Michelle's bedtime.
It's
all right,
true.
that was part of our negotiation.
I put on makeup for you people. I mean, this is commitment. This is commitment.
That's awesome. All right, hold on. Let me see. I did get one here. If you're just getting started, would you recommend using chatbots or just stick with PPC and until you get established a little bit?
I would say that if you just have like one product, I would put together a product insert and make sure that you have like a chatbot flow, a mini chat flow to, capture those reviews on autopilot for your product. And while you can definitely run like a ranking campaign or a launch campaign, if you're a single, for a single product, it's definitely going to be kind of like a one and done as far as, if you're not going to launch another product for like a year, or you don't even know when, then you're never going to reuse that audience, which is fine. But as long as you know that going in, because I have some sellers would be like, I launched a product 2 years ago. Can I call these people back? And I'm like, no, you can't. Just like unsubscribe them and move on. Like, I call it being like a bad boyfriend. Like, you don't want to, build an audience, develop like a one night relationship, and then like message them back and like 6 months later be like, sup, and then be like, who are you? Like, dating and marketing is very similar,
Are you speaking from experience at all, or what is it?
Well, like I was saying with Sean, I used to be a dating coach, so
What did I miss? I was in the bathroom for like 2 minutes, and it got off to dating.
Well, we were reminiscing of times past. We'll say that.
Okay. All right. Cool. Well, thank you for that. I don't remember what the question was. I don't know how we got here, but hey. Speaking of being off topic, let's go. No, this is not off topic, Scott. Scott says, when marketing through a chatbot, should you send customers to a listing or to a product landing page, or conversely, maybe to a search, or
Yeah, so your call to action is really crucial and really important depending on your objective. So if you are running a launch, a product launch campaign, a ranking campaign, which is very typical for Amazon sellers, then you're going to either use a two-step URL or a search, find, buy campaign. And in my opinion, what's going to determine which one you use is where you're currently ranked for your target keyword. If you're not within 20 or 2 mobile search result pages of your target keyword, then I recommend you use a two-step URL until you are. Or if you're within those 2 mobile search result pages, then you can use a search, find, buy as your call to action. So I don't know what scenario you're referring to, Scott, but those are the 2 main ones the Amazon sellers are in.
Okay. Corinne says, if you can't put an insert in your product, what's another option to use?
Well, if you are... So I would push back on that, Corinne. I would say that, like, let's just say that your insert is in FBA already, and you can't, or your product is in FBA already, and so you can't get an insert actively on your product listings, or maybe you don't want to redesign your packaging. I will say, for those of you who have inventory waiting to go into FBA, put a sticker on your box somewhere. You can just print off stickers and slap them on there before you go into FBA. And that is like a quick workaround to having that, besides having to redesign and reprint packaging. Okay. If you can't, The purpose of a product insert really is to kind of capture your Amazon buyers, convert them into subscribers so you can harvest reviews on autopilot. And if reviews are your objective, and of course, for every Amazon seller they are, you could always run rebate campaigns. Even if you're not using rebate campaigns to rank, you could have like what I call like a slow drip rebate campaign where you're just maybe spending a few dollars a day to get a few buyers and slowly drip those reviews in. There's some other kind of like advanced tactics for like retargeting campaigns of your Amazon customer list on Facebook ads. But if you're going to do something like that, you got to have like serious volume in Amazon sales to have a list that is going to be usable for retargeting on Facebook.
All right. Look at that timing. I literally threw it up right when you stopped.
Yeah.
Edison, I want to do this when I see Edison because of his post there. There we go. All right. Edison says, do you disclose during the flow that you are using bots and say, talk to a person type help, or do you keep it low key?
Low key, always. When bots first came out, it was all the rage to have like a personality for your, like a bot personality. And it's just, no, like people want to feel like they're talking to a brand. They want to talk to a person, and it's all about that relationship, right? And so what I recommend is that, if somebody breaks the bot, and they'll say something that's out of flow or whatever, that your default reply is where you send people to, hey, if you need to contact our support, click here and our team will be right with you, kind of a thing. But I would never be like, hey, this is a bot. Most people don't know what a bot is. So don't waste your time. Don't slow down your sales velocity trying to explain what this is and how it works. Just give them what they came for, which is usually some offer on Facebook that you just offered them.
All right. And last question of the day here from Madame Butterfly. How long can you ignore your audience before you can contact them again?
I really wouldn't, but like in my professional opinion, I would like even if you guys don't have a new product you're launching or even a product that you're re-ranking, heavens, Mother's Day is coming up. Guaranteed there's some way that you could combine your offer with maybe an affiliate offer or something, or even like a low e-com offer, like a 10% off coupon or something like that, to just get something in front of them. I'm a marketing professional, right? So I believe in marketing schedules and calendars and there's always things to get in front of your audience and offer them. So even if you're like, well, I don't have another product that I'm launching for a while, like test some affiliate products to give you an idea of, people are interested in that type of product. If they are, then that could be like a good solution, or cross-sell or upsell, or heavens, if you sell consumables, rebuy campaigns, there's all different kinds of things that you can and should be doing. And if just realize that if you ignore your audience, they're going to ignore you. So.
All right. Well, Michelle, thank you so much for joining us. There's a few questions every single time. I swear, like, we're already overtime, and then that's when more questions start pouring in. I'm at like a good flow. I'm like, okay, we got it. And then all of a sudden, boom, 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 boom. So there's more questions here. So how can people reach out for you or find your, you mentioned you have a YouTube channel, your ManyChat training, et cetera, et cetera?
Yeah. Yep. So I have a whole training on how to get started using chatbots. Just go to michellebarnumsmith.com, and I have a free training where I break it down, break it down in every way, shape, or form. I talk about offers. I talk about calls to action. I talk about that there's not a one size fits all campaign for ranking, for launching, for harvesting those reviews. I give you all of the secrets that you need to know. So be sure to check that out. And then if you really need to get technical, check out my YouTube channel where I have several how-to videos, especially for the new stuff that's come out recently.
You're real quick before we take our Helium 10 picture here. Sharam says, how can you stay awake, man? You're awesome. Little known fact, I'm actually not real. I am a beta version of a ManyChat real life bot, actually. So I'm very advanced.
It's a Bradley bot.
Yeah. All right. Anyways, let's go ahead and do our Helium 10 picture so Cassandra can take a screenshot. Awesome. All right. Hope you got that. Thank you, Michelle. She's going right to bed right now. Good night. Buenas noches. Have a great rest of the weekend if I don't talk to you tomorrow.
Ciao, guys. Ciao. Bye.
Cool. All right, guys. We are in it to win it. We are nearing the 12-hour mark. And there are some people here who I have noticed since 8 in the morning. You know, it's not just me here. There's some people who have been here around here since 8 in the morning. One of them is about to come on right now, but this has been awesome. You guys are just crushing it. Again, I mentioned after every time throughout this broadcast, please share this on your own Facebook channel, your own Facebook page or profile. Share it on your LinkedIn, share it on your Twitter. And every time you do so, it enters you in to win a swag bag, as long as you put the hashtag of Helium10 in and you tag. I forgot the word. I was like, what does that little @ symbol mean? You tag Helium10 as well. Instagram story, take a selfie. Take a selfie of yourself with the computer or the monitor there, and make sure to tag Helium10. And you can tag Crazy Sock TV. That is me. I had said if I would get up to certain followers, I'd start posting Helium10 content every day on my Instagram, but it looks like it's going to be a Zumba channel still for now, because I didn't reach my goal. But Celine, who was a Instagram, I don't want to say guru, that's such a bad word these days, but influencer expert, she said that she was going to help me grow my Instagram following. So maybe we'll still do that. Anyways, guys, we're going to take another quick break here, and we got Cassandra is going to be joining us. Let me bring her on the screen. What's going on, Cassandra? How's it going? You're still with us too.
Of course. Watching you, Bradley, I missed you in the office. I have to get all my Bradley time in.
There we go. There we go. How, what, do you have dinner?
Yeah, I had a little guacamole. All good. You know, keep it strong to watch you.
Excellent. Some good carbs in there. That's one of the carbs that are actually good, like Eric the trainer talked about this morning. I think you were one of the few people who has your energy level actually at Eric the trainer from the initial. So he was awesome. You didn't come like in with a guitar though.
That was good.
That was quite an entrance that he did. Anyways, Cassandra, what's the vibe like? How's it going? Like, you've been monitoring a lot of the chats and things. Everybody's cool. Everybody's happy.
Everyone's very happy. Energy levels. I'm not the only one that keeps, you know, the high energy. So are all of our members tweeting us, Instagram stories. They're lit, as the kids would say. That is what's going on. So we're getting a lot of engagement. People are following us. I got to check on yours, Bradley, so you hit your goal. But yeah, things are very, very nice on social.
Yeah. Shows you how smart I am. I have a social media expert in the office, and I've never hit her up to try and help me out to grow my dismal Instagram following, but oh well. Andy says that sleeve looks amazing with the green screen. Like, it's like, I don't know, that's pretty cool. Anyways, all right. So we're back here for another WTF Amazon video, right?
Wow.
Another one I haven't seen. So explain again how people can win a swag bag based on this video.
Okay, so while you're watching the video, if you're the first one to comment and know exactly what the product is, we will send you some swag, okay? But you got to comment either live on the Facebook stream or the YouTube stream, okay? And I'm going to screenshot it. Then you DM us. I'll reach out to you. We'll get you some swag.
And I just realized that there was one contest I missed. So Mel or whoever's going to be on in about 2 hours, please remind me. I'm going to drop that one, the other contest that I completely missed here in about 2 hours. So again, how the videos work right now is who's on this video that we're doing? Is it you?
Me. It's actually
you.
me. Yes.
All right. So you weren't supposed to look at the product, and nobody knows what it is either who's watching this video. But if you think you know what strange Amazon product it is, be the first to comment on either YouTube or Facebook. So let me go here and let's see if we can get this going.
It's a good one.
There we go.
I think Mike Coates picked this one out. So
Mike Coates picked this one. All right. Awesome.
Yeah.
Here we go. Let's go.
All right. So I'm going to cover my eyes, closing them, but not touching my face. You guys tell me when there's a product. Is this something that's going to like make a mess?
It might.
Kevin, you haven't seen this one in action, have you?
I've messed with it a little bit.
Oh, okay.
And there's 3 different items in this product.
Oh gosh. You know, it's definitely different being on the other side of the camera. Oh, I don't even want to. Oh, this is gross. Oh, okay. Oh, this is warm. This is quite warm.
You wanna?
Yeah, wait. Should I look now?
You can look now.
Okay.
What do you think it is right off the bat now that you're looking at it?
I mean, some sort of like gag gift. I would immediately think that, you know, because
specifically.
Oh, it's a pimple thing. It's some sort of First of all, I just want everyone. This is really like, ew. I did hear the microwave.
And I was like, oh, that's weird. Why would someone need a mic?
Up after this video.
Okay.
I mean, that's the mistake I made.
Put it in the pour.
It's not.
Please. Make sure you get it all
I'm not.
the
I don't
way
think
up.
anything's coming out, you guys.
You gotta squeeze pretty hard.
Oh my god. Oh, gross. Oh my god. Oh my god. That's so gross. You guys. It looks like pus. It's gross.
What do you
This
think
is so gross. This is so gross. I don't know what it. Okay, so it says why did you give me this? Pimple pus made with all natural ingredients, so it's organic.
I think you're supposed to simulate popping a pimple.
Okay. So do I fill it first and then? Oh, gross! You guys. Oh god! This. Don't they do these videos too? Oh, like the show, Dr. Pimple Popper. Does anyone else? Oh god! Did something just fly out of there?
You also have another tool that you're not utilizing.
I don't. So that's what I don't understand. How do I use both?
You tell us.
Zoe. Because I would think you would fill this part, and then like.
So you have the perfect amount of pus per pimple.
That is the grossest statement. You get the idea. So like, and then it comes out. It's like, I don't know. I'm gonna go with that.
Who do you think would like this kind of gift or product?
I mean, the people that go on Dr. Pimple Popper, probably, or her. She probably made this. She's probably trying to market it and make your own at-home version, which I feel like you don't need, depending on your skincare regime. So, I will say there was like a morbid like curiosity, because I did know about this, but like I was always kind of like curious to like how this felt. This will need some heavy duty Cloroxing. I will need to Purell.
Oh god.
Oh, that is disgusting. That is good. You figured it out right away as soon as you saw it, though. Like I wouldn't have figured it out. Like I would have been like, I don't know, because I refuse to watch that show because that grosses me.
It was pretty
Me out.
gross. Yeah, that
Oh,
may
my
be
goodness.
the highlight of my career, Bradley. So,
But that was actually a product. So whoever at our office actually bought that on Amazon.
yep. Oh, definitely. I'm telling you, I think it was Mike Coates. I think he was into it. So,
Somebody runs Cerebro on that. I want to know what kind of keywords people are using to search to buy a product like that. So you and your team are going to go back and look at the comments and maybe see if anybody was able to, who was the first one to get it right. But thank you for joining us, Cassandra. You heading to bed now? Is it your bedtime like Michelle?
I'm going to stay with you, Bradley. I'm going to keep watching.
Awesome. All right. Well, Michelle. See, it's 12. I'm losing it right here, guys. I'm losing it. All right. Yeah, you might need to stay because you might need to take over for me in a little bit here, Cassandra. Thank you so much, Cassandra, for joining us. We'll have a great night tonight. See you later. All right, guys. Again, don't forget to click on the helium10.com/megathon. 80% off your first month of Helium 10. And just, remember what kind of things that comes with. It comes with the Freedom Ticket program, which is a 40-hour course that gives you the A to Z on Amazon. A lot of the stuff that we talk about today, you can get the basics of, I know that some of you guys who are new, you're like hearing chatbots, you're hearing wholesale, you're hearing words like arbitrage, you're hearing words like ACOS and ASIN, and you're like, what in the actual heck is this guy talking another language or what? Well, we go over all these words with Kevin King, who's actually a future guest tonight on the Freedom Ticket program. So you can learn A to Z of selling on Amazon. And then once you learn that, well, you've already got the Helium 10 software where we have over 25 tools that can help you rise to the top of the Amazon world. And that's what our main goal is here at Helium 10 to help you sell on Amazon. So we're giving you the education, we're giving you the tools, and we're doing it for only $20. 80% off your first month. That is guaranteed to be good through the end of tonight, 11:59 p.m. So guys, make sure to take advantage of this offer. I know most of you who are watching are already Helium 10 users, but the very few, the couple who aren't, now is the time. All right. There's no reason not to, because remember, you get a 30-day money back guarantee. So if you decide not to sell on Amazon after day 29, you just give us an email and they'll return your whopping $20 so that you can go buy a gross pimple popper if you so desire. But anyways, take advantage of that offer, guys. We are going to the next guest here. Let me pull up my schedule here. All right, cool. We have one of my favorite people in the whole world. We've got Isabella Hamilton, who is going to be talking to us about more launch strategy and her very unique way, a way that, Project X, we used a lot in order to, or not a lot because we didn't really need many units, but we used her was one of the only ways that we use for our launch other than PPC. And what I've personally used a lot for a lot of my case studies, I use her service, which is rankbell.com. And let us bring her on here right now. Dun, da, da, da. Boom goes the dynamite. How's it going, Isabella?
Very good. Oh my God, Bradley, that was the best introduction ever. You said I'm your favorite, one of your favorite person in the world. That's
There
very
used to be
special. It goes both ways.
Thank you. So you remember those? I forgot what it was. If it was T-Mobile or AT&T, where it's like you have your favorite 5 or your fave 5 or something. It was like, okay, so you would have been there.
Wow.
Okay.
Amazing.
Thank you so much for coming on here. Now, we've known each other for, a couple of years now, almost. And at the time, I had never heard of what you're doing. And I think it's very important part, especially nowadays, of the launch process, which is being able to have search, find, buy. Back in the day, 5 years ago when I was a consultant, the only format that I would use for launch was using two-step URLs, which, still even does work, to this day, but they're a lot less effective than they were back in the day because Amazon started favoring full price purchases and more organic activity on Amazon as opposed to things coming from URLs. So talk a little bit about how first because before you, or even still, you're not an Amazon seller. So like, how do you even discover this method and have the foresight to start this service that you did?
Well, when it comes to Amazon, I'm always trying to look ahead just a little bit, or at least as much as that permits. So I used to do some discounted giveaways as well, but we started doing the search, find, buy many years back, and we noticed that even back then, search, find, buy was always preferred. So we switched all our clients actually to this method, and we've noticed that it increased their ranking pretty rapidly compared to discount. And then of course, we had that issue with reviews being removed when organic customers would actually leave a review on the discounted item. So we said, we're going to stay away from that completely and not do any discounted buys. And, we were almost to say lucky that we did that, because even till today, we still use search, find, buy, and it's still one of the best ways. And just like you mentioned, Bradley, super URLs are still good. And I do recommend using those when you first launch because your keyword may not be indexed at that time. So using a super URL for the first day or two is fantastic. But as soon as your product is indexed, and even if it's on page 9 or 10, make sure you switch to search, find, buy. And one thing about super URLs, if you do that, and this is just my opinion, and you can take it or leave it, do not use the request a review button, because right now, like Amazon doesn't mind that when you do that to a super URL. But again, remember how shifty Amazon can be. So I would say always look to the future and say, would Amazon ever not agree with me using a super URL? And when it comes to reviews, we know how sensitive Amazon is. So I would just leave that part out. Use super URL for a day or two. Do not request a review, and then do a search, find, buy, and then you can continue as you normally would.
Okay, awesome. That's great advice. Now, what are some other ways that, like in that first part, like let's say somebody for whatever reason doesn't want to use a two-step URL in the beginning, but they almost have to because they're not showing up in the first 306 positions. Like, what are some other ways? Is PPC the only way that someone can do it if they're not doing URLs, or are there other filters that people can use in their search, find, buy? Or what do you suggest?
Super URLs is really what works. I haven't really found any other good ways to do it. Of course, you can, if you don't want to use a giveaway service, you can always try to, like some of your other guests today were saying, maybe use some family and friends just to give your product just a little boost to get it where it is able to be searchable. There's not really any way around it. You can always use PPC, and I'm actually a big fan of PPC. I'm not a big fan of spending a lot of money, but PPC in conjunction with giveaways, it's the magic formula. And I know people are always asking, should I spend my money on giveaways or PPC? If you have it, use both, because I've seen tremendous results from that combination of two. And plus, you want to make sure that you own the real estate on that page. So you want to be top one, position one, but you also want to have the sponsored ad right on top of that. So when people come to your product, they're looking for a diaper bag, you're in position one and you're also the sponsored ad. So take as much as real estate as you can on the first page of Amazon.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, there might be some people out there who are like, you know what, how many reviews do I need to have? Like, do I need to wait till I have 20 reviews to try and get there? But then it's like, if you do that, maybe your honeymoon is already over. So like, they're like, oh, what do I do? Because they know, as we've talked today, that if you get to page one, however you get to page one, and you don't start converting organically, you're gonna drop off. So some people worry that maybe, hey, yeah, is there a such thing as getting to page one too early? So do you suggest waiting at all for a certain number of reviews before you do your big push to maybe theoretically help you stay there or help you convert better once they're there? Or even with that 0, 1, or 2 reviews, are you suggesting that people go ahead and try and get to page one?
I think it's always great to get on page one as soon as you can, and do take advantage of the honeymoon phase. You want to start the ranking, and then of course, if you can get even a few reviews, I mean, getting to page one with no reviews, it's a little strange for the shoppers as well. And I'm not sure how easy it will convert for you to even reach page one. So if you can get, under even around 10 reviews and get on page one, it will be better than you being on page 2 or 3 with 100 reviews. And I think a lot of sellers tend to forget this. They always say, reviews is the most important thing. In my opinion, ranking is the most important thing. Get to page one with 10 reviews. Even if the competitors have 1,000, just make sure that you are on that page one, because that's when your listing comes in play. You have your perfect listing, your perfect pictures, your description. You have those few reviews that people say they really love your product. So it's not, people tend to think, oh, I need 5,000 reviews for regular shoppers to buy, but it's not always that. I think if you're on page one, you're going to get a really good amount of reviews. And then you mentioned something about like sticking, the ranking sticks. So always use, like I mentioned before, PPC and giveaways. And if you're on page one and you start seeing a drop, I would suggest you either up your bids on PPC or do giveaways, or a combination of both. So what you don't want to do, you don't want to show Amazon that your sales are not consistent, because you're spending all this money ranking your product for the first 2-3 weeks, and then you're going to stop everything because you're tired of spending money, and then Amazon is going to see this inconsistency. So you were selling, let's say, 50 a day with PPC and giveaways, and all of a sudden you stop giveaways and you're only selling 20 for a day, may be okay. But if Amazon sees that you're only selling 20 every day, it's going to drop you in rank because they see that somebody else is doing better than you. So Amazon's goal is to always promote those who are selling more, because they make more money. So if you make them money, they're going to promote you. This is how I see the ranking goes. A lot of sellers, they come to me and they say, Amazon hates me. They're always against me. Hijackers are against me. Competitors are against me. The way I see it is Amazon loves you. Amazon loves you and wants you to make money, because every time you make them money, Amazon makes money. So try to change that mentality around when it comes to Amazon products. Amazon loves you. Amazon wants you to make money. So when you get that really to your core, then you're going to start seeing things differently. So if your rankings don't stick, something's wrong. Up your PPC, do more giveaways, or both, or one of the other. You want to make sure that your sales are pretty consistent for the first month or 2 or 3, because that's how Amazon gathers the data.
For some strange reason, I'm getting delirious here in hour 11. I remember an old Johnny Cochran, O.J. Simpson joke where it said, if the glove doesn't fit, you must acquit. For whatever reason, when you said if the ranking don't stick, I was like, you must acquit. I don't know where that came from, but I think it's because Tim Jordan just joined the waiting room, and Tim Jordan always brings out the crazy in me right here. But anyways, let's talk a little bit about what I saw this question pop up like 3 times already. There are some people who don't know what we are necessarily referring to when we say search, find, buy. So can you just like lay that out, what that means?
Yes, it's a term. Well, sellers just started using, and it's basically just a simple search. So like we were mentioning before, a diaper bag, you're going to want to buy your sister who's having a baby a diaper bag. So you're going to Amazon platform and you're literally typing in diaper bag. That is the search. You're going through all the listings, and hopefully they land on your listing because they found it and now they're able to add it to cart and buy it. So it's just the term that we use, search, find, buy, and that's really what it stands for.
Okay. All right. Let me see. Here's a question. First of all, people hating on me. OS Group, who's been here since 8 o'clock this morning as well. I think Bradley's drunk too much coffee. Kent, am I like moving too much? I guess I am. I don't know. Sorry. Let's see. Kareen says, how hard is it to rank again if you were on the first and second page and then you drop off? My PPC cost was crazy. What would WWID, what would Isabella do?
Hi, Kareem. So I think people have a misconception when it comes to the honeymoon phase and what happens after. So they think, once the honeymoon phase stopped, then you're really ruined. You can never re-rank, or if you went out of stock and you can never be the same. I'm here to tell you that yes, you can. So as long as you have those sales coming, and in your case, you say your PPC cost is crazy, it probably is because your product is quite competitive and a lot of people are bidding on that. I would try to switch to giveaways and do some of those instead or together with PPC. So maybe lower your PPC cost and use some of those funds for a giveaway, either service, or you can, use influencers. I mean, there's just so many ways to do giveaways. That doesn't always mean give your product away for free. So I would try that for a little bit and see how that works. You can always send me a message, whenever you want, and we can talk about it more. And yeah, I'd love to help you.
All right. OS Group bringing the fire tonight. Isabella, would you recommend to try to get to page 1, position 1, or in a lower price to be on page 1, but landing at position 4 or 5?
I would always go for position 1, of course, but being on page 1 is actually quite important. So you're going to compete with a lot of sellers when you're on page 1. They're probably there longer than you. They've probably been, creating their listings for longer. They have a lot of more data that Amazon gathered. There's a lot of other things that they did previous to you coming on Amazon. So I would say even getting on page 1 is so crucial, and it will help you in the long run because somebody will land there and get through all those first positions and get to yours. And like you mentioned, the price, if your price is even slightly lower, you might get those shoppers that are looking for that specific product that they may not have that much money to spend on the expensive one. So if your product, all these products are usually pretty similar. Some are probably even from the same supplier. So if you're on page 1 with the top competitor who's selling the product for $50 and you're selling it for $45 and you're at the bottom, I think you're going to get a lot of those sales for yourself. So yeah, I think you should lower your price just a little bit when you're on page 1 so you can gain some rank. And when you're like close to the number 1 or 2 position, you can slightly increase your price. But if you don't have 5,000 reviews like your main competitor, just keep your price at a lower amount just for a little while.
All right, I'm about to pull on Barkus and Tim Jordan on the broadcast because I need to go to the bathroom again. I've drunk about like 17 of these, and that's what's keeping me going. So I got to make sure that I can leave things and things aren't going to get too crazy. I left for the bathroom an hour ago for 2 minutes, and I had put Sean in charge. And somehow when I came back, they're talking about dating advice when we were supposed to be talking about chat. I don't know what happened there. I left for literally 2 minutes. So can I trust you with Tim and Bark? You're gonna be okay?
I think they'll be safe around me.
All right, let me bring them on here. The bearded duo here, dynamic duo. What's up, guys? How's it going? Both y'all in Eastern Standard Time, right?
No, Central.
Central. Oh,
And
so it's
Isabella.
Yes.
You really just told him that he can trust me and you together? That is a lie.
It's already getting bad. I better leave before something happens. All right, or before I pee my pants.
I got
So
Howard.
pretty good.
So can I give a shout out to Search Find Buy?
Of course.
Is that all right? You'll allow me to?
Please.
So here's what I see. Like, people get upset on Amazon about Amazon making things more difficult to hack. You know, people got all pissed off. Oh, they won't let us do the reviews anymore. Or, oh, they're stopping, certain URLs from working as much. It's not about Amazon making it harder for us. It's about Amazon having to follow sometimes rules and restrictions that are placed upon them, like by the U.S. government. Like, it's the government that came out and said you can't have these, reviews in exchange for a free product. Like, that's misleading the consumer. And then also, Amazon is struggling to prove their credibility to clients, because clients are getting a lot of counterfeit and clients are getting a lot of used as new and stuff like that. So Amazon has to clean it up to make the buyers and the clients happy, or we can't be sellers. So the power of Search Find Buy is, at least technologically and within the system, it's not a hack, it's not a trick, right? So Search Find Buy, I'm literally telling this group to go out and search this keyword and scroll through 28 pages if you have to and buy it. So there's no way that Amazon can look at that and go, oh, this is a hack, they're gaming this system, like we have to give less credence or power to this. Like, it is literally replicating exactly what Amazon's native system wants, which is someone searching, finding, and buying. Does that make sense to everybody? I hope so.
Yeah. So, one thing about that, you said it's showing Amazon that this is a natural behavior. And I want to point out just one little thing about that. Amazon does gather a lot of data when it comes to shopper behavior. So a lot of, I know we had some really good experts today on ManyChat, and I know a lot of sellers use it and it's pretty great, but I would say be a little cautious when using ManyChat, because you're going to tend to get the what I call discount shoppers. And people are going to say, well, a lot of people are using ManyChat and it works. Yes, it works, but then you're attracting all these people that see kind of similar ads and they're going to click on it. And so what happens is you're attracting these buyers who, even though with the ManyChat you can tell them, hey, search for this product. One, you don't know if they're actually doing exactly what you told them, because they're not trained. They're just somebody from an ad. Two, you may give them a super URL. They go click on that, and then they immediately add it to cart. So what happens is, even though it's an external link, and even with Search Find Buy, people are telling them to go search, they're not really doing natural behavior. Natural behavior is like me and you, Tim, looking for, any product like,
Isabella, no, time out. Let's explore that. If you and I sat down together right now and we're searching for a product on Amazon, what would it be?
It would not be a coffee tumbler.
I really want to know where your brain was going there.
Well, what did I see? I swear I can't leave this thing for like 2 minutes every time. Goodness, what's going on?
Let me finish that, because that's quite crucial. So when it comes to natural behavior, make sure that it is natural behavior, and you're not just going to the listing and you're automatically added to cart, because that's not natural, unless it's a product that you've been buying every single month. So like cat litter, that's something people usually just buy, or they're a subscription, but they know they don't have to read the description, they don't have to read the reviews, they've been buying the same cat litter for 3 years, they just go and add to cart. Amazon can see that. They can look in the buyer's profile and they see they buy this product every single month. But if it's just a random product, doesn't even have a cat, or Amazon has never seen one of those purchases, from all the cat litters out there on Amazon, they go straight to yours on page 5 and buy it without reading through all the other listings. So that's what I mean by natural behavior. So make sure that you do have natural behavior when you are searching for that item.
All right, cool. All right, I see it did come back to good on topic things. Excellent. We have a question here from iTeam. My rank is maintained at 24 to 50, and I can't break through. What can I do?
Well, I'm actually not sure what exactly you're doing, but like I mentioned before, doing PPC, doing giveaways, it's really what you can try to do. So CPR is an amazing tool you can use even if your product has been selling for a while. So don't think just because it's not a new product that you cannot use the Helium tool to find out what is going on. And, you know, when you're saying my rank is at 2450, what keyword is it at that? You know, like you have to, if your keyword is not performing and is not ranking, I think it's time to drop that keyword. I think it's time to focus on other keywords and, you know, stop spending money in PPC on that because it's not working. Maybe there's just too much competition on it. Maybe you don't have enough money to spend in PPC ad. There's so many different reasons. So the question that you ask is quite vague, but I hope this helped a little bit.
All right, a question I haven't seen today, or right now, since you've been on, but I think is on most people's minds with times that what's Tim doing? Wait, Tim's having some audio issues. I don't know what's going on over there.
He said he'll be right back.
Okay, all right. Is it during the last couple of months during coronavirus, people are like wondering about launch. Like, hey, is it, you know, can I even launch? I'm a new seller and Amazon put a limit of only 50. So should I wait until FBA or should I launch with my fulfilled by merchant? Another thing is, hey, I'm trying to launch right now, but or relaunch my product, but I'm restricted to FBM only because I'm non-essential. Or hey, maybe I shouldn't launch at all because like sales are through the roof so much that it's going to take so many more units for me to get on page one. I mean, these are all questions that have been seen in Facebook groups and things like that. So have you been seeing those similar questions like with your clients who are hitting you up?
Yeah, so usually with my clients, you know, we try to let them know in advance not to run out of stock. And I know with the virus, this came so unexpected that we did encounter this problem. So when it comes to launches, I think it's always a good time to launch. If you are not ready to launch and you're not confident that you can get enough units, if you don't have an essential product, I say wait. But when I say wait, I don't mean just like forget about it and go to sleep. I think you should do some product research. You should check your competitors. You should actually do some really good homework. So when you do launch in a month or two, or when the world opens up, you will be ready, and you know you'll be way more prepared than you have been. Because if you already have that fear, oh my God, I'm not going to make it. This launch is not going to be successful. That already gives you that panic feeling. And to me, if you start on that foot already, it already gives me a bad feeling. So, but if you already have these products and they're sitting in a warehouse and you're doing FBM, I say do it. Definitely launch. It still ranks the same with FBM as with FBA. So I don't see why you wouldn't. But again, if you have those fears, I say save the money. Check on your competitors every single day. See what they're doing in this time, and you know, try to copy what they're doing when time is ready, because you're basically ultimately looking at what they're doing and how much money they're making, and you're trying to emulate that. So I say just wait or don't wait. So
have any clients used you to rank lately for fulfilled merchant? I mean, I would think that normally 99% of people who are launching are always doing prime items, but in the last couple of months, since a lot more people are using FBM, have you seen any do that?
Not too many. There have been some, but I think everybody's kind of fearful of the fact that they might not be able to bring more products in because the COVID, everybody's still unstable. They don't know what's going to happen next. So those who have already a lot in stock have actually continued and they have been consistent with their orders over a year or a few months. So no, but as somebody just starting to do FBM and do a large launch, no, I haven't seen in the past month.
How about you, Marcus? You ever heard of done a case study about someone launching on an FBM as opposed to FBA? And if so, what did you find? I've never done that study, so it came to my mind right now.
I used to do it all the time. I haven't done an FBM launch in a long time, but I did them all the time a few years ago for me and my brand. And it always went well. I agree with Bella. I don't really see there's much difference in an FBA sale ranking more than an FBM. There might be some. If there is, I think it's negligible, if anything. I've never seen any issues with anybody not being able to rank an FBM product compared to an FBA listing. If apples to apples, I don't see the issue at all.
All right, cool. All right, any more questions about launch or what Isabella does here? Please hit us up in the comment box. In the meantime, don't forget, guys, to share this, to like the video, to give us a thumbs up if you're on YouTube or if you are on Facebook. Let me see here. Do you disapprove ManyChat? We got a question here. Do you like? I guess that means do you not like it?
I don't mind it. I think there's better ways to do it, and I'm usually not a fan of methods that are overused. So when ManyChat came, everybody started using it, so it's not such a novelty anymore. And as I said, you're going to attract some buyers that's exactly what they're looking for. They're looking for these free products. And again, I go back to the natural behavior. So if you get a buyer that's buying cat litter today and tomorrow sunglasses and day after tomorrow fitness apparel, and there's not really any consistency between the buys, you might not get the same benefit as you would from an actual shopper. But if that's the only method that you have to rank with ManyChat, I think it's still viable and a pretty good way to rank your product. So I definitely don't discredit it. I just think there's other better ways to do it, or you can use that in conjunction with influencers or a service such as mine, and maybe like a Facebook group community, which I'm a huge fan of, and I think every seller should have even before they launch. But if they don't, then they can always create one, and it's so easy to create a Facebook group around one of your products these days, whatever niche you're in. If you have cat litter, you can always do Facebook ads and attract those people who have cats, and you can give them a lot of content, and then sell your product sometimes, give them a few coupon codes. So there's so many ways around this if you're willing to put in the work. So of course ManyChat is an easy and lazy way to do it, but when you do easy and lazy, then your results are going to be comparable to the effort that you've put in. So not that I don't like it, I just think there's other ways you can do it.
All right. Now I know I've used you at least, I want to say, 40 to 50 times for your service when I'm doing different case studies on different ranking techniques used, and pretty much every time exactly what I'm trying to do is get to page 1 or to a certain point, I'm able to use it. But just in general, I'm not your own customer. So in 2020 so far, we're in the end of April, or 4 months in here. About how many products has your company worked on for clients? You say más o menos.
I would say, I would say between 200 and 300, and that's because it's been kind of slow because of the COVID. We're usually at a much larger number, but I'm not concerned because I know as soon as the Amazon floodgates open, then everybody will come back to normal. But I business is good.
Awesome. So guys, if you want to go ahead and check out her services or ask her more questions, There's some more questions that we don't have time to, because Tim Jordan is trying to get in here. But how can people find you on the internet? What's the website or Instagram, things like that?
Yeah, so my website is rankbell.com. You can also always find me on Facebook, Isabella Hamilton, and on Instagram, it's right on my Facebook under my bio. I'm pretty easy to get a hold of. Unfortunately, I'm always online. So if you have a question, send it to me, and I'll get back to you pretty quickly.
Awesome. All right, thanks, Marcus, for helping us out. Let's take a quick picture for our Helium 10 symbol. All right. Thank you so much, Isabella, for joining us. And we will see you soon. Can't wait till we're back in the office so you can come and visit us.
I will be there with you. Bye.
Awesome. Bye-bye. All right. I'm going to disconnect in a little bit just to reset my internet here. I don't know why at 8:30 in my neighborhood, maybe everybody's trying to upload videos or something. But let me bring back Tim. Actually, I'm gonna bring back Marcus. I'm going to bring back Marcus so I can restart my computer because he has to be on here. All right. So what this is about, what we're supposed to be doing in this is we're going to give like a recap of Project X update. And I'll do that. I'll open up the Helium 10 Profits account so we can take a look at what's going on. But I'm going to restart my computer right now. So in the meantime, Tim, there's a lot of people out there maybe who haven't seen Project X. So if you can just give kind of a rundown on what we did on Project X, and Marcus, if you have any questions for Tim on what you thought about a project, to do that, and I'll be back in about 3-4 minutes.
I feel like I should wait to talk until he actually disappears.
I know, right?
He's just hanging here awkwardly, like, all right, guys, bye. And then he just sits there. Yeah, so I'll give the brief history because a lot of people have asked, like, how did Project X happen? In fact, I was talking to somebody today about that, and I kind of had to retrospectively think about what kind of happened. And I think it all came back down to just a conversation I had maybe a year ago with Manny. And we were talking about things in the space and how much they've changed. Remember in 2015, 2016, we could launch anything. The example I use is I could have sold a brown paper bag full of cat turds for $150 and been on page 1 for soup bowls if I wanted to. Like, it was super easy to sell anything back then. And as things have changed, you're seeing less and less examples of people actually like doing case studies, right? Like actually showing how it's done because it's harder. And there's a lot of reasons for that. One is there are some people out there that want to make this seem easier and try to sell the dream. But also, since there's less available products out there, a lot of people don't want to share their products. A lot of people don't want to give up those gold mines. It's also not as sexy as it used to be, right? You used to be able to launch these products and sell $1 million worth of one product. And the landscape has changed so much that the products with super high volume are also super competitive. So when I'm talking to Manny, Manny's kind of understanding like my business model and how I find products. And I'm like, yeah, I look on Pinterest to find what people are looking for than, not see what's on Amazon, which is very different than mainstream private label, which is let's see what everybody else is selling and see if I can jump in there and do it well too and steal some of the, the competitive mojo or some of the, the sales volume for this product. So he called me up one day and he's like, hey, do you think we can actually do this in a case study? And I'm like, I sure hope so. We may screw this up royally, but let's try. So it was a very, very long process. I was recently talking to somebody and people don't know that we actually started that project like the middle of last year, like summer, because it takes so long just to get us all together. And for every episode, I had to fly out to Irvine, California and shoot those episodes, and all the, people in the background that were doing the production and the video editing. For every hour of content that you guys saw on Project X, there was probably 2 other hours of outtakes and weird stuff and dead time and us trying to figure out how to pronounce words correctly and trying to get our screen sharing right and all that good stuff. I hope some of you saw that in the bloopers. So it took a lot of work, but what was interesting is all of the people that have kind of poured out their comments, a lot of gratification, a lot of questions, all sorts of comments. But I think what's interesting is we talked a lot about lower volume products, right? Products that instead of selling 200 a day, it might sell 20 a day, and that's a victory. But the idea of Project X was find these products that are in demand at low competition, that fly under the radar, where a lot of people aren't going to be competing with you, and you could just multiply that product after product after product after product. So instead of one really high volume product, you might have 3 or 4 lower volume products, but the profit margin per product is higher, and there's less upfront cost to get in one. And if one goes down, you're not riding your entire business sales volume on that one product. So I think it was very, very counterintuitive to what a lot of people have heard about private label, but so far it seems to be working. I've got a coaching project or coaching program, a group coaching program, where we literally share what we're doing, what we're working on with each other. And some people in the program actually share their products with the group, just to, collective brain power, kind of involved in problem solving, getting better ideas. And a lot of the people in that program are doing well with 4 or 5 SKUs that are flying under the radar. There's still no competition using those same methods that we talked about in Project X. So I think it's been a lot of fun. I think it's been eye-opening, and I think that it changed out what private label selling can look like. I remember, being in the Helium 10 office, planning out episodes. This is like last summer, and we're talking about different methods, and even like people in the Helium 10 office are walking in, they're like, well, show me again how you do this. And I draw it on a whiteboard how we map it out, and they're like, this is crazy.
Oh no.
The next time I fly out there, they're like, oh my gosh, Tim, that totally worked. I'm like, yeah, it did. So it was, again, I want to stress what we did in Project X. It's not the only way to do private label. There's more than one way to skin a cat, like I like to say. It's just one that I enjoy doing, and I think that it's attainable for a lot of people that might not have a huge budget or that don't want to go all in on a super competitive product.
I personally love what you guys did with Project X for a couple of reasons, and you touched on a couple of them. But number one is like the transparency of the entire process, like beginning to end, of taking all the research and deciding, okay, these are the products, and then getting to that point. Like there's a lot of case studies that don't show A to Z, and I thought that was really beautiful, because there's a ton of people in this community that are just getting started, and they're like, I don't know where to start. Hey man, go watch Project X. That's what I tell everybody. Everybody hits me up. It's like, hey, what do I do? How do I start? You go watch this, then you come back and answer questions. Yeah. But there's another thing you touched on that's really, really important, is that, hey, we found these great products that are selling 20, 25 units a day. Like, so many people want to tentpole, meaning like, I want to get to $10 million a year. Like, yeah, of course we all do. Like, we want to get to these like mega, like these, 7, 8, 9, 10 figure businesses. But if you can repeat that process, like you were talking about, repeat a process of finding a product that I can get to 20 units a day. If I can repeat that process, I'll get to that point. And you diversify that capital. If one listing goes down for whatever reason, let's say you run out of stock, the manufacturer's gone, whatever happens, inventory's lost, that listing gets suspended or whatever, you still have all this other capital coming from this other inventory, these other products. But if you have one product that controls all of your capital and that's down, you're screwed sometimes. So those are 2 things that I really just loved about Project X. So.
Yeah, and we talk a lot about the coffin shelves and the egg trays, but we don't talk a lot about the 3 products that we initially were excited about that failed. I mean, think about that. 3 out of the 5 products that we got really excited about on initial validation didn't pass muster. 2 of them died out for various reasons. Like listen, I can't tell you how many comments I got about those tortilla blankets. People like, holy crap, you checked that on Alibaba. Like, that was so outside the box. But remember, even the axes. The axes we really liked, but we couldn't import them. It was a problem. So when we have a lot of these products that we're investing a smaller amount of money and a little bit less effort into or diversifying, if one of them, something happens along the way, we can't ship it, we can't import it, something crazy we'd never expect. It's not like we've spent 8 or 9 months on that one super high volume product and we find out how to have a problem. So just remember that. And I say that to encourage people, because when you're out there looking for a product or you're launching a product and it doesn't work, like, it's not always going to be 100% success. I was recently doing some Facebook Lives talking about my failed products, like the products that I failed miserably on. And if I hadn't gone through those failures, I wouldn't have learned how to make successes, right? So it's just part of the process of going through. And keep in mind that not everything's going to be a raging, bullseye. but you have to just keep stabbing at it until you figure it out, until you hit some good winners.
Raging Bull turn into Raging Bullseye. I like that. That's a great play on words there. Did that on purpose, but it's pretty good. Hey, I wanted to show people a screen share here of now. It's perfect timing because we're at the end of April, so we hit some cool numbers. Just like Tim and Marcus were saying, we didn't enter Project X with the goal of, hey, we need to try and make $3 million or something. We want to show you guys real life, very attainable, sales. All right, and I think that's what we got, and we're just crushing it this month, which just blows my mind because, as you guys know, it's a coffin shelf and egg tray. The egg tray was out of stock for half the month. We got some delays on shipping, and Amazon is. I'm not doing this full time, so I dropped the ball on watching the inventory a little bit. I should have ordered it a little bit faster, but those are coming in next week. But even with the egg tray being out of stock for, I want to say 3 weeks now almost, we had the highest month for the sales. We got over $20,000. Let me show you guys our Helium 10 profits page right here. Let me see if I can share the screen. There we go. All right. So if we look here, here is month to date. All right. $21,000. All right. 23% profit margins. Look at this. 5,000 profit. 5,000 profit is what we got just on basically on this coffin shelf. And Tim, quit clicking around on your thing. You're like Barkus and like putting your microphones upside down, so it's like pointing directly at your keyboard and your mouse. And
I'm gonna click the mouse as quietly.
I guess in Alabama, people put their microphones upside down. That's a thing. I don't know what's going on, or if you have a beard, one of the two. But anyway,
you found out our secrets.
Yeah,
we have. Here's the first one. Here is the coffin shelf. It was up 384 units. The day that people started getting their, I don't know what you call it, coronavirus checks, stimulus checks, we sold 46 units, I believe. 46 units of coffin shelf. It was like everybody was waiting for that money from the government. And what's the first thing you're going to do? I'm going to buy a coffin shelf. Like just completely boggled my mind. Like it blew my mind, but it just shows you the kind of random products, in our WTF Amazon videos that we've been showing you the most random products like that pimple popping one and the pasta pan holder and stuff. And we might laugh at that and be like, yeah, nobody would buy that stuff. Guys, people buy random things on Amazon. And we were able to kind of determine that there was going to be this demand based on what we were seeing on Amazon, based on what we were seeing on Pinterest, based on what we were seeing on Etsy. And we can see that here. I mean, it's just crazy kind of numbers. I wonder if I can go into my PPC here. Hold on.
Well, and also think about this, guys. Like that number, that 21,000 is kind of and I hate to say this, but it's kind of a half-baked attempt. Like this has been a side project. I haven't been in that account in months. Bradley stinking let us run out of inventory. Like, and we're like our PPC is not finally honed. And this is intentional because we want to show like you don't have to be, Destiny, like doing PPC. You don't have to have all this stuff. Like those of us that aren't extremely talented at all of these like really high skilled things can still sell a lot. Now, my suspicion is if we had kept those egg trays in stock, we would have been closer to 30,000 in sales for this month. All right. And remember, there is some decreased sales because a lot of those delivery times were extended. We saw that, and this isn't an essential item and stuff like that. But let's just say that $21,000 a month over 2 products. That's what we had done. Everybody says, like the magical number is a 7-figure business. Just think that's 2 products. If you multiply that by 12 and then multiply that by 4, you're getting to $1 million products. That just means you'd have to have 8 products. So all you've got to do is find 8 egg trays or coffin shelves or something. And what was the cost that we invested in each one of those products, Bradley? It was like $4,000 SKU, I think.
It wasn't that much.
It was like
$500.
Yeah, it was like dirt cheap. So think about how attainable that is. Just go out and find 5 or 6 of those. And with the profit margin, you can make a pretty good living just off a handful of those stinking things. And if you really put your full time into it and you automate it a little bit and you got a VA helping you with customer service, you can scale this up into a $2 or $3 million business in a couple years, I firmly believe, using these methods of just biting off small chunks at a time, going for these products that fly under the radar. We haven't had any hijackers. We haven't had any counterfeit stuff. because it doesn't like sit so high on people's radars that they're going to attack it.
Let me share my screen again here. I'm in, and this is what gets Tim every time more than even more than. Here's I'm in the Helium 10 PPC tool ads. All right, and this is our report on the highest sales that we've been getting from PPC just the last month. And here, this first product is product targeting. I'm all targeting an ACE in here. Let's look here. I spent $88 on targeting that product and got $1,053 dollars worth, or a whopping 8% ACOS. What's my cost per click on 34 clicks? 20 cents per click. These numbers are unheard. 20 cents a click that generated $1,000 worth of stuff. Number 2, coffin shelf, Gothic decor, coffin shelves. Let's take a look at some of those numbers here. 10% ACOS. Here, spent $13, got $207 worth of sales. Let's just take a look at. Let's just take a moment to appreciate these cost per clicks here. I did not sort this by cost per click. It's not like I'm showing you our best cost per clicks. They're not in order. It's in order of number of sales. Look at it. 20 cents, 20 cents, 30 cents, 25 cents, 20, 50, 16 cents. What was that? 16 cents on coffin bookshelf. Coffin bookshelf, we're paying 16 cents a click on it. This is just insane, guys. You ever see numbers like that, Marcus, on your accounts? Is that what you pay for the beard oil? 16 cents a click?
No.
Definitely not on beard oil. But and look, and I'm sure, but still, sorry. I'm sure that the numbers on egg trays would be a little bit higher, but folks, this is not bragging. This is not saying how awesome we are. This is saying like me and Bradley didn't really like do this full time, and we're still running an inventory, and we did the most basic PPC setup possible. But the reason the cost per click is so low and the ACOS is so low is because we found a product that had demand with very little to no competition, right? That's all there is to it. I see people all the time, and look, advanced selling techniques are great. But I see people all the time that are really stressing out about their ACOS. And like I see them, in the Facebook groups. Oh man, my ACOS is, I need to get my ACOS down 10% so I can be profitable. Guys, if 10% of, reduction in ACOS makes you profitable or not, one, that means you're barely profitable. But also, 10% shouldn't be that big of a difference for you. Like if your deciding factor between success and failure is like a few more units a month or 10 cents lower production cost or 10% lower ACOS, like you're picking the wrong products. And it all goes back to picking the right products. When you pick the right products, they can practically launch themselves. You remember the whole beachhead, like storming the beach mentality had, like we would aim for on the coffin shelf, we would aim for like coffin bookshelf and wooden coffin bookshelves, and those like long tail keywords. And eventually we would aim for more like top of the pyramid, higher search volume keyword like Gothic decor, Gothic home decor. Remember, we got page 1, position 1 for Gothic decor, like without even trying, like it just happened. And that keyword alone has like 9,000 searches a month, right? So like we were actually progressing faster than we had intended to in this whole launch process and keyword attack process, just because there was so much demand there for that, right? And it's not a fluke. Like, it is not a fluke that it's just the coffin shelf and the egg trays. Other ones I've publicly talked about, grass mats for photography, cork minimalist wallets. I just found one recently. It's an ant farm. Like, all of these products that are, like, I can find 6,000 or 7,000 search volume among 3 or 4 keywords, and there's basically nobody doing it. Like, I can go on and on and on with products that I've got in my notebook and that I've shared like in my coaching program, where I keep saying, guys, I do this time and time again. I sat down with, last Sunday morning, I sat down in my recliner, I told my family, I said, give me 1 hour and I'm going to find a product. And I got on Black Box and I started hunting around, and I found these ant farms. They're like, you put sand in them and you buy like 10 live carpenter ants and you put them in there, and like it's an educational thing. And there's like basically 1 or 2 competitors doing it with a super high price, but they've been selling it forever. There's tons of opportunity. There are tons of search volume, like 15,000 search volume, and there's like very few competitors. But even when I narrowed it down to the lower volume keywords that had 3,000 or 4,000, like position 3 listing is not even an ant farm. Like, it's completely unrelated. It's perfect. And I did that in an hour with Black Box, Helium 10 Black Box. So, again, I just want to be encouraging people. This isn't a fluke. Like, it works. You just have to go through the process, do it over and over again until you get good at it, get practiced at it, repeat the steps, and these products will pop up for you.
All right. Hopefully my internet's a little bit better. It's 9 o'clock. I guess everybody in my neighborhood is using the internet. So much for $150 for this. I don't know what's going on.
Someone said, why is Bradley using auto-tunes?
Let's see. We got some questions. We've been neglecting questions. Let me throw some up and let's have Barkus and Tim do it as long as your guys' internet is a little bit better than mine. First of all, we got good morning, Israel. What's up? What's up? I don't know what Scott is talking about here. What's going on here?
I have no idea what that even means.
We got our own Helium 10 who are asking questions. That says, what are you doing right now with your brand? Give us a good code. Do you see the question, Tim?
Yeah, but Barkus is talking, but I can't hear him.
Oh yeah, I muted myself. I answered it in the chat, but this year I'm just focusing on outside traffic and building audiences. And there's two reasons. Is number one, like, I love that idea of building a fan base and driving traffic to wherever you really want them to go. But number two, my product, my category is extremely competitive. I can't be competitive with just PPC alone. Like Tim said, beard oil is like very competitive PPC, just the terms, like $8 to $10 a click sometimes. So those are two reasons why I'm focusing on that, because if the more outside traffic I bring in that's engaged, that's really good traffic, meaning people that are engaged with my brand, it just converts better. So anyway, building a brand outside of Amazon, but still bringing them into Amazon at the same time. So,
can you pull that comment back up from Matthew? Matthew, you know I love you. And for those of you that don't know who Matthew is like the marketing manager at Helium 10. Matthew, I remember that same profile picture from like 4 years ago when I first started interacting with you guys. I'm pretty sure Mika, Cassandra, somebody, can you sneak into Matthew's office and get him an updated picture, please, for the love of God, because that thing's old.
It might be his junior high school yearbook photo.
I know, he looks so young. Maybe that's why I want it changed, because I'm jealous, because he looks so young and tanned, and I look older and fatter and paler.
Boo asked you, FBM coffin shelves. Hope you guys can hear me. I'm sorry about my internet. Yes, we did, but I turned it off because it was selling too much, and I've been paying out of my own pocket to ship it, and I'm too lazy to get reimbursed from Helium 10. So I'm just gonna turn this off. I'm telling you, we're never trying here that much, and we still get over 20,000. But I was like, I'm turning this off because it's much work for me. Let's see. Anyone know this?
Even if I thought I knew, I'd be afraid to give advice in case I gave something wrong.
All right.
That's one of those things that changes every single day, and I don't want to get sued.
Let's keep going here. Oh man, this internet is just blowing my mind. All right. Any last comments, Tim? Go ahead and take most of this, so we don't have to listen to my bad internet here.
How long do I have?
We got about 5 minutes.
5 minutes? Crap! What am I going to talk about for 5 minutes? I'll say this, and to be honest, I've been really busy, so I haven't been able to tune in all day. So maybe this has been talked about, but listen, guys. I know the headlines have been negative about this COVID thing. Like, I had to quit watching the news. People being laid off left and right, unemployment numbers like we've never seen before. People are worried. People are scared. We've got the pandemic. Then we're going to have the recession. Like, it's scary. And I'm not minimizing that at all. I feel just heartbroken for the different businesses that are being affected. You know, I drive up and down local streets here, and all these businesses have been shuttered for 2 months. They'll probably be shuttered for another month, and they won't come back. These mom and pop gift shops, brick and mortar stores, they're done. Like, I hate to see that. Even some of the big box stores and big chains, you're starting to silently see announcements. We're shutting down half our stores. Like, it's a scary time to be, looking at commerce and even the global economy. You know, we're not even seeing the headlines right now of what's going on in some of the underdeveloped and, like second, third world countries. But holy crap, am I thankful that I have adopted e-commerce. Because right now, when all this stuff is going on, like, everybody is using e-commerce. And I've been in some like think tanks and panels lately. Like, is there a big surge in e-commerce right now, and is it going to die down? I don't think it is. Like, this isn't going to be a 2 or 3 month surge. This is going to be a forever surge. Why? Because one, a lot of people that right now, because of short-term situations, are buying online. Like, they're going to get used to it and they're going to like it. I told someone this recently. My father-in-law, he's an old grouchy curmudgeon, right? Like, I'm not buying anything online. They steal your credit card number. Like, he needed some headlights for his car, and he couldn't go down to the store and buy them. So what he did, he got on eBay, and he's like, it was amazing. They got to my house in 6 days, and it was half the price of going to Advanced Auto Parts. I'm like, no crap. Welcome to e-commerce, Jack. Glad you showed up. And here's the thing. Even when he can go back to the parts store, now he's understood. He's like, oh my gosh, this thing is great. And not just buying something on Amazon or on eBay or Walmart.com, but like shipped. And even like the Uber Eats and the Grubhub and those things, those are e-commerce too, right? Like, the world is adopting it. So as scary as it is to be in a lot of these industries, man, I am so thankful that I'm at a time and place when e-commerce is taking the biggest step in growth that it's ever seen. I get to see some data and analytics from different companies like Sellers Funding, right? I work with Sellers Funding and help them with their marketing and some of their growth strategy and stuff. And the way Sellers Funding works is they look at your Amazon account to give you basically a credit offering, right? And when they're looking at those Amazon accounts and looking at your performance, they get a lot of data. And like, as of earlier this month, the data is like massively showing growth. Like, all of their users I cut out. Okay. So even considering people that couldn't send inventory in and had slower sales because they sold travel accessories, even considering that, the overall user base of Sellers Funding, their sales were up like 63% in this Q1 versus Q1 last year. Like, that's massive, right? So I just want people to understand that things have changed a little bit. We have to adjust what we're doing. But I think that if we can get through the short-term hurdles and figure out these short-term moats, I like to call them short-term hurdles and short-term challenges, like, we can set ourselves up to be massively victorious. If you look at like the top 500, like Inc. 500 companies out there, 60% of them, their biggest growth or their birth was in a time of economic distress of some sort, right? Like, I tell people all about Facebook. Like, Facebook blew up in 2008. 2008! That's like right after the dot-com bubble burst and when everybody else is tanking. But why did they do that? They were agile, they were nimble, they made adjustments, they learned fast. And guess who's able to do that? Freaking e-commerce sellers. We can do that. We're not huge. We don't have a huge corporate bureaucracy. We don't have tons of investors usually that are breathing down our throat to stick with archaic ways of doing business. Like, we're nimble. We're responsive. We're sitting at the threshold of the best time to be an entrepreneur, I believe, in the history of the world. Plus, we're in e-commerce, which is even better. And we are flexible enough to figure out these little changes, figure out the adjustments we need to make, and beat out a lot of those big brands going forward into the future that will never be able to react and adjust the way that we can. Whew! I feel like I just talked a lot.
Amen.
I love it. I agree with everything.
How's my internet, guys? Is it any better at all?
Still trash, dude.
Still trash. Oh,
garbage.
Hate Cox. All right. All right. Thanks, Tim, for joining us. Enjoy of your evening. It's 11 o'clock. Sleep, or else watch this if you got nothing else to do. We'll see you later, Tim.
All right, man. Take care.
Thanks for. Oh, we need our post. Oh, nobody can because I'm probably.
Oh.
Let's do a quick pose, Marcus. You two throw up the 10s. All right. How come Marcus looks like he's like that's Marcus pose? All right. All right. See you later, Tim. All right. We've got a couple of our friends that we met. Where did we meet next, folks? Marcus. It was recently. Vegas. Yeah, in Vegas at the White.
White Label Expo.
White Label Expo. By the way, we will be at the White Label Expo as long as there is one in Germany later on this year. So hopefully a lot of you guys will be able to come out. Stage guys at 10, we're gonna do a giveaway on a live, so stay tuned until 10. As long as the internet stays somewhat coherent here. Let's go ahead and bring a player who just came up, I believe today on the podcast, if I'm not mistaken. We've got Saddam and Leilama. How's it going, guys?
What's going on?
Hey, everybody.
How about you guys?
Doing all right. There's a little echo here. Is that me or somebody have a speaker on really loud? Maybe.
No, I said it twice. I just got too excited.
Oh, was that
Okay.
me?
He's like,
No?
hey. All right. Anyways, where are you guys at? You're all over the world right now, both of you, right?
Opposite ends of the world.
Yeah, I'm in Pakistan right now, in lockdown, and
Still there. Okay.
and yes, yeah.
Oh man.
Leilama, you're in Canada. Oops. Did she hear me? Is my internet still bad?
Yeah, we can't really hear
All right,
you.
Marcus, take over for a little bit while I keep troubleshooting my internet, Marcus.
Okay.
Take over a little bit.
All right, Saddam. Okay, so when we last talked, so you were in Pakistan. You're still there. So do you have any idea? Last time we talked, you didn't know when you might be able to come home. But do you have any idea now?
Yeah, they're gonna probably start the flights back in the next 2 weeks. Hopefully, and that's when I kind of come back to Canada. But again, on both sides, the flights have been restricted, right? So right now we're just waiting on the governments to uplift the ban, and hopefully there's safe travels, safe precautions being held all across the board.
Yeah. Helium, you're in Canada. What part of Canada?
I'm in Edmonton, Alberta.
That's right.
Yeah.
And then for everybody that doesn't know where that is in Canada, can you give anybody like a geographical reference? Is it west, east, north, south?
It's pretty much in the middle of Toronto and Vancouver, so it's very Midwest. From those of you who are from the States, it's right above Montana.
Oh,
if that clarifies.
We know where that is. So, okay.
So it's pretty much like the Texas of Canada.
Oh, okay.
Yes, yeah, very flat.
Nice. Okay, great. Let's see. Where's Bradley? Okay, he's still messing with his internet. So, let's talk about why you guys are here. You're from AMZ One Step. So can you give everybody like a quick breakdown of what AMZ One Step is, and then both your roles, and then we'll try to pull some questions, and we'll just go from there.
Sure, I can take that. So AMZ One Step, we're a listing optimization company, and we specialize in working with Amazon brands, helping them accelerate and maintain their presence on Amazon. So we get them retail ready, and then we also help them rank on Amazon through different techniques like PPC, rebates and Pixelify, and also search, find, buy sequences through ManyChat and Facebook ads. And recently we've been doing a lot more with other marketplaces like Walmart and Etsy, and kind of diversifying as well.
Okay.
Yeah. So basically, yeah, I'm one of the co-founders, and Leilama specializes in working with other brands. She's the brand's relations manager.
Yeah. So, Layama, I've got a couple of questions.
Yeah.
What's some of the biggest mistakes that you see people making in photography, and then also in just general copy? So they're two very different things, very impactful, but kind of touch on just what you see like biggest mistakes just in general.
Yeah, so I think the number one would be, and as cliche as it sounds, it's the quality of the images. The better the quality, the more it's perceived as a high quality product. So number one, you need to focus on quality, give it to a professional. Number two that I've seen people, I think photos are really important. It's a one-time investment. So people sometimes, either do it themselves or give it to a freelancer. And a lot of the times they don't utilize the standard 7-image space. So that is another one of the mistakes. And thirdly, I think with infographic images, there's a lot of idle readers or impatient buyers. And I've noticed that they're not going to, as much effort as you put into your bullet points, people sometimes don't even go over them. So what you want to do is include as much text in the infographics and keep it to the point for those impatient buyers who are not willing to read the bullet point section. And as far as copying, I think you really need to highlight the features of your product and use keywords in there. So those are some of the things that I've noticed in terms of copywriting. I think that's more in Saddam's department. So if you want to expand on something.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if we look at copy, basically there's two schools of thoughts, right? One school of thought, they focus specifically on just the Amazon's algorithm, and the other one, they cater to the shoppers that are coming on the listing. Now, if we really take a step back, who is all this content being directed to? Amazon, again, the algorithm is designed in a way where it caters to the shoppers as well, their shopping experience. So in essence, you and Amazon both want what's best for the customer. And what ends up happening is a lot of times people either focus on putting in and stuffing in as many keywords as possible, or they would just focus on having a good flow in their listings. Whereas you can do both pretty much at the same time, but there is a way to do it. So we have title, features, description, and the backend search terms. But that's not all the fields that we can populate. We also have subject matter. We also have intended use, target audience, other attributes. And if we get a good strategy in place and fill out all the other fields in its appropriate manner, what's going to happen is Amazon will build that relevancy for that listing, and it will allow your listing to be more discoverable on the platform.
Yeah, I completely. Go ahead, Leoma. You wanted to say something?
No.
Oh, okay. So about copy, like I think you really nailed it. Like there are two schools of thought. It's like, let's focus on keywords and then let's talk about our product. But like you should be either doing it yourself or hiring somebody who's taking those two and putting them together to speak to the person that wants to buy this product already. Like if you're doing the proper keyword research and you've done the proper product research and category research, you already know kind of who this person is. So you can start crafting your copy around these type of people that you already know are buying these products. Like it's great to have all these keywords, but we've all seen the horrible title that's got just keyword, just to fill up the 200 characters or whatever that category is. And it's just awful. And so one thing that I always told people that what's always worked for me is when I'm writing out my title, for example, and anything else, is I'll read it out loud to myself. And if it sounds like trash, that like it just won't convey, like it sounds something silly to do, but if it sounds awful, then it's gonna, like, people won't read it well when they're reading your listing. And sometimes I'll have somebody read it out to me. Like I'll have my wife might read out copy that I've written, and I'm like, oh gosh, that sounds disgusting. Yeah. So so I'll rewrite it till I think that it sounds well, like it flows off the tongue well. And then about images too, like quality, like you can't spend enough money on quality. Like the best quality images always perform better. And then one thing too, a lot of people don't do enough lifestyle images. And for the people that don't know what that means, it's literally like if I'm selling a mouse, showing that product, somebody using that product in these images, because that's the closest thing you can do to putting it in somebody's hand. And the more those lifestyle images, it starts to paint a picture in somebody's mind of, hey, I can see myself using that product, which just helps conversion. So
yeah, they need to really envision themselves using your product.
Absolutely.
So it's very important to have lifestyle images.
One thing you mentioned about the title, that it has to make sense. So we did this exercise recently with the whole team where we read a few different titles in different product niches, and everyone sort of picked the ones that they were most likely to click on. So we ignored the image. We said, just based on the title, which one would you go for? And it was interesting to find out that pretty much the majority of us picked titles that were easy to read. And sometimes it just goes back to the English language. Use prepositions, and prepositions are like on, off, about, from, words like these that make it transitional. When customers are reading the title, they can get very easily distracted. As soon as they're stuck somewhere, mentally, they just skip over the title. So even for that reason, we also practice not including the brand name in the title. We completely ignore it unless the brand name is a popular brand and has off Amazon presence, which is the only time we include a brand name, because you can also run PPC advertising to it. But another thing to note as well is the title is your prime real estate. So you have to be very cognizant that your title, even though is a 200 character limit, only 30 characters show up on product pages, which is 45% of customers usually land on listings from product pages. And then 35% from top of search and 20% from external sources. And even if you look at the top of search ones, the full 200 characters do not show up. It's only the first 80 characters. So again, you have to be very specific with the keywords that you use. And the flow usually is optimized based on the 30, 80, and 200 characters. So the first 30 has to be your seed keyword, including a preposition and a variant, which is long tail, and you make it canonical. So basically, for anyone who doesn't know about canonical URLs, it's a URL basically where you force the 5 keywords that are picked out by Amazon. And you can do that by choosing 5, 6 words and then follow it by a hyphen, and then just separate out the rest of the title with commas. It is beneficial for Google and Bing and other search engines to index that URL.
Yep, that's a great point, talking about the canonical URL. Let's take a question real quick from Khan. And it says, can someone steal your photos, work, prints from Amazon? Can you use watermarks on your listing? So the easy answer here is yes, they can steal it because it's on the internet. They just copy paste. But what should somebody do if they see their Amazon listing copied for some reason?
Right. So the one thing that they should know is for any images that a company creates for them, they have the copyright usages for that. So in essence, we've had clients in the past where they've come back and they said our images were stolen. Usually what helps is, again, there's not a lot of laws that kind of regulate that. But if the image has the product with the logo engraved in it, there's different cues in the image itself where it signifies that it is a product specific to that specific listing. Then we can kind of take action. But outside of that, even if we send them a notice, the chances of them taking it down, or the chances of that ending up in court and we kind of pursuing legal action, those are slim. So there's not a lot of protection in that way.
So Saddam's right there. It's hard, but you brought up a great point, because you can't watermark a listing on Amazon. Amazon doesn't like that; they don't allow it. What you can do and what you should be doing is having your brand logo on your product and or the packaging at the very least, and having that in the main image makes it harder for somebody just to blatantly copy that product and just copy the whole entire listing. So great advice. Grant has a question. Do you see any benefit to putting in the alt text into the photos and or A+ content?
This has been a discussion by the gurus. Does it even matter or does it not? We do it just because we don't want to miss out on any indexing. Again, A+ content is the metadata or alt text does not index on Amazon. So it indexes on Google and other search engines. So yes, we do recommend putting that in. But as far as indexing is concerned, no one's done a very comprehensive data on it to prove that it has been indexing on Amazon.
Yeah, there's no study as such, right? So.
Yeah. I mean, I agree. Like especially if you have your own website, you're probably putting the alt text in your images already. So might as well just do it. It won't hurt anything for your Amazon listings or anything. So, as far as, as far as Amazon, I don't think it matters. I don't think they do anything. I don't think there's any benefit to it. So, but yeah, there's a lot of discussion there. So let's see here. We've got a couple of the questions from the back end. Layama, what can you give us like 3 best practices for lifestyle images and infographics?
Right. I think I'll start with lifestyle. So you want to showcase the product being used. Again, this could be like if it's skincare, you want to show an image of someone using that product and being happy. It's kind of like giving them, an idea of how they would feel if they were to use that product. And if it's something really simple like a skincare product, I would also recommend, keeping more lifestyle images as opposed to infographics. So the ratio between those two. But if it's something technical like techie gadget or something, you want to include more infographics and give them more information on how it's used, what it does, stuff like that. And another thing for infographics, I think, would be giving dimensions or, like a comparison image or something like that, showing how, depending on the product, obviously, but sometimes the dimensions image is really important as well. So you can compare to, like, let's say if it's an iPad, you can compare to a pencil or something just to showcase what its dimensions are. There's different ways of doing that.
That's a great tip, is putting a very common product next to your product.
Yeah.
In one of an infographic or something, like it just instantly, like, what the size of a quarter is, what a pencil, the average length of a pencil.
Be more creative, because you do see a lot of people putting in like those lines and giving dimensions. Not saying it's bad, but if you have a chance to be creative, might as well use that.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see here. Got another question for Saddam. How do you decide whether to do long copy or short copy in a title or bullet points?
Just utilize pretty much every space that you get. I mean, if the title is 200 characters, use the whole 200 characters. What I'm saying is there's a different strategy to utilize the first 30 or first 80 and 200. And again, if something's unclear, we'll obviously drop a link and you guys can follow up with me. But also in the features, again, it is something you don't want to put in a lot of keywords. The focus there is for the shopper. So with the features, going back to the English language, use action verbs. So instead of just focusing on, let's say if we have a wooden tray, know your sources. You have the best information on Amazon itself. You can get your information from the review section, which is good or bad reviews, or a very undervalued or section that people don't know about is editorial recommendations. There's blog writers, associate blog writers, that give the pros and cons of any different product in different niches. And you can pick up what people are complaining about, spin that in, and connect with them emotionally. So instead of saying, let's say if we have a wooden tray and someone's complaining about the grip of it, don't just talk about the make of the grip. Say something like, using an action verb, you can say, enjoy breakfast in bed, and then talk about the grip. This rustic wooden tray has a firm grip and can be used on any surfaces. You can even name the different kind of surfaces. Again, the flow of it has to be more focused on the shopper first, where you use emotional connections, and then towards the end of the bullet points, you can use a lot more keywords to sort of index them. But indexing, as far as Amazon is concerned, the focus, you can have that on search terms, but even more importantly, subject matter, which I don't see a lot of people using.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think if it's a brand new listing, take advantage of all the real estate that you can. If you get 200 characters, put 200 characters in there. And after a while, especially in the future, you'll start to see, like maybe you start pulling out keywords in a title or bullet points or description later that you're just not ranking for. You think like, this is the best keyword, I'm gonna put it in my title, and you just can't either stay ranked or maybe just there's not enough search volume for it or whatever. So, that's my personal 2 cents. In the beginning, fill everything out that you can.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
And let's see.
I actually wanted to answer one of the questions. I think I saw Simone say, when is a video allowed in your listing? I think it's a good question. When you're brand registered, you'd be allowed to upload a video, and I highly recommend that. If you can, definitely go for a video.
Absolutely, yeah. Video will always. Great, yeah. Absolutely. Khan has another question. If a brand, I think he's asking, should you or would you put a brand name in the beginning or at the end of the title?
So going back to my previous point, when you're reading the title, you make a decision in the first 7 seconds. We recommend not putting the brand because it confuses the shopper and they would just skip over your title. So instead, remove the brand and focus more on the seed keyword and the long-term variance of that. However, if you have a brand presence outside of Amazon, that means you have some sort of brand loyalty. In that case, have the brand in as the first word or the first 2 words of the title.
Yep. Great point. Let's see. Okay, so Terry has a question from YouTube. Hi, Saddam and Liama. First off, I just want to say thank you for amazing insights. I'd like to ask, what are fair prices to pay for about 12 photos, model props, etc.? I think that's a pretty vague question. You guys might be able to give some more information, but
yeah. So first point, like including models and stuff, I think it's a very vast question, but I'll try to answer as much of it as possible. We do, for just to make it more economical for our clients, we do recommend using stock images, but that are like blended in nicely and don't look fake, obviously. And if you want to include models, it's going to be a little more costly for them. So that's one part of it. That will really determine what your price range is at. In terms of fair prices,
I think it's going to depend on the market as well, right? So if you're doing it from New York, it's going to be more expensive than if you're doing it from a state that is a bit cheaper in pricing. Also, what people don't realize with models is even if you're doing 7 or 5 images, it takes about a 4-hour photo shoot. So that means the model has to be there, the photographer has to be there, someone there to help stage all the props. It's a very time-consuming process, so it becomes a bit costly, which is why, alluding to Lelama's point earlier, we use licensed stock images, which we have copyrights to use.
There you go. Morgan McGee, love your hair. First in the profile picture, but she wanted Saddam to talk more about canonical URL and the 30/80/200 thing.
Okay, this is a pretty big topic. I think I can go on about it for for 10 minutes, but I will touch back on canonical. And again, if you guys have questions, you guys can always reach out. For canonical URLs, the best way to do it is to pick your top 6 words and use that first, followed by a hyphen, and then you can have different keyword placements and segregate them by commas. What that's going to do is Amazon will pick you, or basically forcing the URL to pick from the first 6 words. Now it might pick 6 words, or it might pick 5 of them. So what that's going to do, again, going back to the wooden tray, rustic wooden tray for breakfast in bed. I know this is like 7 words, but it's gonna force Amazon to pick rustic wooden tray breakfast bed. So anything that excludes the prepositions, it will pick and put it in your URL. The reason it's important is because when they're searching for the same thing on Google, rustic wooden trays breakfast bed, chances are your listing is going to pop out on page 1 of Google.
Kelly, I hope that answered your question. And let's see, Hemant, I hope I got that right. He's asking, do you recommend Fiverr for infographics?
It really depends on the person who you're hiring from there. In general, I think with our experience in the past, since we've been Amazon sellers as well, freelancers, maybe not so much. I would recommend going for agencies if there's agencies involved, just because with agencies, there's like a standard quality that you see in their portfolio and you know what to expect then. Freelancers, sometimes it's like a great job, sometimes not so much. So there's a lot of uncertainty involved in that.
Let's see. I think we got time for just a couple more questions. Let's see here. Let's go to Jordan. Get my mouse. There we go. Okay. I think this is the last question. Let's see. Here's a good one. Oops. No, there we go. McCall, should I use keyword phrases in exact match multiple times throughout the title, description, or bullet point, or should I use the word only one time? This is a great topic. I have an opinion, but I'll let the experts answer it first.
Yeah, again, there's a lot of opinions on this. We recommend using it only one time. If I go by priority, it's the title, then the subject matter, then search terms, then features. Description is back in the game since last year, but I also think reviews and questions and answers also index on Amazon. So there's a lot of placements where you can put in those keywords multiple times. It doesn't hurt. I mean, if it's your main seed keyword, by all means, include it in the title and in the features, but also utilize synonyms, also utilize misspellings. There's a lot of search volumes for those kind of keywords too. You don't want to create or include misspellings in your features or title because it looks unprofessional, but you can definitely put that in your backend or the subject matter.
Yeah, it's a great points. My opinion is put it in there multiple times if it makes sense. If you've got 2 or 3 main keywords in your title, if it makes sense to put them in when you're describing the benefits of your product in your bullet points, and if it makes sense to put it in the description, then just put it in there. Like don't overthink that aspect of it, because you want to communicate to the customer more than you want to communicate to the algorithm. That's my opinion. Some people will disagree about that. So, but
no, 100%, and I think that's correct. The one thing that I do recommend against is putting it in title twice. You don't want to do that.
Absolutely.
If it's like resistance straps, maybe use a synonym. Maybe use pull-up assist straps or something like that if you want to reiterate within the title.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, don't repeat it in the title, but still, if it makes sense, don't overthink that. That's just my 2 pennies. We have to do a Helium 10 photo. I'm being reprimanded for not doing it yet. So let's see. Let me pull my screenshot up here real quick. Okay. And all right, throw your hands up just like this, and then Cassandra will leave me alone. So real quick, I'm going to try to hit this and do this at the same time. Cassandra, you're going to have to do the screenshot for us. 3, 2, 1. Okay.
All right.
All right. And let's see. Real quick, before I forget, because I think we got time for one more question. How does everybody get a hold of y'all, get a hold of AMZ One Step? What's the best way to reach out if somebody's like, I need you guys to help me with my listing or my photography, something like that?
You can go on our website, amzonestep.com. We are also on YouTube, Instagram with the same name, AMZ One Step. So you can contact us there as well. And Facebook as well. Yeah.
Yep. We've got time for one more question, and then I think our next guest is coming on. I'm going to show this one. Kelly has asked me a couple times about reviews and mini chats. That's we will answer that privately for you. That's just part of a different subject matter right now. But Janine has a question. How should we pick subject matter? Shall we pick keywords with the highest search volume, or the ones we actually want to target, less competitive? Thank you for your insights. I'll leave it to y'all.
Yes, so you can pick the ones that are less competitive. Again, you want to build out that listing with also focusing on the low search volume keywords because you can easily index for them. But a really quick tip, there's a report called Category Listings Report. It is not going to be visible in your Amazon platform. You have to request it specifically from Seller Central, and they make it visible for a short period of time. In that, you can get suggestions for your subject matter, for your intended use, target audience, and especially other attributes where you can put, let's say, organic or BPA-free or alcohol-free, stuff like that, that helps Amazon identify organic products from the rest of them and really indexes you for those keywords.
Great. So I think, let me check the schedule real quick. I need somebody to tell me what's going on. Bradley, Bradley's not good. Bradley gave me this. So, okay. So, I think that's all of our time.
Check your Slack. If you can hear me, check your Slack, Marcus.
I can hear you. There you are. That's the one. Okay. All right. There it goes. Okay. Let's see. Okay. We got you guys in here. Where'd he go? Okay. So, all right. I really appreciate you guys coming on. I'm glad that I got to chat with you guys because I really enjoyed meeting y'all. And I hope I get to see you guys again. Next time we can all go hang out one day in, I don't know, 5 years. Anyway.
Yeah.
What was that?
If white label happens in Germany, then I guess we'll be seeing you there.
Yeah, they'll have to send the Helium 10 jet for me, and I'll make it out there. Okay, so the next anyway, thank you guys so much for coming on and doing this. We really appreciate it. I enjoyed chatting with y'all. I will see y'all again one day. Our next guest now, while we're still waiting on Bradley, I'm gonna put him in here. Where is he? There he is. Oh, let me get him in here. No. There he is, Brock. Brock's back.
Going. Can you hear me good?
How are you? Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you great. So Brock is he did something a couple of years ago that I was really impressed with, and he made about $6 million in 3 months, and on Amazon. He's gonna talk about that. So then he's also gonna talk about trying to duplicate that effort.
I'm trying to double it. I certainly am on track for that.
Okay, so then there we go. So Brock, it's great talking to you. I met him in Vegas at Silicon last year. So we had some really cool conversations about Amazon and non-Amazon stuff. So really enjoyed that. So Brock, I'm going to go ahead and let you talk, kind of introduce yourself a little bit better than the way I did it. And then we'll go from there.
Yeah, so thank you. it was fun hanging out with you in Vegas. That's where we met, right?
Yeah, Silicon.
Oh, yeah. Okay, yep. Days blur together these days. It seems like I guess that was exactly a year ago almost now.
Yeah, almost a year ago.
Wow. It feels like a month. Yeah, so let's see, I've been selling on e-com since I think I was 5 years old. Beanie Babies with my mom.
Nice.
Yeah, did many companies, but really got started in college selling pennies, flipping those. My first private label attempt was actually silver, which I might be re-pulling up again. That's a tax reason for other purposes, but you can essentially, there's some argument that you can expense inventory immediately. And from my understanding, if you private label silver, it's almost a investment that could be also, anyways, looking into that. But that's a whole nother story. Yeah, so started selling on Amazon in 2014 when Radio Shack was going out of business. Did that retail arbitrage, and then that worked really well. Made a couple $100,000 right out of college doing that. Then moved on to a computer repair business. I was buying like broken iMacs on eBay, and then like fixing them and or like rebundling and then importing like lookalike keyboards from Apple. I wouldn't say they were like keyboards that were Apple. I made it very clear they weren't, but they looked like them. And so I was making bundles and repairing computers. That worked pretty well. And then it's like, okay, well, I'm tired of like finding one opportunity. So I was like, let me go and actually start private labeling. Failed my first 6 products. Then ran into the solar eclipse. Built a $6 million business in 6 months, like the whole thing. But then, yeah, the majority of that $6 million was in the 3 months. And yeah, that was pretty crazy. Then was teaching people for a bit and working on many physical product businesses. And then all of a sudden in January 25th, I saw a graph from China. And in 4 days, it's like, okay, there's a pandemic. And so on the 29th, it essentially decided that this was imminent. And so went to then go Warren hospitals to purchase stuff, and they didn't listen to me. So I said, well, I need to start a company to help them source stuff. So I'm helping hospitals source PPE and started my own private label brand as well. Got my own website. Went on to get suspended from Amazon for being in the category that they didn't like. Currently dealing with that. And then I said, well, I guess I should start my own Shopify store because at least there's no rules there. And then that's been going pretty crazy. Yeah, I think we did like $50,000 in like 8 hours today. So
wow,
yeah, just Google text ads.
Google text
because basically, well, one, like very few people know about Google. Guess what? It's just like Amazon intent. It's intent based. So I'm just buying like you guys buy PPC on Amazon. I'm buying it with Google, but I get to make the ad. And then now I get to advertise on them. I get the email. I get the LTV of the customer, which is I'm B2B. So I think a Viral Launch podcast for predictions for 2019. I was like, B2B e-com is going to be the next huge thing because B2C is massive, but B2B is 10 times bigger and it's 10 times less competitive. So tip for you, anybody here, B2B is where it's at because they got more money and they need it tomorrow.
So that's pretty interesting. You touched on a lot of things. So let's go back to the glasses, the solar eclipse glasses. Can I talk about like that opportunity? When did you see that as an opportunity to put that type of product on Amazon and start selling them, and then kind of go from there?
Oddly enough, exactly 3 years ago from when I started this one, like to the day. So I think that was January 24th of 2017. So I guess it was technically, I found the opportunity from a cold email, a one-line email. Somebody asked, like I tried to source mood glasses because, which actually ended up, there's some companies that actually did pretty good in that, like color therapy and whatnot. So back then when that wasn't even a thing. And then I went to the Canton Fair and was just like, okay, well, if I want to source and start my own private label brand, the fastest way would be to get an immediate feedback loop and just learn as fast as possible. So I said, Canton Fair, I can go and get the real price right away and see products and learn and go there. So nothing came from that, but I did meet a wonderful person called Brendan, who actually just hooked me up with some factories for this time, which ended up turning out really well. And then, so I met some great Amazon sellers there. I met Chris Davey. I don't know if anybody's been to Canton Fair, but you know Chris Davey if you've been to the Canton Fair. He's famous for that meetup, which is giant now. So I learned about it there, did math, and I said, well, this is going to go over at least 10 million people's houses. So, like, obviously people are going to go to Amazon. This is, by the way, this is when people like were just kind of starting to go on Amazon a lot. Like, they were, but it wasn't like it is now where everything is Amazon. So I said, well, retail stores, I know from retail arbitrage, they're terrible at sourcing and predicting future demand, because whenever there's, like right now, good luck going and finding hand sanitizer at the store or masks, because they're all terrible at sourcing and inventory management. Because if they were really talented at that, they would go start their own e-com business or a retail business. So like it's a middle purchasing manager at all these stores. So then it was like, if I could just get one on the first page, have the best product, safest product for the Eclipse, if I could capture 1% of the market, then I was like, well, I could sell 100,000 units then. And if I could make $1 a piece, that'd be enough to go travel the world. So that was what my plan was with that. And I did much better than it.
Yeah, you did. So let's talk about your plan to do $10 to $12 million in 3 months. And what are some things that you learned in selling the solar glasses on Amazon? A couple of things that you learned there that are going to help you get to $10 to $12 million in 3 months?
Let's see. So some of the main lessons from that are in uncertainty, the more uncertainty and risk, the greater the reward. So you always, in these scenarios, buy anything more than you're comfortable. Only if you're a very risk tolerated person, because everybody is afraid and doesn't like, the number one thing people want is they don't want to buy inventory that they think is going to become worthless. So in these scenarios, that is one, is that I have to overbuy all of my projections, because you have to anticipate the future. So actually what I'm hitting right now, and why things are going so well, is because I started looking at the fundamentals behind it, and just using Google Trends and kind of predicting it, and said, okay, well, so I was able to actually exactly predict in like a couple of days when the supply chain was really broke down and when everything went out of stock. So that was when I was able to get in all orders with factories and everything. Also, lead time and ROI is really important in this. So that's kind of like my thing that's made me most successful. Is some people think about like your profit margin. I don't. I think about the mathematics of cash flow, which is you've got your lead time and then you have your ROI. Give me a 1% ROI and a 1 hour lead time. Okay, well, great. I'll do that, because I just keep turning it over and you compound it. I mean, you're at like 30% a day, and then all of a sudden you're like stronger than the coronavirus. So you start with nothing and you're like everywhere, and it's 4 months. It's literally the same mathematical formula of like compound. It's just compound interest. Warren Buffett, richest, best investor. Yeah. So just taking that concept to your business. So what does that teach me? Well, I need to source from the USA, or if I am taking pre-orders, well, now I'm actually getting cash before I make it, and I'm just ordering from the factory from you. So I just gave you I just let you buy from the factory.
I love pre-selling.
Yes. And then now I opened a distribution center, which I'm moving into on Monday. And so that is where that's going. So I'm like, how do I eliminate the cash flow issue? But then still offer and stay competitive long-term? Well, it's pre-selling, and because everybody else is already out of stock. So I'm able to pre-sell and not take as high of a profit margin or an ROI, but it's an infinite ROI because I never had to put up any money.
Yeah.
So
yeah. Oh, I was just going to say, I love what you were just talking about earlier about taking risks. I don't think everybody should just go all in on the first thing that they can.
Don't do that.
But,
I take like progressive risk over 10 years.
Sure. No, but it's a calculated risk there. So, but my point to that is you see so many people, not even right now, but just every day that I've been in this community, I see people like, should I start a business or should I do this? Hey man, this is your business. That is a business decision only you can make. But if like you can't be afraid to make decisions. I've been in that boat. I've finally out of that for a while. I made a lot of mistakes. So then I was even afraid to make decisions. And it wasn't making mistakes that really hurt my company. It was not making any more decisions for a long period of time that really, really hurt my company that I'm fixing now. So I just love I want to drive home the fact, like, if you don't do anything, it just gets worse. Like nothing will ever happen. You either make mistakes or you don't. But, and I know that's like a little bit of mindset guru kind of talk, but like, I'm just talking from personal experience. Like, so, but I kind of love the bringing up kind of risks.
Agree with that.
So,
I mean, I think mindset is a very underlooked part of business, because that and the math, like all my success has literally come from mindset, psychology, and math. And then just get the best product. And then like, if you keep the other things right, you did your market research right. But yeah, I'm totally with you on that.
Yeah. So I want you to break down what lead time and cash flow is. So pretend I'm 10 years old and I don't know what you're talking about. So just kind of talk to me about that in like 2 minutes, if you can do that.
Yeah. So, well, if you had an infinite amount of money and you could basically just go and, so there's multiple things here. You have an infinite amount of opportunities what you can do with your money. Okay. You go on a flight, you go to Vegas, you get whatever, pay your rent, do all sorts of things. Or you can buy inventory if you're like, so it keeps just business. You could hire more people, or you can go and buy inventory. Now this is where terms are important. Or the other thing that I like to, probably the most underlooked part, is what terms are you getting? Because this is the main part of the equation. So you've only got so much cash on hand. It's either being utilized in an investment, or it's sitting in a bank account worthless, because you have cash, but you don't use it. So it doesn't exist. It's just a number on a screen. So you've either got inventory coming in, or then you sell it and then you made a profit. And then now it's useless until you spend it again. And then when you then now have spent it and then you sell it, then it's more. And then now it's again useless. So the more that you get that, and then there's like, how much do you spend? And then what does it turn into? But then how fast? So if like you're over here and you go from here to there, and then that goes to this, then that goes to this. Well, if you could do that in a shorter period of time, you could be all the way there much faster. So how much you have to put down, because when you source a product and you put that money down, you now can't source another if you don't have more money. So if you're able to lower that time period that your money is held up, well, then now you can invest in more products. So, or also with lead time, another thing is that, let's say that you only had to it was so fast that before you sold a unit, you only had to buy one from your manufacturer, and your manufacturer was right next to the customer. So you only ever had to fund one unit, and you could just keep doing that over and over and over. Well, then you could source thousands of products, because you'd only have to have enough money to buy those. So that's kind of, I got to turn off chat because this is where I always get distracted.
Yeah. Same here. I've got it on two different screens.
How do you do that? How do I'll just manually zoom in on the screen here. Okay, there we go. I got this studio. So do that.
So I want to talk about the other thing that you just mentioned. You threw in all these little bombs everywhere, and just casually talked about, I made $50,000 today. So you said you did that in 8 hours, and you did it on Shopify.
Well, I actually got wholesale or like inquiries as well. I have 100 companies that reached out to me today. I had 82 phone calls, total POs. Some of these POs are like $350,000. I just have to follow up and close on these. But like a meat processing company who wants the unit requests coming my way are in the hundreds of thousands, like every. And then now the manufacturers are coming to me also saying, hey, can you distribute our product? I'm not even sourcing. USA companies literally come to me and say, distribute myself. And people say, I need it. And I'm like, well, okay, I got a guy in the US here. And then I'm literally able to drop ship from the manufacturer in the USA here to the place. So they're coming to me saying, I need this. And they're like, hey, we have this. We don't know how to sell it. And so then I'm just like, well, I can take a really low margin because I'm just hooking you two up. And I'm taking like, so like on a giant order like that, it's like, sure, I'll take like a, 1 to 3%. Like, if it's a hospital, like, hey, I'll help you guys out for basically free here. Like, I'll get you a better price too, because I'm doing big volume. So like everybody wins. I mean, that's the theory, because I'm not even putting up cash in that. It's just like, I'm just like hitting 2 emails together. I guess, like that's kind of examples of what I've run into.
So these people, these companies are finding you primarily through your Google text ads. And when you say text ad, just
I had a really good contact us form that was really, really detailed. Tell me exactly what you need, when you need it, what price point you need it at, what certifications. I've got a product catalog. Here's all the things. If this meets that criteria, come at it, because you only get through my and then I have some math behind it. So like I only hear from you if. And then like I have a voice to text phone contact us thing. So like I'm able to just see their exact inquiry. So I built the logic out. So they're basically answering the form if they decide to call. And then I have and then basically if a really big thing comes in, I get an alert and it's like, okay, we'll contact you in 24 hours. I call them in like 5 minutes. It's like, whoa.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you and see you.
I swear it's not the 14 hours, but I'm going to have a heart attack. My internet is still down here. Something is going on because I have an iPad with AT&T. I have an iPhone with T-Mobile, and I have Cox cable. I think combined I'm paying hundreds of dollars for, and I cannot get past 1 megabytes upload speed. So something is going on. People are mad that we're doing this 16-hour live thing, and they're putting me in a thing and competition out there. But it's like something is really weird. I have never ever seen this in my life. But
well, it must be that 5G thing people are talking about,
My goodness. Anyways,
we won't get on that topic.
I wish I had some 5G right now.
Yeah, right.
Brock, what are you trying to get your Amazon account reinstated?
Yeah, I'm actually going through the form. So my back door here is just, okay, here's all my FDA certs. Here's everything. Do you want me on Amazon? You guys don't have this stuff. You want to grow your B2B. I'm getting lots of requests. I actually like not selling on Amazon at this moment because I don't have to pay you guys 15%. But I see you're offering 0% and you desperately need to get this out to people. And by the way, you need fulfillment space because you guys clearly have a fulfillment problem. And I just started a distribution center. Should we talk? Or do you want to just keep selling like garbage masks drop shipped from DHL from China on your website and just have that be your only stuff? Yeah, I mean, that's a lot better of an option. So if they decide that, then cool. But actually, one of the guys I'm working with, I think, I don't know if I could say much, but Amazon is they're going direct to Chinese factories and essentially, I think, being like, oh, we'll just sell the PPE. We're not going to let the sellers do that. That's kind of an odd thing going on behind the scenes.
Now, Brock, I'm just, I don't know too much about what, you've been doing for the last couple of months, but is this, would it be safe to say, or fair to say, this is a similar situation as with the solar eclipse? I mean, you saw something was happening and you're like, hey, is the need going to be? How can I do it in a way that, I know the competition is not going to do right? And now, is that why you're feeling confident you can not only do $6 million in 3 months, but maybe up to $12 million in 3 months? So
from that, like I thought from the fundamentals, who can what does Amazon not allow you to sell? And then, okay, so there's these certain categories. Then also, additionally, what is it really not allowed to sell there? So certain items are hazmat on top of restricted. And they're not, they only have 2 hazmat warehouses. So a lot of this cleaning stuff that we all need, oh, guess what? It's all hazmat. Oh, shit, there's not enough distribution in the entire country for it. So that's where I said, well, how can I serve society? Well, we obviously need more fulfillment centers, and we obviously need more hazmat fulfillment centers that won't get infected from the virus. So let me start with like 4 people, and like we all commit to not go see our family ever and get infected, and we're just going to do that. So just from a fundamentals approach right there, I was like, just mathematically, I'm set on that regard, because there's not going to, I mean, unless everybody here went and started a hazmat fulfillment center, but hey, good luck. The leases are hard to get and find. And then you got to know how to do, fulfilling this stuff is not easy. And then, you know, so basically all my containers are hitting full of hand sanitizer and other stuff like that. So I ordered that months ago. So that's all coming in, and then got USA manufacturers for everything. And so, yeah, I would say this is like a recurring solar eclipse.
Yeah, recurring solar eclipse. It's an eclipse that could happen at any time. Who knows when? You know, now. But so that's pretty cool. Now, can you talk a little bit more? I mean, you threw out, like, just like Marcus was saying, low key threw out some stuff that were like, wait a minute, what did he just say? What was it about text ads, or what was that you said?
Yeah, I just did. So today at 10 a.m. I was like, you know what, I want to like, because I focus on finding all the best products, getting everything, getting the best terms and all of that. So you know, I went on Amazon. I sold 50,000 my first day selling on Amazon again. So that was cool. And then then I went through the suspension. So then that put me down for about a month. And then I just built out the infrastructure. So I took my design team from you know, the last Amazon course is like and that support and everything. I said, okay, guys, we're transitioning short term to help people here. So and then yeah, I got lost there. What was I talking about?
Where are we here? Am I? No. I love it. Brock and I are the same. Like, we're both kind of absent-minded. Sometimes me a little bit more. But when we did our podcast, by the way, guys, if you want to get the like about 20, 25 minutes of that story that he was talking about, the solar eclipse classes, go back to the Serious Sellers podcast. But we were just like talking about different things, and all of a sudden we'd be talking about something completely different. Brock and I are in the same wavelength here. I love it.
We were distracted because we were about to go to Vegas.
Yeah, that's right. We went to Vegas that day. That was right. See, your memory's pretty good. All right, so Brock, what is it going to take for you to be able to get this 12 million? I mean, 50,000 a day. I don't know my math, but that's not going to do it. Like, what do you have to get to a day to be able to be on schedule to hit 10 million in 3 months with this new project you're doing?
Well, I mean, it might be 4. So, let's see. So 120 divided by, so I need to get to 100K a day, roughly, you know, that's what I got to hit. So I just started up my text ads today and did 50 in like 8 hours. So I actually, and you know, I had some key conversion things that I had messed up on. So, yeah, basically the math comes out to here. I think my spend was pretty inefficient. I was just doing some exploration and learning campaigns on that. I think I spent about 12 in ads. So when you take into account though the 15% Amazon fee, so I paid about a 22% Google referral fee. But a lot of that was, you know, I've already optimized to eliminate that out and get my ad cost down. So, you know, my goal is, can I keep it equivalent at the 15% Amazon referral fee, but with Google, because now all these people are recurring. And if you actually take into account the what's pending on orders in my email, then 100K a day was not hard. Because there's 30 million businesses in the United States. They all need to buy stuff right now. So that is, and they need to buy for all their employees. So yeah, it's like my average cart order value is just through the roof. So on that also, I think like I only had 150 orders today. Like my average cart value is very, very high.
You know you are, Brock. You're the stereotypical hashtag goals. You're throwing out these numbers. 50,000 I made today. That's not much. 100,000 shouldn't be a problem. Only 150 orders. I don't know. I'm slacking. These are the kind of problems.
Well, I told you earlier this week. Remember, I said like, dude, I think I can get to like 100K a day. And I only done 8K that day. And then I was like, I had to come on tonight. So I said, okay, like I got to fulfill this promise. So let me, okay, like our stuff's coming in on Monday. So I'm like, well, and then, from there, then all my stuff is coming in. So I'm like, all right, well, we're going to start pre-selling it because I want to buy more and let me get a loan. So I was like, I could go get a loan for extra cash, or I could take it out of investments, or I could get a loan from the customers and just put the terms. Hey, here's what it is. So, oh, great. People are willing to wait right now. That's the easiest way to get a loan. It's a loan that immediately gives you a profit as long as you write the terms out correctly.
We gotta get going to the next one, Brock. I apologize to you. I apologize to everybody for whoever was attacking my internet the last 1 hour. I mean, literally, I thought I was gonna have a heart attack. It was the most stressful thing. I even went in my Cox app one by one. I disconnected all 27 devices in my house that were connected at all to the internet. I was doing things that were crazy, like, been going crazy, leaving you guys. So like, I'm sorry, Brock, I wasn't able to hear, but thank you so much, Barkus, for filling in. I was listening in the whole time. You were asking some great questions, so I appreciate you picking up. And if there's any way you can like stay in the waiting room for a while, I know it's like 1 in the morning where you are, Barkus. I really appreciate it. That would.
I just woke up. Got coffee. Don't worry. This is my morning. So
Brock wakes up at like 11. It's midnight where you are right now, right?
Yeah.
Brock?
You never know when I wake up, man. So my tip though, I didn't give much Amazon value here. Where is there, self-fulfillment right now? If you do that, that is a pretty competitive advantage. Who knows what fulfillment's going to be like in the United States here? So anytime you could find a competitive advantage, or the harder it is and the more risky, the more profit. So I wouldn't start there as a beginner, but over time, pushing your boundaries constantly and what your assumptions are, you might find that that's the only thing that was holding you back.
And the other thing that is a great takeaway is, a lot of people are struggling because of the coronavirus, but what you did was, you saw that trend, but Amazon unfortunately changed the rules because they're like, hey, no, we don't want any more hand sanitizers, no more masks on Amazon. That's why you got your account shut down. But you didn't let that stop. You're like, hey, Amazon's not the only player in the game. I can sell on Google. I can sell on, Shopify and stuff. So
also when you source stuff, this is my number one thing. What is the worst case scenario? Well, I'll go on the street, wear one of my iSolution suits, and I can huck that for what I paid because I bought the best product at the best price. There's no way that I can't get my money back when every person in the world's a customer. So I always use that fundamental approach to lower the risk reward. Well, the worst case scenario, as long as you get your money back, well, then there was no risk at all.
All right. Well, Brock, thanks a lot for joining us. Guys, don't forget to check out his podcast that we did. Find out how he actually proposed to his now wife in outer space. All right. If you don't believe me, check that.
It's on the YouTube. You can watch
a YouTube video about it too. All right. Thanks, Brock. We'll see you later.
See ya.
All right. Oh, I'm literally about to have a heart attack here. I'm sorry for leaving you guys so much. Like, oh my God. Anyways, all right. We are going to go hard. We are in hour 14 right now. And we have in the morning, if you guys remember, we had done some bilingual sections, because we have a lot of audience that are foreign speaking, but I didn't want to make it all in one language because, 95% of us are only English speakers. So we had a Spanish English section. We had a Polish English. We had a German English. We're about to have a Korean and English section. And we're going to talk about third-party logistics and fulfillment warehouses that maybe, a lot of you guys have been asking about that throughout the day. But before I do that, I just wanted to throw out one more contest for everybody who are Helium 10 members, or you guys have a Helium 10 shirt. All right. If you have, this is the Helium 10 Elite shirt. Maybe you guys don't have that, but if you have a Helium 10 shirt, all right, take a selfie of yourself and post it in social media, whether it's in Facebook, whether it's in Twitter, whether it's in LinkedIn, whether it's in Instagram. Tag Helium 10, all right, at Helium 10 Software on Instagram, and hashtag Helium 10. Cassandra, who you guys have been seeing throughout the day, is going to hook you guys up with 1 free month of Helium 10, 1 free month of Helium 10. And now if you signed up for this special deal of 80% off and you still win, you're like, oh, 1 free month is only $20. That's nothing. We'll give you a regular month of Helium 10. All right. So still sign up for the $20, but then if next month, whatever is your next regular paying month, we'll give you that for free. We're going to pick the ones who put the Helium 10 shirt. So I have tons of energy now that I've just been bottling this up, like going crazy here, not able to talk to you guys. So we are going to get into our next session, and we've got a few guests. We've got Paul, Sean, and looks like Peter here. Let's bring them on the broadcast. And then let's bring on Simon. Simon is one of our employees right here. Simon, he works in our marketing department. That's the shirt, by the way. That's a shirt you guys are going to get. Literally the shirt that Simon is wearing, he's going to take it off and it'll have his kimchi smell. No, I'm just playing. You'll get a brand new shirt. You'll get a brand new shirt, guys. So first of all, from Paul and Sean, 안녕하세요.
Hi, Bradley.
And all the Korean people out there, 저는 Bradley입니다. That's all I can say in Korean. 복분자 주세요. Give me the wine. All right. So we're going to go ahead and Sean, could you just introduce yourself first? Just real briefly, who you are, your company name, how long you've been selling on Amazon?
Bradley, first of all, thank you for this great opportunity. And after you introduced our company like a couple of months ago through the Project X episode, so a lot of inquiry we are getting it for 3PL, and Peter is the one who managing all those new accounts. But one thing I would like to address about is we do actually 3PL, but Creative is like 95% of our sales revenue coming from Amazon turnkey service. Turnkey service means marketing, operation, customer service, warranty, import, everything.
All right, cool.
Yeah.
All right, well, we're going to talk about that in a little bit.
Sure.
We're going to talk about that a little bit. Just real briefly, Paul, can you go ahead and introduce yourself?
Okay, Bradley. This is like 16-hour live. Are you okay? This is a crazy project.
아니요.
Okay. Thank you for giving us the opportunity. My name is Paul Park. I'm seller who starting the Amazon FBA business September last year and has been doing Amazon business so far. And I upload my business process on YouTube channel and share my experience with my subscriber. Yeah, that's all.
Awesome. Now, Simon, can you go ahead and give in Korean that one brief introduction? I had said that kind of basically said what they did, but I had given you that before. Go ahead, Simon.
Yeah, sure. 안녕하세요. 한국어와 영어로 진행될 저희 메가톤 코너에 오신 것을 환영하고요. 저는 힐리엄 10 마케팅 부서에서 일하는 사이먼이고요. 반갑습니다. 하고 오늘 모신 게스트는 캘리포니아의 본사에 둔 크리에이티브의 CEO이자 여러 한국어 회사들과 그 아마존 판매를 돕고 있는 그 캘리포니아의 3자 물류 3PL 창고를 운영하시는 그 션 챙님 소개하겠습니다. 안녕하세요.
네, 반갑습니다.
그리고 다음 게스트는
마케팅님 본업입니다.
All right, and then go ahead and introduce Paul in Korean real quick.
예. 그리고 다음 게스트는 퍼님, 아마존에서 뉴셀러로 현재 뉴욕에서 살고 계시면서 그 아마존 판매하고 그 과정을 유튜브에 그 채널에 공유하고 있습니다. 그 보표의 아마존 FBA 도전기 그 채널 맞죠?
네, 맞습니다. 네.
All right, awesome.
맞습니다.
You guys like everybody out there? I'm talking to the crowd. You guys like how I'm like nodding, like I understand what the heck Simon is saying. Like, oh yeah. That's what people are calling me out this morning. Anyways, we won't have to translate my questions into Korean, but maybe the answers or Sean, you could just give it in both English and Korean. But real quick, how long have you been selling, Sean, on Amazon?
Yeah, it's been selling about 10 years. So before I start selling on Amazon, I launched 2 different business and it actually failed badly. Yeah. So, and at the time I thought it wasn't
a brilliant business idea, and actual outcome, the product was good. But we feel our team doesn't have the marketing capability, and its trends is going online marketing. So after I felt that I back to US and like I played Warcraft for 1 year. Yeah,
For 1 year, you played Warcraft for 1 year. Oh my god.
Yeah, it was like
they probably turned off the internet in your house too, like mine.
Yeah.
Wow.
And, yeah, so I was thinking about what to do. So I fell for 2 different business, and there's a lot of credit card debt, and so I decided to like learn about the marketing, because the reason I failed was about not knowing about how to pull the traffic, how to expose our product. So I joined to one of e-commerce marketing company as a free income. Yeah. And then
free income, as in you were working for free?
Free income. Yeah, free income.
Oh, free. So you weren't getting paid?
Huh?
They didn't pay you?
Yeah, I didn't get paid. Yeah. So after like do like free intern like 2-3 months, then I can start getting paid with minimum wage. Yeah.
Ooh, you got big increase right there, from 0 to minimum wage. But hey,
it was a lot lower than my first job, but still, it's big.
That should show you guys an example. Sometimes, we earlier today, for those who are just joining us, we had some guests on who went like down to nothing. Like we had that one individual who was kidnapped twice before he was even 16 years old. He bounced back, and he made like he bought a $300,000 business, lost it all, $150,000 in debt. And what he did to bounce back was he was washing dishes, and he was just working as an Uber driver, and he just slowly got back. So there's many different ways. Bashar, that was who I'm talking about. He failed a few times, but he still bounced back. We just heard from Sean. He failed a couple of times at business, but did he give up and just say, I'm just going to play Warcraft the rest of my life? No, he bounced back. He's like, I'll do what I have to do. I'll work for free so I can get the knowledge. And that should be right there. I didn't even know about that. That should be something as a lesson, for many. Now let's go real quick to Paul. We got to go a little bit faster here. Paul, how long have you been selling on Amazon?
I'm just like baby. I made my first sale on Amazon in October 2019. It's already been about like 6 months. And I never forget that for my first sale day, time so fast. Yeah.
Awesome. Say that real quick. And since that was fast, go ahead and say that in Korean too, for all of the Korean speaking people listening. Go ahead, Paul, go ahead. Can you say what you said in Korean again? Yeah.
I just speak Korean.
Paul, go ahead. Say what you just said in English. Say it in Korean, Paul.
오케이. 저는 이미 그 아마존에 2019년 9월에 아마존을 시작해서 현재까지 아마존 셀링을 하고 있고요. 아마 많은 분들이 유튜브를 통해서 보셨을 수도 있습니다. 그런데 만약에 못 보신 분들은 한 번씩 유튜브에 검색하셔서 보시면 좋을 것 같고요. 제가 그 아마존 사업하는 비즈니스 과정들을 유튜브에 다 업로드하고 있으니까요. 궁금하신 분들은 유튜브에 보표의 아마존 FBA 생존기라고 검색하셔서 보시면 됩니다. Yes, thank you, Bradley. Yeah.
All right. Now, Sean, quick question for you. I just want to give people some context. So a few years ago, you were working for free. That was like maybe your rock bottom, your bottom, right? Now, we're going to talk a little bit about your journey. But right now, you're managing a lot of Amazon accounts. Overall, what are the sales? So you went from 0. Is the gross revenue yearly for all of the Amazon accounts that you are managing now? Just so people can know that, hey, we should be listening to Sean. He's just not a Warcraft nerd.
Yeah.
He was a clan leader for a while. So, I mean, he definitely knows his stuff. But yeah, we have a lot of different brands that we've been managing, and we provide our full services that Sean mentioned. I would say on average or approximately $3 to $5 million a month in sales is a good estimate right now for those major clients. Not all of them, but
about $50 to $60 million a year gross revenue. Yeah. So there you have it, guys. Sometimes to restart, you just need some knowledge. And look where Sean is at now, managing $60 million yearly revenue from that. Now, going back to when you and I first met, Sean, in the days we were selling those phone cases, those terrible phone cases back in the day. Do you remember how many we were selling daily between the .com and between Amazon?
Yeah. So, yeah, I still, it was like 2012 or 13, something like that. And we prepare for the, Amazon strategy, and daily, day one, it was selling like one. And then few days later, like 3, 5, and it's been keep going up. And like 6 months later, we reach out to like 4,000 units around like October or something. And at that moment, iPhone, like Galaxy Note, all those different devices, we made our product as our first rank for all those keywords. But Bradley, you know what? We actually had a bigger phone case order other than that day, which is, like 7 a.m. we came to the office and we checked the Seller Central, and there was like 6,000, 5,000 order in Seller Central at 7 a.m. Yeah, because in a few hours we got crazy orders. So Bradley and me, we got amazed. I mean, like shocked, amazed, and scared, because we don't know. It's not normal. Yeah. And actually we made a like wrong coupon, and the customer bought it at like free. So all of our inventories like went out.
Sean, it took me 5 years to forget that day, and now you just brought that memory back. Oh my goodness, that was terrible.
Really, like what I got impressed to Bradley was, if we cancel that order from our side, Seller Central, then Amazon gonna suspend our Amazon account. And what Bradley did, he at the time on the like invoice there is a telephone number. So Bradley called to one by one to the customer, and he begged to please cancel for us. Yeah, if he didn't do it, our Amazon account should be got suspended or something, but we survived.
that was a crazy time. But the point of that story too was, it's kind of like a joke nowadays. We tell people who are looking for private label, don't do phone cases because there's so many, it's so saturated. But in those days, it was a great opportunity. And actually the phone cases that Sean and I were doing, they were kind of, all the companies that sell cell phone cases now, they kind of owe the success to our company, because we were doing things like with I should give this credit to Sean. Sean is the one who created this. He was the first one to use 3D imagery for phone cases. Now everybody does it. So we were kind of like trendsetters back in the day. But anyways, that's a little bit of Sean's story. Now Simon, can you give, I'm going to say this one in English and then just give the question in Korean real quick, since this is a pretty fast question. So Paul, how did you find out, Paul? You're brand new for Amazon. So how did you find out about selling on Amazon? And what did you do for work before Amazon? Go ahead, Simon first. Go ahead, say that.
네, 션 파워님은 아마존을 시작하시기 전에 어떤 일을 하시고요? 아마존을 어떻게 알게 되셨어요?
Okay, there is a story behind it. I had been working for a long time at a company that runs online shopping mall until last year. Unfortunately, the work was tedious and my boss was horrible. Most importantly, I no longer wanted to spend my time working for a company, not working for people. And I only wanted to spend my time in myself. Then one day I came across the YouTube video. That was maybe Trevor Peterson video or Sharon Even video. Then I decided to give us a shot. I believe that I could do it as well. Yeah.
Cool. That's a great story. I don't know, Paul, if you knew, we actually had Sharon and Trevin today earlier as guests.
Yeah, so that, yeah.
So imagine that, Paul, you are a guest on the same program that your idols, your Amazon idols were on. So look at that in just 5 months. That's cool. Sean, Sean or Peter, if you can't say this, don't feel bad. But what are some of we have so many Korean people watching right now. What are some of the big Korean brands that you've worked with managing now their Amazon accounts?
Yeah. We actually, a lot of our specialty, because Sean's background, Korea, we do specialize in a lot of the big brands from overseas. So for Korea, LG, their household and healthcare division, they have tons of different skincare products, skincare companies like the Face Shop. So we manage their account. Samsung, C&T, KGC, which is a Korean ginseng. Those are a lot of the big brands that we manage. For over a year, we've actually been working specifically with like the Korean government to helping them develop specific products.
South Korean government.
South Korean government. Correct.
Just making sure.
Very true. We're helping them with like launching specific products. We just launched their Bosong tea. Sean can give you a little more details because he really did work along with getting that happening. And besides Korean brands, we have a lot of different Chinese companies, Japanese companies. We also provide services for, I don't know if you know, Kewpie Mayo, Japanese mayonnaise. So they're $1 billion company that we handle their US Amazon account. So
that's cool. I think what's important, what Sean and Peter are talking about, guys, and I'm just going to go, we only have about 10 minutes or less, so I want to kind of paraphrase it, is I'm going to actually have Sean and Peter on a podcast soon because I think this is really important. We're only going to talk about it for like 1 minute right now, but guys, this is a big opportunity out there. What Sean and Peter are doing is kind of similar to that wholesale model that Dan was talking about a few hours earlier. Basically, what they're doing is there's a lot of Korean, Japanese companies and other Asian companies or other countries in the world. They want to sell in the United States, but they don't want to have to invest $1 million to make a branch office, or they don't want to have to do some big marketing campaign to launch their product. So they, what Sean does is he tells them, hey, a great way to launch your brand in the United States is through Amazon. So Sean, obviously being Korean, Peter is also born and raised in Korea. He just doesn't look, no, I'm just playing. But Sean, coming from Korea, he actually went to UCLA here in the United States, though. But he's got tons of contacts in Korea in the business world. And so what he's able to do is go to these companies, kind of present to them this model and say, hey, don't worry about doing a branch office. We can manage your account for you here in the United States. And now you guys don't have to invest anything and we'll just take a cut of the sales. So we had Germany, we had Poland on the call this morning. These are kind of similar things that you guys could do if you have those kind of connections in Poland, in Latvia, in Zimbabwe, any country basically in the world. This is a way that you could kind of scale up your business and sell on Amazon. And now look, Sean is managing 8 figures worth of revenue, and they have a lot of capacity. They're about to move into a warehouse that's 3 times as big. So if you guys are in Korea or Japan and you're listening to this, please reach out to them and they can help you too. Real quick, let's go back to Paul.
Yes.
Paul, you're brand new on Amazon, only like 4 or 5 months.
Yes.
Obviously, you're not making 60 million, 60 million a year yet. But I was actually very surprised. You're doing quite well for being an Amazon baby. What is your monthly sales now since you're new?
Okay, I'm currently sell only 2 products on Amazon. So my monthly revenue between 10,000 to 15,000. Yeah, so far. And then now I'm looking for third product. So third product is gonna be launching soon. Yeah,
that's awesome, guys. He just saw a YouTube video 6 months ago or 7 months ago about the Amazon opportunity, and right away he's making over 10,000 or grossing over $10,000 a month, right? So that's just really great. Now, Sean, this is going to be the same question for both Sean and Paul. But Sean, how has during right now the coronavirus, I don't remember all of what products, kind of products you mainly have, but have your sales increased because more people are buying? Have they decreased because maybe they're a product that people aren't wanting? How have you guys been affected by coronavirus right now?
So actually, we've been growing even though it's low season and coronavirus because what in our product portfolio we have food and health supplements like hand soap, all those things. Sales is going up pretty high, but we didn't raise the price. We just offer them at market price, but obviously, IT accessory or different product category, now Amazon limit the, FBA, like transit and, sending stuff. So, those categories going down. But what we are offering to our clients is now, we enhanced our FBM and do the second day FedEx shipping.
Oh.
So, yeah, so now like clients can get those products like IT accessory or phone screen protector type of things faster than Amazon Prime. Also, we have UK London branch, so selling on all Amazon UK, France, Italy, Spain, Germany, and also we are selling on Amazon Canada too. So in this situation, Bradley, you knows that too, but one of our product back to like 3-4 years ago, that product it didn't sell much in Magnectar. Yeah.
Oh yeah, Magnectar. Yeah, I remember that brand.
But it's been selling like 500 in Italy. Yeah. So Amazon is like it's everywhere, like Japan, Australia, and if you develop nice new product, then Amazon is the great way to introduce your product to global customers.
Absolutely. Absolutely. What about you, Paul? Go ahead and just say it in Korean only. How has coronavirus affected you? And then Simon, if you can say it in English after that, please.
오케이. 코로나 바이러스는 저한테 큰 의미로 다가오진 않았어요. 제가 초보 셀러이기 때문에 그런데요. 제가 대신에 첫 번째 제품을 500개를 다 완판을 하고 그 다음에 리스탁을 해야 되는데 리스탁을 할 수가 없었습니다. 왜냐하면 공장이 3주 정도 문을 닫았기 때문에 제가 첫 번째 물건을 리스탁을 하지 못해서 매출액이 많이 감소했었어요. 그런데 재미있는 거는 두 번째 프로덕이 이번 사태가 터지고 나서 세일즈가 되게 많이 됐습니다. 그래서 첫 번째 물건에서 판매하지 못한 거를 두 번째 물건에서 커버를 했어요. 그래서 코로나 바이러스는 저한테 위기이기도 했지만 또 한편으로는 기회이기도 한 그런 사태였던 것 같습니다. 예.
All right, Simon, could you paraphrase? I mean, like, make it actually less. What are the highlights there?
Let's condense it. So the coronavirus outbreak started in China right around the time when he was ordering his first product, or ran out of his first product. So what happened was his manufacturer closed shop for 3 weeks, so he could not restock at all. So this obviously impacted his revenue figures. It wasn't looking good. But luckily, he had launched a second product, and thanks to that second product selling well with the outbreak happening in the US, and that kind of accelerated sales here. So as a result, like his second product made up for the revenue loss of his first product. So it's a little vague, but coronavirus has presented him with both a challenge and a unique opportunity.
Okay, cool. All right, one last thing for Sean, and I think this is the most relevant to our audience, regardless if you're in Korea, if you're in the United States, if you're in, I don't know why I keep going to Zimbabwe. For some reason, that's the only other country I can think of. If you're in Zimbabwe, if you're in Serbia, Boyan just sent me a message, so I just thought of Serbia. Or if you're in America, and it's because a lot of people, because of coronavirus right now, have restrictions on FBA. They can't send to FBA, or they can only send 50 units. So more than ever, people are, not more than ever, but more than usual, people are using fulfilled by merchant who can. There is a news article that came out last week that it has gone up from 10% of offers are fulfilled by merchant to 30% in just 1 month. A lot of people can't do fulfilled by merchant. They don't have a warehouse in the back of their house. Actually, the house that I'm sitting in, the house with the terrible internet, it was funny story. When Sean and I went into business together, I actually left this house and moved in with my parents, and they made this house in this room like an office, and I have a warehouse in the back of my house, and that was where the warehouse was for our company that we had owned. But anyways, who has that? Like, who has a 2,000 square foot warehouse in their house? You know, like I happen to. That was actually the reason why I got this house. So for those of you who don't have that as an option, you can't fulfill products yourself. Use a third-party logistics. And so Sean, I'm like doing Sean's pitch, and Sean, you better get me some like money from the commission. I'm just playing. I don't get one affiliate commission on anybody's guest today. I'm just joking. But Sean has the service that we had in Project X. Go to Project X episode 10. We actually toured their old warehouse. The new warehouse is 3 times as big, but you could see that, you know, they are able to store your product. They can ship it both here in the United States and in the UK. For the European market. So hit them up if you have been affected by coronavirus and you need a third-party logistics. Go to creasive.com. Now let me switch over to Paul. What I want everybody, those of you out there who are Korean speaking, I highly recommend, and I hope you guys can understand me, going to Paul's Korean YouTube channel to learn. Paul's YouTube channel is almost like a mini Project X, because he is showing you guys how a new seller from day one, you know, who doesn't have experience, how he's scaling up his business. So everybody make sure to check out Paul's YouTube channel, which I'll give you guys in a second. And just to confuse things further, Luis is talking in Spanish here. No entiendo coreano, pero he says, I don't speak Korean, but Bradley is very fun. So I don't know what's going on anymore. We got Korean and Spanish here and everything. So first of all, let's go back to Sean and Peter. One last thing, if people want to reach out to you to see more about your services, what is the website again for you guys?
Yeah, creasive.com is our website. The best way, obviously.
Could you spell that for everybody?
For those that need it, it's a KREASSIVE, creasive.com. Actually, the email address is marketing@creasive.com. That'll come to our own team. We'll definitely get back to you. As you mentioned, we are in the process of moving. We plan to be in the new warehouse in June. So more likely, if you do email us in the next week, I'll probably tell you, give us till June, because with everything going on, we're at capacity here.
Okay.
But we'll definitely be able to help anybody who's interested. Just give us your product information, company information, and we'll definitely help you out.
And then Paul, just really quick, can you go ahead, Sean?
Yeah. We just launched Creative China, Guangzhou and Hong Kong office.
Okay.
So from China potential clients, please.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Reach us too. Yeah.
Okay. So UK, China, and Torrance, California office. Awesome. All right. Now, Paul, in Korean, can you just let everybody know how can they find you on YouTube, your channel?
유튜브 검색창에 보표의 아마존 FBA 생존기라고 검색을 하시면 도전기라고 검색을 하시면 찾을 수가 있고요. 찾으셔서 저희가 운영하는 아마존 브레이커라는 오픈 채팅방이 있습니다. 그래서 아마존 브레이커에 조인하시면은 저희 그 팀 멤버들을 만나실 수가 있으니까요. 유튜브에서 꼭 찾아오시고요. 그 다음에 카카오톡 채팅방도 들어오시길 바라겠습니다. 예.
I heard the Kakao Talk. That's my my favorite messaging app right there. Both Sean and Paul both use Helium 10, so make sure to check out that ad I just threw up there so you guys can get it. All right, guys. Thank you so much for joining. 감사합니다. How do you say goodbye? Like 안녕히 가세요 or something like that. Thank you so much, guys.
You got it.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Sean, Peter, Paul, Simon. It sounds like the Beatles or something. Thank you guys so much. We'll see you later.
All right.
감사합니다.
All right. All of a sudden, I want some Korean barbecue right now. I don't know why, but maybe it's because I haven't eaten very much today. But anyways, we're going to another country right now. A lot of people have been frustrated, right, with manufacturing in China. And manufacturing in China is still great. You know, for a lot of stuff, it is still the place to go. But what's happening more so than I think I've ever seen in the last few years is in the last few months, more and more people are inquiring about finding sourcing outside of China. All right. And the number one place that probably is next to China right now is India. And that's what our next meeting here is going to be about sourcing in India. But not only that, Amazon India has been growing exponentially lately as well. So we're going to talk to two experts, both on the sourcing side in India and also on the selling side. Like I think Amazon India has been closed a little bit lately due to the coronavirus, but it is emerging as a player in the Amazon world. So let's go ahead and bring in Megla, and tell me if I'm pronouncing it. Is it Varun? Did I pronounce it right? Varun, Megla, am I pronouncing his name right?
Yes.
Varun? Varun. All right, cool. All right. Varun, this is my first time meeting you face to face, I believe. So great. Thank you for coming on here. Megla is maybe a familiar name to some. She has been on the Serious Sellers podcast, and she helps us out sometimes with our blogs on India. Varun has a big network of people who are selling in Amazon India as well. So first of all, welcome to the show. And I just want to jump right into this. I have so much pent up energy because for those, if you didn't see Megla, my internet was down for 1 hour and I was going out of my mind, not able to talk. So now I have all this energy again.
Yeah,
but
it's amazing how you're holding up, Bradley. It seems so long.
It's water. It's all about water. Stay hydrated.
I think 13 hours have already passed, and he's continuously, running it like it's just started 10 minutes back.
Yeah, exactly. It's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
All right. I just realized I don't have any backup, so if my internet goes out, somebody please from Helium 10 hop back on the webinar in case my internet goes out again. I need the backup host, please. Megla, is it just me? Like, I didn't ask you this before, but I was just assuming. Usually they say don't assume because of blanky blank. But I was just assuming, are you seeing more inquiries about sourcing in India than any time in the last few years, or is that just in my head?
No, that's absolutely true. And in fact, that's the reason I started this whole India sourcing Facebook group and the trip that I'm organizing, because I was seeing more inquiries and people reaching out to me and asking if I knew suppliers in India, because, I'm of Indian descent, so they just assumed I knew people in India. But I have worked in the sourcing industry in India. So yeah, I think it's true. It started with the tariffs. I think that's when people realized that, yes, they need to diversify. So that was about 2 years ago. And then, it's India, Vietnam, Bangladesh, a lot of different countries are being explored, and each country has its own unique, USPs and advantages. But yeah, I mean, as you rightly said, there is no other country currently that can replace China. But I think India has great potential. Just because one of the reasons is it's huge population and very young population and availability of labor. That's a huge advantage that India has. So yeah, definitely I'm seeing so many. In fact, for me myself, I'm getting people reach out to me on Messenger all the time, and they ask for, hey, do you have a supplier for this product and that product? And can you connect me to a sourcing agent? So yeah, definitely.
All right, excellent. Now, Varun, was it correct what I said? I thought I read somewhere that actually a couple weeks ago or something, was Amazon India kind of shut down for now, or what's going on over there?
No, it's not shut down. So basically, as per the government of India, you cannot sell non-essential products in the country, whether it's online or offline. So Amazon is operational, selling only essential products, which include some grocery and pantry products. So all sort of non-essential items like mobile phones, accessories, luggage, all sort of other items are not live right now. And it's per the government's directive, until 3rd of May we cannot sell it, and after that they will tell us whether we can do it or not.
All right, now Varun, I'm going to stick with you just a little bit. I know Amazon India is still emerging. It's not huge yet. It's not like close to USA, obviously not really close yet to Germany necessarily or the UK, but it's getting there. Now, just me personally, I have never sold anything in Amazon India, but if I was an Amazon seller, like what would seem attractive to me is, first of all, the alphabet. Like it's not like crazy characters like in Japan where you can't even read anything, but the it's kind of a Roman letters alphabet, like, and everyone in or most people in India actually speak English as well. So does that make it, in your opinion, a little bit easier for like maybe an American or European seller to go to India, or is all of Amazon India is it all in the language is completely English, right? In Amazon, in the actual Amazon India, right?
Yeah, it's basically a primary language for all sort of e-commerce platforms, whether it's Amazon or any other thing. It's English only. So our businesses are dominated by English language. So I think there is no problem for anybody coming from any part of the world. If they speak English, if they sell in English, they can sell very well in India.
That's awesome. And is it the same as in the relationship between Amazon USA and Amazon Europe, where if you have an ASIN in the USA and you open that ASIN in Europe, it actually like shares reviews, or is Amazon India completely separate?
Yes, they have recently started that mapping. I think about 6 months back. So I received a call from somebody, and they wanted me to start selling the similar ASINs which I'm selling in India, in US also. Right now, I'm not selling what I'm selling in India because products are different. But what they said, for example, I've got 5,000 to 6,000 reviews on an ASIN, and they said, why don't you take an advantage of that ASIN by listing the same ASIN in US as well, and you get all your reviews and everything. It was not there before, but I think lately in last 3-4 months that has started mapping from India as well.
Interesting.
It goes
All right.
to all over Europe and US. Yes.
Okay, let's go back to Mega a little bit. So there are a few things that actually even right now are better to sell or better to source from India than maybe other countries, because the material is like a specialty. So can you talk about what are some of those things that are really great quality that the Indian factories are making?
Yeah, absolutely. So one of the categories that we're seeing selling really well on Amazon nowadays is eco-friendly products. And these could be things like organic cotton. India is, in fact, the second largest producer of cotton, and even organic cotton is produced at a very high scale in India. So anything made from organic cotton, like apparel, baby wear, a lot of furnishings, in fact, are doing really, really well. Then other eco-friendly type products are biodegradable, disposable, dinnerware, like these are made from sugarcane waste, for example, or there are also products made from areca palm leaves. So those are really popular from India too. Another huge category that is very popular among Amazon sellers is home decor items that are made from metal and wooden kind of different types of wood. So there are production centers in India that specialize in certain products. So for example, in the north, there's a city called Moradabad that specializes in metalwork. And there's a lot of handcrafted work that's done over here, but it's not, the artsy kind of work where there are really small workshops. These are large factories that can produce at scale. And there are a lot of artisans in the city that actually do subcontracting work, for these factories. So yeah, metal products, anything ranging from, kitchen items like your vegetable boards or servingware or, tableware, cutlery, all those kinds of things. Home decor items, of course, gift items, again. There were these really beautiful wooden products that we saw recently, very high quality game sets. And they were like, maybe a playing card game set or other kinds of games, chess, for example. So again, very high quality, handcrafted, made from wood. Also, another category that's very, very popular is apparel. So there is a knitted apparel, and specifically made from cotton, silk. That's India's strength. And so there's this production center in the south of India that is known for knitted cotton products like socks and vests and T-shirts and all of those kinds of things. So again, hundreds and thousands of factories over there producing this in very high volumes. There are certain products that are very niche that you won't find in any other country in the world. For example, there's this material called coir that is made from coconut husk. And there are a couple of factories in South India that actually produce doormats and other types of home furnishings from this material. And it's basically just the husk of the coconut. And there's this huge factory in India that produces such beautiful designs, and it's a very eco-friendly, biodegradable material. In fact, this company is one of the largest suppliers of IKEA in Asia. So all of these mats, IKEA sources them in like huge quantities. There are also other eco-friendly materials like jute. Jute is a very it's traditionally being used in India for sacks, like to carry vegetables and potatoes and onions and stuff like that. But now they're reinventing jute and using it for fashion products. So there's a lot of bags and gift bags and fashion bags. Another category is superfoods. So India is one of the largest exporters of spices in the world. And in fact, a lot of the spices were, originated originally from India. So that's another category that Amazon sellers can explore. For example, you can do some blends of these spices and herbs that boost immunity. So these are, superfood kind of items. There's also things like tea and coffee that can be explored. And a lot of people are actually doing tea. So, I mean, that's a very, high level overview of some of the categories. What India is not currently good at is electronics and electrical products. Those are the things that you would find better in China. However, I think that's changing. There are more factories being set up. In fact, a lot of Chinese factories are setting up, their factories in India, and it's currently mostly to cater to the domestic market. But I think over the next few years, that is going to change, and we're going to see more OEM electronics also coming out from India.
Okay, cool. That. I knew there was a reason why I brought you on here. Megla knows it all. Now, Bruno, let's go back to the opposite side. Instead of the sourcing, let's go back to selling in India. So, the top, let's just say, I don't know, top 1, 2, 3% of sellers, like in the USA. Some of them are kind of like, Sean that we just had from Creative, and the last one doing like 60 million a year. But when we talk about like the top, top sellers in India right now, and I'm not talking about big brands, like household name brands, but private label sellers. Do you think there are anybody making $1 million a year yet, or are we still in the hundreds of thousands for the top private label sellers in India?
So you're talking about million in US dollars, right?
US dollars.
Yeah.
I know it's probably kind of hard. You're probably having to calculate in your mind right now. I apologize. I was about to apologize because for me it's 11 o'clock at night, and if you ask me to do,
it's 11
o'clock, but it's not 11 o'clock at night for you, so you should be able to do it.
No, it's 11 a.m. It's 11 a.m. in the morning.
There you go. All right, you have no excuse. Do that math right now.
So if you talk about 1 million, I think it's just 7 crore rupees. So 1 million US dollar is nothing. I mean, there are not thousands, but more than thousands of sellers. I think about more than 10,000, 20,000 of sellers who are doing these numbers in India.
What? Really? Wow, I didn't know that. Surprising that
if you talk to me about 10 million plus, then yes, I would say there are a handful of like 500 sellers, 500 to 600 sellers who are doing these numbers. And if you talk to me about 100 million, then yes, I think there are 30 to 40 sellers who are doing these numbers.
Here's a question for you, Varun, from Dennis. He says, I didn't think you could sell in India unless you were a resident of India. Is that right?
No, you need to have a company registered in India. You need to have a partnership with somebody to form a company in India. Once you have a company, your company can sell in India.
Okay.
So you don't need to be a resident of India, but yes, in order to do all sort of company formation, there is a procedure of the government how you can do that, and accordingly, yes, you can do that.
First of all, I just have to give a shout out to Madam Butterfly, who obviously I have a bad memory, but who's going to forget the name Madam Butterfly? He or she has been on here like I think since the early morning, 8 a.m. or 9 a.m. So like that's more power to you, Madam Butterfly. They're not a caterpillar anymore. They're a butterfly. Anyways, and actually at 8 a.m. in the morning, it was Madam Caterpillar. Now she's Madam Butterfly. But Megla, this question is for you, obviously. What are the disadvantages of sourcing in India? I heard that some things might be cheaper in India, but exporting the item is more difficult, might take longer to deliver and expensive. Is that true?
So I don't think it's difficult to export. I mean, it's different. China is China is very FBA friendly, and they've figured out how to do logistics for Amazon FBA specifically. But Indian suppliers are still learning that whole process. So they may not be familiar with FBA requirements. And in India, you've got to work with a supplier for manufacturing the product, and then you've got to work with a freight forwarder separately for the logistics and everything. Whereas in China, a lot of the suppliers would manage the logistics, and they would offer you DDP quotes, and it'll be much easier. But yeah, a lot of people importing from China, they prefer to work with separate freight forwarders as well. So that's something to keep in mind. You got to have your own freight forwarder, and that person should definitely be familiar with Amazon FBA requirements. It takes longer, yes. For certain items that are handmade, the delivery times are longer because it's not machine made, it's not mass produced. They're not pumping out millions of products in a day. So yeah, if it's handmade, then it will take longer. Typically, it's 45 to 60 days even for certain products. Also, depending on how far the factory is from the port, that would determine if it is more expensive to ship it out. So if you're sourcing from, a very small interior kind of city that's very far from the Mumbai port, which is the main port where exports go out from, then of course there might be some logistics. But otherwise, I don't think it's more expensive, compared to China, especially if you're doing high volumes. If you're doing small quantities, then of course, expensive to source from anywhere.
Okay. All right. So let's keep it with Megla right now. We got to go a little bit faster now because we're finally getting some more questions in, but I want to make sure to get to as many. So 30 seconds or less if possible. Would exporting from India to FBA work the same way as it does from China to FBA? So first of all, can you just ship directly from the factory in India to the Amazon DC?
Yes, absolutely. Everybody does that. Varen does that too.
All right. And I can answer this question here. Are there logistics companies in India that could help from manufacturer to FBA USA? Absolutely. I'm sure you have some in your network as well.
Absolutely. Unicargo is one company for sure.
You had Unicargo this morning. We should have asked them about that.
Exactly. Definitely. And then Sea Air is another company that we recommend in our Facebook group. They're very familiar with FBA requirements.
All right. One more for Megla here. Varun, please don't feel lonely or sad. I'm sure there'll be more questions for you. Are there any equivalent? Oh my goodness, this is probably one of the first questions I'm sure you get always, Megla. But even I know the answer to this one almost. But is there any equivalent to Alibaba in India for sourcing?
So there are a couple of different websites. Now there's Alibaba and Global Sources. Those are the two websites, and they do have suppliers from India. So you've got to search for, after you do your search results, you got to filter by country to see Indian suppliers. There's another website, India Mart, but that's more domestic focused. So you got to be a bit careful when you're searching for suppliers there because there are a lot of agents and trading companies on India Mart. And there are a lot of other local websites as well, Exporters India and all of those. But I find that Global Sources and Alibaba, they have the most export-focused suppliers. And there's also the Delhi Fair, which is the Canton Fair of India. Their exhibitor list is online. So just search for Delhi Fair exhibitor list, and you'll be able to see the list of suppliers. They're all export-focused suppliers.
Okay. They skipped Varun again, and now they're asking me questions. I'm sorry, Varun. I'm sorry. All right. Gulshan says, Helium 10 services not for India. The majority of the tools are not yet working in Amazon India. We have some limited availability with Magnet, Index Checker. You could still, I believe, use Scribbles and some other tools. But to be honest, there's just hasn't been enough demand from the seller side for us. And I know a lot of you guys have sent emails in, but if we compare those to the number of people asking for a certain feature in the US or for Europe or for other marketplaces, India is still behind. So that's on you guys. I want you guys, all of you who are listening to this or who are interested in selling in Amazon India, if that's if you would like to have the tool, make sure to have your voice heard. The whole way that Helium 10 decides which tools to make or to open up is based on our users and the demand for it. So please make sure that your voices are heard. All right, we got one for I forgot who was it? Everett? No, it wasn't Everett. Hermat. Here it is from Nipun. There we go. What is the process of setting up a company to start selling India? So Varun, finally one for you. Please help Nipun. What do you have to do?
Okay, so if you want to set up a company, there is a company called India Filing, the website called indiafilings.com. You can go to their website and you can see the entire process of setting up a company in India. All you need to have a local partner in India, and then they will tell you the entire process based on what you want to open. It's a private limited company, or it's a single person company, or a partnership company. So based on your objectives, you can decide what to do. And indiafilings.com can tell you all the procedure to open a company in India. They also do the complete process to do that.
And they also provide with a local director, right? If you don't have somebody in India.
Yes.
Okay, we got another. All right, Varun, look, you got 2 in a row here. Woohoo! All right. Are there restrictions on selling personal care products in India, such as skin creams with therapeutic effects? So, as we know that some things, just because you can sell in USA, you can't sell in Europe, or vice versa, or certain types of product are banned in certain countries. Do you know anything about personal care product for Amazon India?
Yes, this is a gated category in India. So if you want to sell these products, you need to have the required license from the government bodies who allow you to sell these products in India. Once you have those certificates and licenses, you need to present them to Amazon, and then it's up to them. If they consider allowing you, they will allow you to sell. If you are allowed, then it's good. It is not a sure shot thing that you will be allowed to do it if you have right licenses and certificates. But yes, chances are that yes, you will be qualified if you have the licenses.
All right, real quick. Hold on real quick. Kevin King is trying to get into the room, but he couldn't get in. Hold on.
Varun, in the meantime, do you want to just talk about how in India, a lot of the imported products, like Australian and American products, there's a growing market for those kinds of products, right? Are you seeing that as well?
On Amazon India, or just in general in India?
On Amazon specifically, and in general too.
So what kind of products do you guys see an increase in demand for?
So in India, if you see the increase in demand is basically for the products which are doing very well in the Western market. So a lot of those products come from China and are seeing good demand. But yes, if you go to the just bottom of the pyramid, so the more demand is of the product which is more value focused. India is a very price sensitive market. You cannot sell a product which is available in mass market for $10. You want to add more value to it and can sell it for $30. No. You can sell a few pieces for $30, but yes, if you launch it at $10 at the market price and your product is good and driving enough value, then you will see a lot of sales. So one thing to remember, India is a very, very price sensitive market. So anything that offers more value in lesser price will sell. Anything which offers, a premium over value may get difficulty in getting, good success in a short period of time. This is the mantra to sell for Indian market. Pricing is the priority. Unless you spend very heavily on the marketing, doing TV commercials, newsprint ads, and all sort of those things, then you can see good traction. But that's a very expensive way to launch your product.
Okay. What about selling fees in India compared to USA? Like the commission from Amazon, is it 15%, just like USA and other places, or is it different?
No, it depends from category to category, starting from 1% to 10, 12%. For the majority of the categories, fall under 5 to 7, 8%. That is the selling fees. Apart from selling fees, they charge some other knick-knack charges also, like closing fees, order fixed fees for order, and if you are selling through FBA, they will then charge you pick and pack fees. If you are selling it from your own seller flex model, then they will charge you technology fees. So that all those sort of fees cost you about 60 to 80 rupees, about $1. And then other things would cost you like commission will cost you about 6 to 8% in general categories. That's it. And then your freight, and even freight is very affordable. It's not like in US. It's very affordable in India.
Wow. Okay. Interesting. All right. Going back to Megla, I think Megla was feeling kind of lonely now. Now Varun was getting all the attention. So Megla, for what is you don't have to give names or specific figures, but what is maybe a success story of somebody who is going on one of your trips? We'll talk a little bit about how people can see about your trips later, but you've been taking a lot of people, even way before coronavirus. You've been taking groups of people to learn about sourcing in India, and I don't know this, but I'm pretty sure that there has to be, some people who are able to find a product there and start maybe selling it in USA. Can you tell us, just without giving them away, like a kind of a story from something like that?
Yeah, absolutely. So I have two stories for you. So one is, I'll give the name away, and they're this lovely couple from Australia, Margaret Jolly and Kevin Oldham. They have been sourcing products from India for 2 years now. They started sourcing from China. They had quality issues, and they in fact went to Canton Fair and visited all of the trade shows there. And then they went to Hong Kong Fair, and that's where they saw this Indian supplier, and they just fell in love with the products. Then they came on our trip and they went to meet the supplier. And even before the trip, they had started sourcing products from this supplier. And they're actually doing really well on Amazon with these kinds of products. So they are sourcing metal products from the city of Moradabad that I mentioned earlier. So they're having great success. And they're getting good reviews. I think that's the feedback that I'm getting from them, that the quality of the products is really good. So the reviews are fantastic. And the other success story, I won't name the person, but she was sourcing one type of bags from China. And then she came on our trip and she worked with a sourcing agent. They tried to find a new factory. And she was very happy with the factory that they found. And they've been able to move their production from China to India. They were processing their first order, and they had done the sampling and everything, but then coronavirus struck, so they weren't able to ship it out. But yeah, they were really happy with the whole process, and it took a bit long to develop the samples because they couldn't get the printing right and everything. But once they had all of that, she was pretty happy with the price and the quality.
Okay, cool. So just, you touched on it a little bit, and we talked a little bit about it before that, because of the coronavirus, a lot of people are looking into India. But what do people need to know about India itself and the coronavirus? Like, are factories and shipping at full production now? Is it back to normal for that, Megla?
No, it's not back to normal. In fact, most factories are closed currently because India is under lockdown. There are certain areas where factories are allowed to open, but it's very few of them. But I think in the coming weeks, more factories will be open. But the good thing is that factories are still, or suppliers are still working from home. So actually now is a good time. If you do find a supplier, and send them an email, contact them, get on the phone with them, and they have actually more time for customers right now. And now is a really good time to start conversations with them for product development. The other thing you should ask suppliers when you contact them is if they have any ready stock available. Because what happened was a lot of these companies were working on Christmas orders for large retailers. Most of the companies in India, they sell to big box retailers in the US and Europe, and many of those orders were canceled because of coronavirus. Quite a few of these suppliers have ready stock available that was supposed to go out to retailers. So if they have that, I think that's a good opportunity for e-commerce sellers because, of course, e-commerce sales are still going up.
All right, one more question for Megla here from Nipun is, do we have any fair in India like Canton Fair in China? So we talked about what's the correspondent of Alibaba, for example, but what about Canton Fair correspondent in India?
Yeah, so there's one fair called the Delhi Fair. It's held twice a year, April and October. There are about 3,500 exhibitors at the fair, and all of them are export focused. Most of them are factories. Some of them are, agents and trading companies as well, but the majority are factories. So that's known as the Canton Fair of India, and that's where we take our group as well.
Okay, cool. All right. So to close this out, Varun, can you tell people how to contact you if they have more questions about selling on Amazon India, and maybe they can reach out to you for some help?
Yeah, they can ping me on my messenger if my Facebook ID is there, or they can email me at vr@mufubu.com, mufubu.com. And I'm happy to help international sellers come to India, and if they want to have any association in selling their products in India. Plus, I also help people selling on Amazon. I train them how to get their business growing with the help of tools like yours, Helium 10 and all. That's it.
All right, cool, Varun. Thank you. And Megla, same question. How can people find out about your sourcing trips and just to reach out to you maybe for some more specific questions or questions that they didn't want to ask here in public today?
Yeah, absolutely. So first of all, before I share that information, I just want to say Varun is absolutely amazing. He's just so well connected. Whenever I need some help, I always contact Varun. I say, hey, Varun, do you know anybody who does this? So he's definitely the person to know if you want to sell on Amazon India. So for me, you can reach out to me on Messenger. That's the easiest way, Facebook Messenger. Just search for me. And also most welcome to join our Facebook group. It's sourcing from India, Amazon FBA. Yeah.
Awesome. All right, Meghala and Varun, thank you so much for joining us on the show tonight at this crazy hour. But at least it's kind of a decent hour for you guys. So, or at least for actually both of you, it's 11 o'clock. What time is it where you are, Meghala?
2 o'clock.
2 o'clock. All right. Thank you guys very much and enjoy your weekend.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Bradley. Take care. Bye.
All right. Thank you, Meghala. All right, guys, we have come to the last segment of our show, believe it or not. We've been at this for 15 hours. Apart from that 1 hour where my internet went out and Barkus saved my butt there, we pretty smooth sailing. I wish we could count how many questions we've gone over. You guys have been doing great with the questions. And you know, we say always save the best for last. So we got a special guest, you know, coming up next. Before that though, I wanted to, you know, remind everybody that we have this 80% off coupon here, 80% off coupon. It's good through the next hour. All right. The next hour, 80% off your first month of Helium 10. Just go to helium10.com/megathon, helium10.com/megathon, and take advantage of that offer. All right, guys, let's go ahead and bring in our guest of the hour, Mr. Kevin King. How's it going, Kevin? Sleep. He's asleep. It's 1 a.m. over there. Kevin, wake up. Wake up, Kevin. All right, we're dancing here. This is a TikTok for everybody who doesn't know. Kevin King's a TikTok influencer.
A little slushy there for you. Come on now.
I love it. I love it. I love it. Kevin, what's going on? Thank you so much. It is 1 a.m. over there where you are, right now?
It is 1 a.m. right now. Yes. It's almost I'm on my third shift. So it's lunchtime. So you caught me just right at the right time.
I love it. I love it. I love it.
For dealing with for China and Asia, and we got a bunch of projects. So I've been up to like 4 in the morning pretty much every day for the last month. Just organizing stuff. I got partners in the UK and in Hong Kong, and then all over. So yeah, it's crazy times.
All right, so Kevin, let's catch up with you. A lot of people maybe missed the recent podcast that you did with us, where we could catch you up. But can you tell all of those who haven't heard the story yet, that project that you've been working on, the kind of like eco-friendly products? Can we talk about that here?
We can talk. Yeah, we can talk about some of it. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. And then there's another. I'm launching. It's crazy right now. I'm launching 2 companies. We just basically starting 2 bank accounts, 2 Amazon accounts, 2 product lines, coordinating all the tax stuff, all the designers, all the sourcing, everything for 2 different companies that are seriously funded right at the same time. So since the podcast, I've started another Amazon business, another Amazon company.
People think you're Black Hat, but you're not Black Hat. I've got
no, you're not Black Hat at all. Not at all.
I just put that on because Bastet here is making fun of me. I've been doing that on purpose. That was part of one of the contests. One of the contests was who can take the most pictures of how many hats and say which hats I have. But yeah, I've had on 17 different hats today. So I wonder how many people got all of those.
Wow.
Anyway, go ahead, Kevin. We interrupted you with the hats, but can you go ahead and talk about the what you can talk about here today?
Yeah, so I've got the 2 companies launching, and one of them is based around recycled ocean waste. So we have 2 lines of products in this company. And the first product's coming out in July. We just spent $70,000 to the factory for the deposits for the first product. It's in a very competitive space, so it's not something I would normally teach people to go into, but that's one of the things that I think a lot of people are missing on Amazon is the differentiation. So we're going into it's in the pet space. It's a dog poop bag. I'll even tell you what the product is. It's dog poop bags, which is a highly saturated, a place I would not want to compete. And we're going to go in at a higher price than what's out there. And we have a bag that's completely made out of recycled ocean waste. Actually, not that bag. It's another line of product. We have a technology. We have two lines of technology. One's products made out of recycled ocean waste, which could be anything from clothing stuff to mold injected plastics to all kinds of cool things. And then we have the exclusives, the United States exclusives on this brand new technology that's made completely out of a special, it's not plastic, it's a special type of material that completely biodegrades down to nature. And so if you go on Amazon and you look at a lot of the guys that are selling quote unquote eco-friendly or earth-friendly dog bags, it's a bunch of BS. They're not. The vast majority of them,
it's a bunch of Bradley Sutton. What's going on?
Exactly. It's a bunch of Bradley Sutton. They're not. And so they do biodegrade some. There is some truth to that. But most of them, to fully get the 100% biodegradability, if they can even do that, you got to take them to an industrial composting facility. And there's not very many of those in the United States. Our bag, actually, if you drop it in hot water, will completely dissolve and you can drink the water. And if you throw it out in the woods or somewhere, within 6 months to a year, it's completely back to carbon and hydrogen and oxygen. So it completely biodegrades. So we're doing a very unique thing with that bag, and it's all earth-based packaging. It's a really cool. I can't give you the name just yet, but once that comes out, and probably should be marketed in July. It's not going to be a bestseller. We're not going to be the guys doing $1 million a year or a month. I think some products on there are doing crazy numbers. If you look at X-Ray, we're going to be in the middle of the pack because but there's a sub-market, and it's such a differentiating factor that nobody else is going to be able to compete with us. And there's a moat around it. Nobody else can have this technology. So once we get the ball rolling on it, I think it's going to do very, very well. That's the first product. And then we're also doing we have a licensing deal with a big surfing brand where we're going to be doing a whole line of products under that earth-friendly stuff for them, and doing all the e-commerce and Amazon. I can't say the brand, but a few months from now I'll be able to say the brand. But that's going to be huge too, where they're going to have a lot of their influencers and be pushing it to help launch it and all kinds of stuff. And then I have another company that's but we didn't talk about since on the podcast that's launching. It's also launched. First product is, we just spent $500,000 on the first product. And we'll be launching that in early June. We actually will start, the website will go up in mid-May. We have a huge press release going out, we already have retail distribution with a $200 million distributor that's going to be distributing at retail. We already have a whole line of stuff. So it's been round the clock busy. And we think this particular one, the second one I'm just mentioning now, we have a lot of cool branding. We're doing a lot of TikTok stuff, some really cool social media videos to get it to go viral with a person in a costume that's going to do some really cool, interesting things. We have a whole charity component to it for every, it's kind of like the Tom shoes thing. For every one bought, we give one away to some specific types of charities. And I think this one, we think it's going to be a disruptor and could do probably $30 to $50 million this year. It's in a gated category on Amazon, and that gated category is very difficult to get into and get approval. We're whitelisted in there. I have a direct person that I deal with pretty high up at Amazon that as we're building a listing and Amazon constantly starts saying, you need approval for this, you need approval for that, they take care of it for us. So I think it's going to be really big.
Okay, cool. Now, there was something that you said I think needs a little bit of clarification, because I was making some faces. I know I'm 15 hours in, so I was a little bit delirious, but you're talking about a doggy poop bag, and then you mentioned how you can put it in water and then drink the water. So just for all those out there, people nowadays, and they take it to mean something else. He was not saying it's so amazing of a product that you can put dog poop in this bag, put it in the water, and then drink it. All right. So please, nobody do that and say that you heard it on the Helium 10 Megathon and That's the last thing I need in my life right now. So he was just saying that the material that is used for it is so dissolvable that if you put it by itself, no dog poop in the water.
No dog. Yeah, you can take an empty bag out of the package. Yeah. If you want to try this yourself, you could. You could drop it in. Boiling water accelerates the process. Drop it in the water; it'll completely dissolve, leaving no residue.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
So we're gonna be doing some demonstration videos with that, and so when people see it, the price point's high, much higher than what's out there. So when people see it on Amazon, the initial reaction is going to be, oh, man, what? This, you crazy? You're selling, this many dog bags for this much price? No way am I buying this. I'm going with Amazon Basics where I get 10 times the number or something for less money. So it's going to take a little bit of effort and a little bit of social media and a little bit of things. But once we get it going, I think we can carve out a nice little niche of the market of the people that actually care about that. I mean, some people don't give a rat's ass. But a lot of people actually care, and we've done some tests, some focus group studies and stuff, and I think we'll carve out a nice little niche. And it's a consumable product, so they got to order it over and over. And we're doing some really cool marketing with it, so I think it's going to do well.
All right, now one quick question, and then I have an announcement to make. This is from Nev, who just commented in the chat here. I'm just curious. This is what Nev says. I'm just curious what's needed to sell in the U.S. if you're not a resident of the U.S. So for foreigners, be they in Germany, be they in Australia, they want to sell on Amazon.com. What are some things, Kevin, that they need to get set up in order to do that?
Well, there's a list of countries that you have to live in that Amazon has to approve you. So if you're like from Iran or something, want to sell in the U.S., they're not going to let you. So as long as you're on that list, and it's a pretty big list. If you go to you go to Google Amazon seller account, you'll get the exact link, and it'll tell you that list. So as long as you're on that list, which most of you probably listening are, then you can just sign up for an account. You don't have to have a U.S.-based business. You don't have to have a U.S.-based bank account. It's best if you do, if you want to sell the business down the road, but it's not necessary. So it's very simple to set up. Amazon will make payments to your bank in Europe or wherever it is, or if they don't, there's services that do that for you, like Ping Pong. That was Tim was on earlier, and some that used to help with them. Or there's other companies that do it as well. So it's very simple to do. So don't worry about it.
All right. Okay. The announcement. I have not said this all day. All right. I didn't want anybody getting the wrong idea about what we're trying to do here today. But I just got this message sent to me right now, 5 minutes ago. We're very happy to announce that Helium 10 is donating all proceeds from today. So everything we have, everybody who has taken advantage of this offer, 100% of those proceeds from today are going to a charity to fight COVID-19. All right. Awesome. The charity that was chosen is called OXFAM, OXFAM, and it's helping those who are worst or most impacted by COVID-19. So if you guys join Helium 10 today, anytime in the last, 15 and a half hours, we want to wish you guys thanks for this, because you are helping a lot of people with this, because all proceeds from today are going to charity. So you guys have made. Go ahead.
I want to add to that, actually.
Go ahead, Kevin.
So I want, when you guys get done with today, give me a count of how many people participated. And I just spoke about this new company that's about to launch, or it's launched. We're about to announce our first product in a couple of weeks that we're giving to charity. So for every person that signed up today, tell me how many they are, and we'll donate one of our items as well. And we'll match it.
Wow, awesome!
So we'll make an announcement, in May of what that is. I can't say exactly what that is just yet, but it's related to the COVID efforts, so it fits perfectly into that. It's not something that's it'll go a long ways to a charity that's helping to fight COVID. So you guys, that's cool that you're donating money, and we would like to match for every person. We'll donate donate some product as well from this new company.
Thank you so much, Kevin. You rock. So, and thank you guys for all the viewers. Without you guys, you wouldn't have made this possible. So thank you so much for that. Now let's get back to. I love it. There's a lot of questions coming in here. We got Bass Bastet or Baste, or I'll just call Diana, Miss Diana here. How do you get approved in a gated category? My product is in a gated category, and I'm having problems with finding the right certifications and manufacturers.
So it depends on the category. Some categories are harder than others. There used to be companies, and there probably still are some that'll offer to do this for you. I don't recommend you using any of those. A lot of them were faking invoices and doing stuff, so don't do that. It depends on the category, and some of them, it's as simple as you have to upload for like some of the beauty products. It's as simple as they'll let you create the ASIN, especially if you're using a flat file, and then it'll come back automatically and say, sorry, you can't edit it, you can't do anything because you're in a gated category. You have to upload 6 pictures. Basically, you have to have the product. It can't be like a 3D generated images off your computer. It has to actually be the product. And you have to show the front, side, back, top, and bottom, and then they'll open it up. At other times, you can actually send in an invoice from your factory that shows that you ordered more than 10 of these. And you can block out some of the contact information if you're worried about that. Sometimes that's one of the ways. Another way that I've been able to do it in the past, it doesn't always work, but it's worth a try, is find somebody else in your category that's selling your product. Let's say you're selling I don't know, say mouthwash is something that you're going to sell, and that's a gated category. I think it is. It may not be, but for this purpose, let's assume it is. And you have a mouthwash. You could go try to sell someone else's mouthwash. So when you go to create your product listing, put in their ASIN, say you want permission to sell this, and as long as they're not brand gated, and some big companies are, if it's one of the big guys, they may be brand gated, so nobody can sell on it. But as long as they're not brand gated, they're just brand registered, you may get approval within a day or two to sell that. And sometimes that opens up the whole category. Doesn't always work, but it's worth a shot. So those are 3 of the ways. The other way is you're going to have to reach out to Amazon and try to get that approval. Just say, what do I need? Open up a ticket, say, what do you need? And for new sellers, sometimes that don't have a history, or if you're a brand new company, it can be hard sometimes. But those are 3 things you can try, and hopefully one of those will work for you. That's what I would give it a go. Or if those don't work, you might want to pivot and go to another category. What some people do, I don't really advise this, but sometimes there's 2 categories that a product can go under, and you can list in the other category. I mean, don't put a mouthwash in the sports and outdoors category. That doesn't really fit. But in some cases, something that's in office supplies, which is wide open, you might have something that's in I don't know, automotive or something that's closed. And maybe you can make a case for this really good classifier in one of these other categories, and go see what your other people are selling for online. Go take a look and see what the guys on page 1 are. What categories are they in? And if several of them are in one of the categories that's ungated and they've been selling for a while, if they have 1 or 2 reviews, they may get slapped down. But if looks like they've been selling for a while, that may be a category you can go into and sell. I mean, people are doing that right now with the COVID stuff. People, you can't sell masks or hand sanitizers or some of the other COVID-related stuff. And so you see people selling hand sanitizer, they're listing it in toys, or they're listing it in some Amazon, the algorithm's slapping it down. So, if you go search hand sanitizers right now, there's 1,000, I think over 1,000 results on Amazon in the US, but most of those are not lasting more than a day because the algorithm is slapping them down. A few of them are squeaking through for a few days, but most of them are getting constantly shut down. So you have to be careful about that too. So don't game the system. It'll come back on you.
All right. Excellent. I apologize for fanning, but during my 1 hour offline where I was going crazy, I one by one shut off all 27 items in my house that were connected to my Wi-Fi, just making sure what was going on. And the air conditioner was one of them. So
oh, wow.
It's getting a little hot in here.
You want those little battery operated fans.
Yeah, I need. If you see, if I'm glowing right now, it's not that I'm pregnant, but I'm glowing because of the sweat. Here, we got a question right here. Ankita has been on. Ankita, how long have you been online, my man? Like about 10 hours. He says, what category do you think will be deeply hurt due to coronavirus? For example, travel bags could be right now. And then what category do you think will have more opportunity, as I think people will spend less on luxury items?
Well, I think the ones that are hurting the most are anything in travel, anything to do with travel right now, anything to do with party supplies or party planning, weddings, that type of thing. Those are all hurting. Some of the automotive might be hurting a little bit because people aren't driving as much, but those two are the biggest ones. The biggest opportunity is right now honestly is in COVID related stuff, but most people can't get into that. The people that are able to get approval to sell anything COVID, whether that's masks, hand sanitizers, gloves, are making millions right now. So that's the number one opportunity, but unfortunately that's extremely difficult for 99% of the people to get into. So the other opportunities are anything related to the COVID, anything that, I think one of the big ones that I'm seeing a lot is people are starting to grow more plants at home. A lot of people are doing their own. I mean, I have one here. We have it's called Lettuce Grow, like lettuce, like the plant Lettuce Grow. And it's a hydroponic little thing that's sitting out on our back porch, and we're growing onions and celeries and all kinds of stuff. And so there's a lot of people are doing that. There's a lot of stuff in the fitness category because in my opinion, this COVID is not going away. A lot of places are opening. I've been following it pretty closely. I listen and read what the people that don't believe, that think it's a big hoax and just a bunch of BS. I like to see their perspective. I don't pay too much attention to the mainstream media because I think that's a lot of it's all marketing and they're just trying to get eyeballs. I read a lot of the scientific papers and the stuff coming out, so I see both sides. I think this is going to be. I don't think there's going to be a cure anytime in the next several years. I think they may come out with a medicine that's going to help you recover, but I don't think there's going to be a vaccine. That's my personal opinion. I hope to God I'm wrong, but I don't think that's going to happen. So I think this is going to have to fade out in a few years, like the old Spanish flu, which, by the way, is misnamed. It actually started in Kansas in the United States. Most people don't realize that. So anything COVID related, anything that's based around the workplace, safety stuff, and home nesting, where people need things for the home, whether there's all kinds of categories: cooking, electronics, planting. There's tons of opportunities. I mean, right now, a lot of people are like, "Oh my God, this whole thing is dead. How can we make money?" I look at it the opposite. It's very sad what's happening. For all the people that are, if you've lost somebody or know someone's been sick, I feel for you. But as e-commerce people, and all those of you that are selling e-commerce, this is like a golden ticket for us. It sucks for all the restaurant people and all those people that are going to be out of work and struggling. A lot of people, a lot of countries are going to be struggling for a while. But as e-commerce, we have a great opportunity, and there's tons of it out there.
All right, quick question from CM. Any idea how to bypass the restriction on sending inventory in, or pretty much got to grin and bear it, those 50 and 100 and 200 limits until it opens up for them?
Yeah, if you don't have a Sam or someone inside Amazon that can lift that for you, or you don't have a selling history, there's not a whole lot you can do, unfortunately. There may be some little trick, but it's not affecting me. So I don't know what that trick is, to be honest. But yeah, it kind of sucks.
Do you see the question up here right now from Prime?
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to run to the bathroom for the 17th time, and I'll be right back while you answer that question.
No problem. So Prime, you're saying, are you sourcing from China for your new products launching soon? One of the products is coming out of China. We have two factories in China, and we have one factory in the US because none of the factories can actually keep up with the demand. No single factory can actually meet our requirements. So we have two in China and one in the US. And then for the other line, the dog poop bags, those are actually done in Malaysia. So they're not done in China at all. Those come out of Malaysia, so they won't be subject to the tariffs. Stuff coming out of Asia, a lot of stuff is, you have the 25% Trump tariff, and then you have the regular tariff on top of it. So you have to factor in about 27 to 30%, can be more in some cases, onto your actual cost. A lot of people forget to do that. And so it does add to it. But the thing is, even if producing in the US, you have to weigh the pros and cons, because the price in the US, let's say something costs $2 to make it in the US, I might be able to make it for $1.25 in China. Well, you got to add to that $1.25, you got to add 20, basically, in most cases, like 30%. So you're adding another 45 cents to it. So you're still below the US cost, but then you got to pay the shipping to get it here. And it takes longer. So there's pros and cons there that you have to deal with. As far as the current landscape for sourcing, considering ongoing discussions for putting limitations. China, I think, Trump is here in the US, is beating his chest and trying to accuse China of a lot of stuff. which I don't think it's just for votes. In my opinion, it's political. China is the world's factory, and that's not going to change anytime soon. It doesn't matter what politicians or what legislatures come in, or if the next president of the U.S. says, we're going to start bring all the jobs back home. We don't have the infrastructure that China has. It will take us 5 or 10 years for that to get up and running to where we can even match China. So there may be something that moves towards that, but it's not going to be like cut off overnight. And it's not going away anytime soon. There may be more tariffs and trying to discourage it and trying to get you to do more stuff here. But even like the example I just gave while Bradley was away is still cheaper in China, even if you're paying some of the extra stuff. And it's a well-oiled machine there. And so moving to Central America or moving to Vietnam or some of these other places, they just don't have the infrastructure yet. They'll get there, but it's just not as easy.
Okay. Awesome. All right, let's keep going with these questions. Now we're getting a lot of questions. We're opening it up here. Let's see. Here's a good point from Christina from Dubai. I believe that's the Christina here. Yes. It says, imagine when the gates are open, these products, I think she was talking about that previous question about 5 minutes ago about the products.
Right. I see the question. Everybody else can read it. But yeah, you're right. As soon as, if you play this right, and it's a guessing game right now, but I don't think it's when the gates open, Christina, because, like Texas today, actually, May 1st, it's May 1st here. They're opening restaurants. Restaurants can you can go into restaurants and movie theaters and some stores and stuff, but they can't have more than 25% occupancy. So a lot of these restaurants are like, I don't know if we're even going to open. Movie theaters, like there's a big chain here called Alamo Draft House. They're like, no, we're not going to. We can't make money at that. We're not even going to open. And so what I think you're going to see is you're going to see a lot of places opening up because a lot of people are hurting. There's a lot of people that are economically hurting out there. And then I think what my opinion is, and it's a pretty educated opinion, is that you're going to start seeing rolling lockdowns. I don't think the whole entire United States is going to go on a lockdown like it has. I mean, unless it gets really bad. I'm not going to say that won't happen, but I think it's more going to be like what's happening in China, or you have specific cities. The problem's going to flare up in Miami, and now Miami's locked down. And then it flares up in New York again, and then it flares up wherever. But I think what you're going to see is a month from now, you're going to see another flare up. People are going to be out, be happy, going out, and then everybody's like, look, there's no problems. But it takes, remember, there's a 2 to 4 week lag on this stuff. And so I think you're going to see another in June. It's going to get bad. The summer's going to get bad again. And so it's a guessing game, but you're right. If you can time it right, and if you have the money to sit on stuff, as soon as it does get better, and it will get better, whether that's this year or next year, more likely next year, but it will get better. And when you can have weddings of 50 or 100 or 200 people, yeah, the people are going to be ready to party, ready to celebrate. I mean, there's going to be all kinds of people on the street. So I think that could be really good.
All right, we got a question here from Aaron. So for those of you who don't see it, he's asking, when you start a new listing on Amazon, do you run auto campaigns from day one, or do you start exact campaigns only for root keywords in order to ensure you are mapped to the right keywords?
I start an auto campaign from day one. There's some people that teach you not to do that. They say you need to get some reviews first before you do any PPC. I don't believe in that. That's not my way to do it. I want to verify that my listing is, Amazon sees my listing in good eyes, and the only way to really do that is the auto campaign, see how Amazon's interpreting it. And then I will sometimes run, I don't run exact, I'll run phrase on some of my better keywords. And then I'll eventually, once I figure out what's working, I move that stuff into exact for the most part. But yes, I do start with auto, and you're gonna have a ridiculously high A cost in most cases. That's okay. It's just part of the business.
All right. Hassan says, any advice on how to find American suppliers? I'm trying to source my product in the USA, but I don't know where to find a good, reliable supplier that wouldn't have a high minimum order quantity and have great quality, and would be willing to do customizations.
Yeah, a lot of U.S. manufacturers will do customizations, but the problem is U.S. manufacturers don't want to do small batches. You can go to China, they'll happy to do 500 for you, or 300 sometimes, or even 100. You go to most manufacturers in the U.S. and they're going to not even return your phone call unless you're doing 10,000. So it's difficult. But some of the places, there's the Thompson directory. If you Google Thompson, I think it's thompsonnet.net or thompson.net. It's the Thompson directory. It used to be a big printed green book that I used to go to the library back before the internet. That's how old I am. And actually look through there to find suppliers and stuff. I literally go to the University of Texas library, like, I need a supplier of a laminate, and I'd have to go there because, you couldn't look in the yellow pages all over the world. You have to go there, but now it's online. So that's one place you can look. Another great place you can look for suppliers, you can Google it, Google wood tables, private label, made in USA or something, see what comes up. Another place is trade show directories. So if you can go to, there's like, I think it's called 10 times or times 10 times. I think that's what it is. Or if don't hold me to that, but 10 times, maybe someone can check that real quick, 10times.com. And there's some other ones that are like directories of trade shows. And you can go in there and say, if you're doing woodworking products, see what trade shows are held in the United States that are woodworking. There's going to be one in Chicago, and there's going to be one in North Carolina and wherever. And look on their website, and a lot of times they'll have a list of exhibitors, and go through that list of exhibitors and maybe reach out to some of them. There's some contact info or link to their website or something there. So those are some ways. And Alibaba, has U.S. suppliers on it too. Not as many, but there's some on there.
Yep, 10times.com, the number 10, 10times.com looks like it is. Real quick, Kevin, you mentioned, using that old school method. Before Google Maps, did you use Thomas Guide?
Yeah, I had one of those little guides in my car. I remember we used to go to LA, and this is before even GPS machines, the little TomTom Goes or the little those guys. And yeah, I had the little book, so we go to LA, and this is like in the 90s, and we doing some work there, and we had to travel around I was in the television production, doing some television production video stuff, and so we had to buy one to go to gas station, get a big map that folds out, or get one of those Thomas directories that you flip through, and you got to go page 17 to see this section of the city, and page 12 to see this one. Yeah.
People don't know how easy they have it these days.
They don't.
Here's from Madam Butterfly. Your product is flying off the shelves. How much stock will you plan on in the next few months? So I think what maybe she's trying to say is like, you have a big spike in sales. How do you know, is that just a temporary spike and now should you order replenishment based on this, or maybe it was just a fluke?
So I like, if it's a spike for 2 or 3 days, that could be temporary. It could be a promotion. It could be, maybe it's one that you ran, or maybe it's one that someone mentioned you on a blog, or you didn't know it, and some TV station in Idaho showed your product on TV because they found it on Amazon or something. But if it's sustained for about a week, and I've seen it, that's probably not a fluke. That's something that you either just caught on or something is going. So then I will adjust my numbers. I like to have, all my orders are typically for at least 2 months worth of inventory. Usually my starting is 3. So I always like to try to have at least 1 month's worth of reserve on stock at all times on Amazon, because that way if something does spike, I get a little bit extra. And when my next order is coming in, if it gets delayed or held up at customs, or there's some problem with the sea shipping or something, then I have a buffer. So that's how I do it. There's a formula in the Freedom Ticket where I show you exactly how much to order. In the Freedom Ticket, there's a little formula.
All right. I'll take this next one to give your voice a break, just because I actually did this last week. But Tanya says, I have 2 brand registry and trying to launch a 3rd brand, which is not brand registered yet, in Amazon. Amazon will not let me open a listing with the new brand. How should I handle that? So this has been happening for a few months now. I actually just did one of these last week.
You do
very similar to that. And what you say, Kevin?
You do the N period, A period.
Mm-hmm. N period, A period, NA sometimes together will work, and they'll get you on there, but you have to then send proof of what the brand is. So, and sometimes it takes 2 or 3 times, but you take a picture of your product that hopefully has the sticker and the UPC that you talked about, or at least the FNSKU or whatever. Take a picture and show that has that branding on it, and it'll still get rejected sometimes. But I just did it last week. It just took me 3 times. It took me 3 times, 3 different reps. Boom, no problem. Now it's that new brand, and that brand doesn't have brand registry.
Yeah, you have to put in my experience, I've been doing it lately with flat files the last couple of weeks, and NA wasn't working for me. I put N period, A period, and then if you go try to change it after you've done that, it'll say you can't do it. It says this brand is called unknown or something like that, and you don't want it to show up on Amazon as that. So the pictures, normally there's what they want is 6 sides. So if you only send a picture of the front, sometimes they'll reject it. But typically, it depends on the agent. Some might take it, but if they're going by it's all done in India. I just learned this from my rep the other day. All this is done in India, and it's a very strict SOP. And so what you want to do is all 6 sides, the top, bottom, left, right, front, back of your product. And if you don't have your product, you can you can mock it up. So if you have your, let's say you're selling a beauty product, okay, and the product hasn't come in yet. Well, what you might do is call your factory and say, hey, can you send me some empty bottles? Send me the bottle that you guys are going to manufacture this in, or maybe you can even buy it locally. And you've already got your labels designed from your nice label, your graphic designer on Upwork or Fiverr or whoever's doing it for you. Print those out. You can go on Amazon. You can buy actually beauty labels on Amazon. There's a company that sells them. They're like waterproof, and they sell them in all kinds of different sizes. If you select Google beauty bottle labels and buy those labels, run them through your printer, and print the actual label. It's the real label, so you're not lying. It's a real label. Get an actual bottle from your factory or find it locally. Fill it up with whatever the material is. Put the labels on there, and then take pictures of that. And that's a little hack that'll bypass that. Usually, you got to do it right, and don't trick it. Don't use somebody else's product or with their label or whatever. But that's a way that you can get around that faster while you're waiting.
All right. Thanks for that. Real quick before we keep going to questions, I think everybody would agree with me that it's really awesome to have Kevin here answering all these questions. Now, this is not a normal thing, like where we can just always have access to Kevin, except if you're a Freedom Ticket Extra member. So can you just tell them really briefly about Freedom Ticket Extra and how they can just have stuff like this 3 times a month?
Yeah, sure. So most of you should be Helium 10 members. If you're not Helium 10 member, what the heck are you doing here? I mean, sign up for Helium 10. I help these guys out with stuff, but even if I wasn't doing some of the training and stuff with Helium 10, I would still be using Helium 10 over everything else that's out there. But if you have Helium 10, you get access to Freedom Ticket, which is the course that I do. It's an 8-week course on how to sell on Amazon. It's very detailed. It's not your normal course that you see on YouTube or some of these guys. It's like you can watch in 4 hours and they just cover the basics. It's like that deep dive. 60, 70 hours of content. I don't even know what the number is. It's some ridiculous amount, very deep dive. But so you get that at no extra charge. Helium 10 gives you that when you have a membership to Helium 10. But then you have the option, if you want additional, you can actually do what's called the Freedom Ticket Extra. And I think it's $77 a month. But what that gets you is I do a call 3 times, like what we're doing right now, basically, 3 times a month. So we get on go to webinar. It's just a private group, and I sit there and I answer questions till nobody else has a question. Nothing is prepared. You don't send your questions in advance, and I cherry pick the ones that I know and the ones I don't know. Everything is live. You ask me questions, and every single question, no question gets skipped. I don't know every single answer. I know most of them, but there's a couple times I may not know the answer, but I'll figure it out. And I answer every single question. Then once a month, in addition to those 3 times, we do them on Mondays for about an hour and a half. Sometimes it's an hour, sometimes it's 2 hours. It just depends on the questions. And then once a month, I bring in someone else that does high-level training that's not included in the Freedom Ticket. And so like this last week, we had Paulina come in. Paulina talked about how to figure out your pricing on Amazon. It was so good. I've actually asked her to come back and give that to the Helium 10 Elite, the advanced, the 7- and 8-figure sellers. And I actually talked to Boyan and said, Boyan, you need to take a look at her presentation. If you can build in some of this into Helium 10 for everybody, this would be amazing because it's really, really top notch. And the way she taught it, everybody that was on the call was like, oh my God, she's like one of the best trainings ever. So you get that kind of stuff as well. And it was like, she went for like an hour and a half on exactly how to set your pricing and how to all the spreadsheets and like a whole walkthrough, like here's how to analyze. Should you go after the low end, the middle end, the high end? It was really, really good.
All right, cool. Let's get back to the questions. I put by the way, I put in the comments, I think I did, the link to go to what Kevin was talking about. It's helium10.com/FTX. Helium10.com/FTX. All right, we got a long question. I'll let you read that there, but I think everybody can see this one now. I put it up on the full screen here, and then I'll take it off so that it's not blocking your face there.
You got a company that got you ungated in toys. They said it wouldn't be brand ungating, it'd just be generally in toys, not the big brands. Okay, so now I'm still gated for lots of toys. Just told I could do an approval, but that's not the case. I've been selling. Yeah, so probably you've been caught. They probably there's subcategories. So you're probably in a subcategory that requires another level of approval. Just like in beauty, you can get approved for some things in beauty, but then when you hit the topicals category, that you gotta get another level of approval. So it could be, it's possible it's something like that. You're probably gonna have to go through a proper approval process, unfortunately, on that. That's why I was saying earlier, I don't recommend you use those companies because they don't really do a good job.
Okay.
I know that's
Awesome.
not the answer you want to hear, but it's pretty much, there's not much you can do.
Yep. Let me trying to. This thing keeps flipping around here where all the questions are. So I'm about to get.
If any of you are selling something to cut hair, you know, I got my COVID hair here, so I haven't been to barber. So that's why Bradley's worn 17 hats today.
Yep. My hair is a big mess. Well, actually, I've had so many hats on; it's actually pretty much plastered. Here. All right. Christina says, oh no, Christina is talking to somebody else. So she was talking to Tanya there. It says, when you get your product, take photo. Okay. That was kind of like what we were talking about already about the branding issue. All right. Let's keep going here. Kevin, when was the last time you got a haircut? You didn't have your wife do it?
Yeah, actually I bought one off of Amazon. I just came in like 2 days ago and I haven't had a chance to do it. Yeah, I had my wife do it. So I just do a buzz cut. It was early March. So that's a long time.
All right. How about one hack for Prime, one Kevin hack for Amazon? You have any that you could give Mr. Prime here?
One hack. I don't know. You have to give me. I'd rather answer a question where you say, "Hey, how do I do this?" and I give you a hack than say, "Here's a hack." What do you want, Prime? What are you trying to do?
Prime. Optimus, what's going on here? Con is another one who's been on all day.
I want to clear something up too. Hacks are not the way to build your business. You know, I teach those and I do that in the Helium 10. I share those, but honestly, probably 2/3 of them I never even use because that's not really the sound way to build your business. It's cool. The only time I really ever considered using some sort of hack is when someone's attacking me. I use it as defense, not as offense. So he said, okay, the best way to handle hijackers. The best way to handle hijackers is transparency. If you're brand registered, to get in the transparency program and put those labels on every single thing. That's the #1 way. Another way that you can handle hijack, if you have hijackers, most likely you haven't done a very good job of differentiating your product. If someone's jumped on there and sold something that you did as a rebate or you did a promotion, that's not a hijacker. You know, if you got someone's got 3 units or 5 units that they've gotten out of you somehow cheap and they're just reselling it, that's not a hijacker. If you got someone that's selling hundreds of your item or thousands, it also could be somebody that got it from Amazon deals. Maybe on your returns, you told Amazon to not dispose of your returns. Well, Amazon doesn't throw those in the garbage unless it's, you know, a food or something. If it's an exercise device, that goes into a big pallet, and people buy those pallets on liquidation.com. They'll buy a big pallet from Amazon. Amazon's kind of give them an idea what's in there. They'll buy the pallet for $500, $600, $700. They'll go through it, and it's kind of like you know, if you ever saw that TV show that was popular where people buy lockers, you know, that people that didn't pay their storage locker, Storage Wars, or whatever it was, but they didn't pay their storage locker. And you go in there and you might hit the gold pot, the jackpot, or you might hit nothing. And that's a lot of people do that, and then they resell it. But it's something you can do is in your packaging is you can actually put on the inside of your package. If you put your product in a box, put something on the inside. It's a little hack for you. Put something on the inside of the box that says like this is the original or some sort of unique code or something, so that when the box is folded, you don't see it. So if someone opens the box, they don't see it because, you know, on boxes, a lot of times that the cardboard folds out and then it folds like in half and bends over on the inside. So you put something on this one inside here, and then when it bends over, it covers it. And so then what you can do is you can do a test buy. You can buy the counterfeit guy's thing, and he may have knocked you off perfectly. It may even be your factory. And you can then open it up and you can show, look, this is not the real thing. Mine says this is, it's kind of like your own transparency. And that's something that could maybe help you out if you're having a big problem with it. It's not going to help you right now. You got to do that on your next production run. But that's something otherwise there's not a whole lot you can do.
All right. Similar a little bit to Wahab's here about how his ASIN got hijacked with a different brand name after selling for 8 months. Now, if you hop on it pretty quick, sometimes Amazon will see that even without you having brand registry, they're not completely blind. Yeah.
Is to use Helium 10 that takes snapshot, the tool on Helium 10. What's it called, Bradley?
Alerts. So alerts. Hopefully you have that activated in alerts.
If you have alerts activated, if this happened to you, Wahab, you have alerts activated, it takes a snapshot of your listing. And so you can actually go back, and if that happens before you get brand registered, and someone takes it over, you can use that as evidence to send into Amazon and say, look, I've been selling this for this long. Here's proof, month 1, month 2, month 3, month 4, all of a sudden on this day, someone changed it. It wasn't me, somebody else. Amazon can then take a look at that, and they should be able to fix that for you and block that people. That guy can come in and do it again, and then they can do it again, and they can do it again. So it could be like pop a mole. But once it happens, Amazon has a number, and once it happens a certain number of times, they will actually maybe gate you. I know someone actually did that on purpose to try to get gated. They actually were trying to get gated, so they actually were hijacking themselves over and over and over, and then complaining about it on the other side. And then Amazon's like, okay, we'll just block it from anybody. And they're like, that's what I wanted in the first place.
Yep. All right, let's keep going with this. Nazli said, thank you for the advice on the toys ungating. Awesome. Let's see. Best ranking URL. Anything new there?
The best ranking it's not really a URL, it's search, find, buy. I know y'all talked about that earlier in one of the earlier sessions, but it's natural search is the best ranking. The links, Amazon can tell pretty much everything you're doing. So those could be okay. The field ASIN one is probably pretty good, but there's some that don't work on mobile, so you got to be careful. There's a whole slew of those. We talk about that in the Helium 10 Elite. If you're a Helium 10 Elite member, which is the high level training, we talk about some of that stuff there.
All right. Andrew is asking, he's not sure if he's going to be able to send this new product in because, he's heard that probably a lot of newer products, they get hit with that 50 unit limit for sending to FBA. So should he launch, Kevin, still with the same, looks like he's got an outside list maybe, and PPC techniques as if it was FBA? My 2 cents is, if in that category, everybody else is like, they're not hit with that restriction, and for whatever reason, they're all FBA and 2 and 3 day shipping, and you're going in with manufacturer fulfilled, no. But if everybody else has been hit with that and they're all FBA and they got a 1 month shipping delay, you actually have an advantage with a merchant fulfilled listing, because you could probably deliver it in 3 or 4 days. And so it's actually what normally is a disadvantage would be an advantage. So it kind of depends. What's your thoughts, Kevin?
Exactly. I think right now, you actually, in a lot of times, you have an advantage as merchant fulfilled, as FBM. Because of that, even now, some stuff I'm ordering, I'll still say I ordered something today and it says May 16th or something on it. And I know it's in stock. It's just Amazon's like, they're just like, this is not so, we'll get to this if we have time. And I've noticed we order a lot, me and my wife do, and a lot of times that May 16th will turn into May 7th or something. I'll get it sooner, most cases, but they give themselves that runway. But that discourages a lot of customers. So if you're merchant fulfilled and you can get it, like Bradley said, get it to them in 2 or 3, 4 days because you're using ShipWire or ShipBob or one of the other services out there that's pretty good at that. Even with a shipping charge, or if you can absorb the shipping charge, it's even better. But if you can't, a lot of times I order, and a lot of people are getting accustomed over the last 2 months from that, versus in the past, FBA was a major, could skyrocket your sales. And it still can, don't get me wrong, but it's not as important now because a lot of people are like, okay, I'll just get it from wherever's the fastest source. And so I would still do everything. A proper launch, send in the 50 or whatever Amazon lets you send in, create 2 listings, one that's FBA, one that's FBM, and still do everything the same.
Carlos says, what does Kevin think about sourcing from India?
I think India, I know that's the last, Megla was the last speaker. India can be good for certain products. There's certain things, certain textiles, and certain wood making, and like metal stuff can be good out of India. But there's a lot of stuff you should never, electronics and some other stuff. I'm sure Megla talked about this. You should never even consider coming out of India. A lot of spices and herbs and things like that are good from there. India is not as well oiled as China, so you might have some more logistical issues, but you don't have a 25% tariff added to the normal duties either.
I never seen a yellow add to cart button. You know about this, Kevin? Maybe I'm just blind.
The yellow ad, when running a promotion, I think you're talking about the little buttons down at the bottom of the page when you set up a promo discounts, like you get 10% off or 20% off. I think that's what they're talking about. The little ones down at the bottom. Those are the promotional discounts. When you go into Seller Central and you do not a coupon, but actually promotional. It's called a promotional discount. And you can do a buy one, get one. There's like 3 or 4 options in there. Buy one, get one, a certain percentage off. Or if you buy this item, you get 10% off that item. That's promotional discounts.
Cool. All right. Alina, she was actually on the show 14 hours ago. She probably had a good night's sleep, and now she's back. She says, what's your thoughts about the reviews getting to 100 or 1,000 per category like we're all expecting since last year? You think it's going to happen? I have no idea what Alina's talking about there.
I think he's talking about something that Casey Goss talked about in one of his podcasts a while back, where he thought instead of it saying, I'm assuming, correct me if I'm wrong, Alina, down there, but I think you're saying like if you have 7,000 reviews, it's going to say you just have 1,000 plus. Or if you have 162, it's going to say 100 plus. PayPal, when PayPal and eBay used to do this too, they used to tell you an exact amount. I remember when PayPal first started back in 1999 or something like that, they would actually have a little counter on there every time and they'd tell you, and eBay was doing it. Who else was doing it? Someone else was doing it, and they took it away and went to these general categories. I would like to see that. I think that'll be good, but I don't know that Amazon really cares because I think what Casey had said was make some good logic where give new products a chance, or maybe there's a product that's made corrections and bad reviews or surfing is up at the top, or it's hurting it, or it's nice to refresh the catalog, but I don't know if that's going to happen. It would be great. I mean, they kind of did something in a half step to that, where they now have the ratings in addition to the reviews. It's kind of like a half step, but I hope they do. But I don't have any indication that it's coming.
All right, Kevin, we're about in 60 seconds. Facebook is going to cut us off because it's an 8-hour limit on the live. So this is the second 8 hours. So real quick, let's throw up the Helium 10 so that and smile so that Cassandra can take a picture. That's not. There we go. All right. Cool. Thank you very much, Kevin. Thank you to everybody else out there. I hope I don't get cut off here because any second now it's going to cut off. But thank you, everybody, for supporting without even knowing what we were doing. And thank you, Kevin, for offering to match, to give a product as well. So we really appreciate everybody's support today. All of the 50 plus guests that we had, all of the 25,000 people who watch this at some point today. Thank you guys so much. We're going to keep on crushing it with the help of Kevin, with the help of the different speakers that we had who are going to be giving different seminars. Thank you guys so much. We'll see you later. I'm going to go sleep for about 75 hours. Good night, everybody.
Turn on the air conditioner first. Turn on the air conditioner first.
I will.